Chapter 9:32. However, the World Tree was not the Mile wetland. It was only a giant tree that was 1,744 meters tall, with a diameter of tens of meters at the base. It was not as vast as the Mile wetland, which was troublesome to devour. Therefore, when the investigators from the Hunter Association went to investigate the World Tree, Seito had already controlled the Rubik's Cube to devour the World Tree completely into the Rubik's Cube world. He placed it in the center of the Rubik's Cube, where no one could enter without his permission. Let me see if you could be like the real World Tree, supporting the ground and connecting to the myriad world. Seito muttered to himself as he activated the new and old world strength in the Rubik's Cube to infuse the world strength into the World Tree. Under the infusing of the world strength, the World Tree in the Hunter's world that had stopped growing because it could not get the nutrients it needed began to grow again slowly at a visible speed. New branches and leaves grew out of the World Tree that was rejuvenated and extended outwards. The World Tree lived up to its name as the divine tree of the world. Its consumption of world strength was beyond Seito's expectation. In just a few minutes, half of the world strength in the Rubik's Cube world was consumed, causing Seito's face to twitch. It seems like planting trees is a very time-consuming thing. Seito's lips twitched. Rubik's Cube, stop infusing the world strength when 2/3 of it is consumed. Seito ordered the Rubik's Cube. He then looked away and stopped paying attention to the World Tree's changes. He hugged Yi when he got home and buried his head in her plump breasts to comfort his wounded soul. "Ah-chung, what's wrong?" Yi asked in confusion. "I'm injured from planting trees," Seito said in a low voice without even looking up. "Planting trees?" Yi repeated in confusion. "Yes, planting trees. Legend has it that it can give birth to life and create worlds. Its branches and roots can connect countless worlds," Seito explained. Oh. Even though Yi still didn't understand, it didn't stop him from understanding the meaning behind Seito's words. He stretched out his arms and hugged Seito's body. With one hand on Seito's back and the other on his head, she gave off a motherly glow as she silently accompanied him. Seito, who was only using this as a pretext, enjoyed Yi's gentleness for a while. He raised his head and said goodbye to Yi with a wet kiss. He then left the Rubik's Cube world and returned to the Hunter's world. He glanced at the city that was in an uproar due to the disappearance of the World Tree. They blended into the crowd and disappeared in the blink of an eye. As usual, Seito summoned the girls to his side from time to time. In the process of accompanying them, Seito arrived at the coastline of a certain country in the Hunter's world. Then, Seito's mind moved. He summoned an ice ship that he obtained from the Queen's fleet of the Forbidden World, and those combat nuns who had changed their faith and joined him. He also summoned the secret clerk, Asola. "Master!" Seeing Seito's figure, the combat nuns were all excited. Their bodies trembled slightly as they knelt on the ground. They kowtowed to Seito and shouted in unison with a trembling voice. It was worth mentioning, after the combat, nuns who had changed their faith to him and the comparison of their lives. The combat nuns who had changed their faith to him had increased from less than 100 to more than 100 now. There were still more combat nuns who had changed their faith to join him. "Master!" Compared to the excited combat nuns, Asola was much simpler. She bowed to Seito respectfully. "Get up. You're all my people. I'm tolerant and kind to you. You don't have to bow to me to prove your love and respect. You just have to respect me in your heart." Seito nodded to Asola and turned to the combat nuns who were kneeling on the ground. His expression was like that of charlatan. "Yes, master." The combat nuns answered in unison, and then they bowed to Ito's say together, and then stood up from the ground with a respectful face. At the side, Asola couldn't help but murmur to herself. If one listened carefully, one could clearly hear her reciting the narration of a biblical story to beautify everything that was happening right now. Seeing that, Seito didn't disturb her. He stood aside quietly and waited for Asola to finish her recording. "I'm very sorry for making you wait, master." Asola quickly bowed to Seito and apologized. There's no need for that. Seito extended his hand to support Asola. He then turned to the combat nuns and announced, "As your master, I declare that she, Asola, is my representative on earth and your pope." "Yes, master." The combat nuns knelt on the ground and replied in unison. They then turned to Asola, who was in shock, and saluted, "Your Highness the Pope." "Master, I can't do it," Asola said with a panicked expression. "Trust me, you can do it." Rode placed his hand on Asola's shoulder and said softly with a smile. Not sure if it was Seito's affirmation or Seito's smile. Asola's emotions calmed down. After looking into Seito's eyes for a few seconds, Asola confirmed that Seito was determined to do so. Her expression changed, and she suddenly exuded a sacred and majestic aura. She then knelt on the ground solemnly and said, "I swear that my body, heart, and soul will be dedicated to the one in front of me. I won't doubt you, I won't judge you, and I will wholeheartedly spread glory and light to the one in front of me." Seito leaned forward slightly and stroked Asola's head with his right hand as he solemnly said, "I'll remember this oath and cast my protection on you. I'll help you walk the world and spread my glory and light." Asola touched Seito's shoe with her forehead and stood up. She then turned to the combat nuns and said calmly, "Sisters, please stand up." "Thank you, Your Holiness," the combat nuns said in unison and stood up from the ground. "Mas." Asola turned to Seito and said respectfully, "Just call me Lord like you usually do." Seito raised his hand and interrupted Asola's words with a smile. He then turned to the other combat nuns and said, "The same goes for all of you." "Yes, Lord." Asola and the combat nuns replied in unison. "Let's board the ship," Seito said calmly. He then held Asola's hand and led the way onto the three-masted ship made entirely of ice. Behind Itose and Asola, the combat nuns also boarded the ship one after another. Without anyone giving them any instructions, they found their respective posts and drove the ice ship to sail on the sea. "Set sail to the northwest." "Let's set sail," Seito announced loudly. Seito then took out a chair and placed it on the deck. He lowered his body and sat down. His brows were slightly furrowed as he pondered. A moment later, under the watchful eyes of Asola and the combat nuns who were waiting on the deck, Seito slowly raised his right hand. A ball of white light that emitted a faint golden glow appeared in his palm. It was like a slime that kept changing its shape in his palm. This lasted for more than a minute. Then, a beautiful female angel in a long dress with wavy blonde hair and a pair of white wings on her back appeared before everyone's eyes. "It's an angel. God is creating an angel," the combat nuns said excitedly as they kneeled on the ground again, as if they had just witnessed a miracle. Then, as if they were afraid of disturbing God, who was creating an angel, they covered their mouths and noses with both hands. However, their eyes were fixed on the female angel that was becoming clearer and clearer in Seito's hand. Asola was also excited. However, she wasn't as excited as the combat nuns. Instead, she stared at the scene in front of her with a surprised look and mumbled something to herself. The creation process lasted for a few minutes. Seito finally completed the creation of the angel that was a combination of Taoist theory, Hunter's world's telekinesis system, and Naruto's world's form and nature. The angel floated in front of Seito with a gentle smile on her face, quietly looking at him. "Your name is Elaine Gabriel." Seito looked at the angel in front of him and announced. The female angel, named Elaine, nodded and accepted the true life name given by Seito. "Protector." Seito pointed at Asola and said. Elaine turned her head and looked at Asola. Then her body emitted a bright light and turned into a silver-white ball of energy that slowly melted into Asola's forehead. Elaine, from Greek, represents the light and the radiant. Gabriel, the angel who sits on the left side of God. Female, the most favored angel. It means mercy, tolerance, and pregnancy. In a sense, it is also the angel of hope. Seito turned his head and looked at Asola, whose face was covered by a white fluorescent light, and said softly, "Take good care of her." "I will, my lord." Asola nodded with a serious face. "I believe in you." Seito smiled. At this point, the sudden angel's birth and bestowment ceremony came to an end. However, the impact of this event didn't end with the end of the event. Instead, as time passed, it created a bigger ripple among the combat nuns. The sea, surrounded by the boundless sea, the three giant ice ships were quietly moving forward on the surface of the sea, heading towards the unknown end. Chapter 9:33. P.S. Thank you to Holy Devil and Shirley for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to Instacle Potato, NXCX, and Nickfinney for your tips. Thank you to Instacle Potato for your evaluation vote. Boom! Amidst the bombardment of artillery fire, a thick water column soared into the sky from the surface of the sea. Then, under the influence of gravity, it suddenly fell back down, creating an even bigger splash, forming a brief rain. Walalala! It fell onto the surface of the sea, creating circles of ripples. Lion King, Roaring Bullet. On the side, Jianshan Yellow Spring, who was wearing denim shorts and a dark orange halter top with 5/4 sleeves and a casually tied ponytail, stood at the edge of the deck of the huge three-pole ice ship. She was holding the treasured sword Lion King, pointing at the pitch-black monster hidden under the surface of the sea as she lightly shouted to the spirit beast beside her. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge spirit beast beside Huang Quan let out a silent roar. A ball of light that was the size of two blue balls lined up side by side, completely condensed from energy, appeared in front of the Lion King's mouth. When it gathered to its maximum power, it shot straight towards the huge black shadow that was still approaching the ice ship from underwater amidst the rumbling of the cannons. Boom! Accompanied by an instantaneous roar, another thick water column soared into the sky. At this moment, the monster hidden under the sea moved. A huge wave of several meters tall suddenly rose from the surface of the sea, smashing towards the ice ship that was floating unsteadily in the sea like a tsunami. Activate the defensive barrier. Seeing this, a combat nun hurriedly used the ship's communication spell to loudly order. Almost instantly, a transparent energy shield that emitted a faint yellow light appeared around the ship's hull. It completely enveloped the ice ship. Boom! The moment the shield was activated, the wave bluntly spread on the ice ship's shield. While the shield shook violently as if it was about to shatter at any moment, the entire ice ship was pushed under the surface of the sea. It was also at this moment that the true appearance of the huge black shadow of the monster that attacked the ice ship was reflected in everyone's eyes. It was a monster that looked very much like a skate in the main world, but its body was far larger than a skate by God knows how many times. It was comparable to the Sea Kings in the One Piece world. At this moment, it was opening its mouth full of sharp inverted triangular teeth, swallowing the ice ship. At this moment, a man in black cropped pants appeared. She was wearing a long-sleeved t-shirt of the same color. Her long black hair was much shorter than Yama's. Her long black hair was tied into a simple ponytail. Uchiha Yoshiko, who hasn't made a move since the beginning of the battle, suddenly changed the color of her eyes. From the original dark and deep eyes to a pair of scarlet eyes with a six-pointed star pattern inside. She raised her head and looked at the monster in the sea. That was right. Uchiha Yoshiko's pupils were the pattern of a six-pointed star. This was the pattern she obtained after evolving her Kekkei Genkai Sharingan to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The method of Uchiha Yoshiko's Sharingan transformation was very simple. It was to use the Black Sphere technology to clone Uchiha Yoshiko's eyes, and then use the Sharingan evolution potion developed by Emma to evolve them to the level of 3 Tomo, and then let Uchiha Yoshiko directly absorb the power of the Sharingan, forcibly evolving it. Of course, because it was a clone product, there wasn't a lot of dojutsu contained in it. Just a pair of eyes wasn't enough to evolve Uchiha Yoshiko's eyes to the level of Mangekyo Sharingan, let alone evolve it to the level of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which completely ignores the side effects of dojutsu consumption. But the power of technology can be used to mass-produce the 3-Tomo Sharingan, using quantity instead of quality to achieve the ultimate goal. Therefore, after cloning hundreds or thousands of pairs of Sharingan, Uchiha Yoshiko had her current eyes. But because she was a branch family, Uchiha Yoshiko didn't have the inheritance of Jinjutsu in her clan and didn't know how to use Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, Susanoo, and other secret jutsu, so she could only use these eyes as a tool to enhance Jinjutsu and release Jinjutsu on the monster. With the help of the Eternal Blood Sharingan, Yuzhong's powerful spiritual power instantly surged into the monster's pitch-black eyes, which were only the size of a ping-pong ball. He forcibly broke through the monster's weak consciousness barrier and controlled it like a tailed beast, causing the monster's movements to come to a complete halt. "Sir, it's done," Uchiha Yoshiko said to Sei Ito, who was standing on the side. Sei Ito nodded and walked to the edge of the deck, opened the Rubik's Cube world, and sent the controlled monster into the Rubik's Cube world, threw it into the sea where ordinary people can never reach, and raised it. This kind of behavior has been done many times after the ice ship left the sea marked on the map of the hunter's world. Except for the different women who appear on the deck every day, it was basically the same routine. Hurry up and float the ship, or we will really hide at the bottom of the sea. Hanshan Yellow Springs released the summon, sheathed the treasured saber Lion King, and sealed it into the sealed object scroll on his wrist. He took out a box of Pocky sticks and placed one into his mouth, biting it off. "Hee, this is good." Sei Ito, who closed the Rubik's Cube world, smiled and immediately used his telekinesis to support the ice ship from the sea back to the surface of the sea, and the combat nuns continued to drive it to the unknown northwest direction. According to past experience, no monster will come to attack us until we are out of the sphere of influence of this sea monster. Now we can continue to enjoy the sea breeze, the sun, and the delicious food. Sei Ito, who returned to the middle of the deck, took out 3 beach chairs and lay down on one of them and said happily, "Tisk." After finishing the Pocky stick in his hand, he took out another one and put it in his mouth. Hanshan Yellow Spring clicked his tongue with a look of disdain. He followed suit and walked to the beach chair to lie down. On the side, Uchiha Yoshiko, who put away the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, turned around and walked to Sei Ito's side, stretched out her hands, and gently put them on his shoulders and massaged gently and powerfully. "If you have time, accompany me back to my world." Yomi glanced at Uchiha Yoshiko, who looked like a virtuous little wife, and curled her lips. She said to Sei Ito, who closed his eyes and enjoyed it. "Okay." Sei Ito didn't ask why and agreed very happily. At the same time, he recalled the spirit-eating world where Yomi was born. He thought secretly, "It seems that I can also devour this world." Then he put aside the irrelevant thoughts in his mind and waved his hand to summon a short table full of fruits and snacks. While closing his eyes and enjoying Uchiha Yoshiko's massage and the light salty sea breeze, he picked up a fruit and put it in his mouth to eat. In this way, more than half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Sama, Akata reported that a continent was found in front of the route. While Sei Ito was bored playing a standalone game developed by the residents of the Rubik's Cube world, a combat nun quickly came to his side and reported respectfully. "Oh." Sei Ito raised his eyebrows, turned his hand, and put away the quantum computer in his hand, and walked to the edge of the deck with the combat nun who came to report, and looked into the distance. Under the blessing of Ito Sei's energy, his vision is comparable to that of a high-power telescope. The outline of a piece of land faintly appeared in his sight. "It seems that we have arrived. The Dark Continent," Sei Ito muttered to himself. Then his spirit shook, turned to the combat nun beside him, and said, "Pass down the order, full speed ahead." "Yes, Sama." The combat nun saluted and then quickly walked away from him, returned to the cabin, and conveyed the order to the combat nun who was driving the ship. Under normal conditions, the speed of the ice ship was not worse than the average modern ship. Under Sei Ito's order, the speed was increased again, like a huge arrow cutting through the sea, rushing at high speed toward the strange continent in front of them. It's just that although the continent has entered the explorable range, It seems that they will soon arrive, but under the full speed of the ice ship, it took several hours. It still took several hours, and they only came into contact with the continent when the sky was completely dark. At this time, Sei Ito leapt from the ice ship, suspended in the air above the ice ship, and waved his hand to send the combat Nun and Do Yui working on the huge ice ship back to their residences in the Rubik's Cube world. Then, he flew alone toward the unknown Dark Continent. Just as Sei Ito flew over the coastline and entered the forest, a black shadow suddenly flew out of the forest, arrived in front of Sei Ito like a ghost, and launched a fatal attack at him. Fortunately, Sei Ito knew that the Dark Continent was not simple, so he was extremely careful when the ship approached the shore. Therefore, he didn't feel surprised by this sudden attack, and only changed direction, dodging the Black Shadow's attack. Seeing that his attack had missed, the black figure was like an assassin. After letting out a strange cry, he once again dove into the forest. That attack just now was so fast. Sei Ito thought to himself with some surprise. Since flying was easy to be attacked by the monsters in the sky above the continent, Sei Ito naturally wouldn't continue flying without knowing the situation of the continent. He carefully landed on the ground and advanced step by step in the forest with full vigilance. Tung-tung! At this time, accompanied by a strange sound, dozens of pitch-black shadows leapt out from the top of the trees, roots, and the surrounding grass, attacking Sei Ito from all directions. Completely unaware of what the attack was, Sei Ito didn't dare to casually deal with it. With a thought, he immediately released telekinesis to cover his body, forming a telekinesis barrier to resist. Pung 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 pung. Following a series of muffled sounds, the attacks of the black shadows all landed on Sei Ito's telekinesis barrier, but the huge force of the attacks still caused the barrier to shake uncontrollably. At the same time, Sei Ito finally discovered the true identity of the attackers the moment the black shadows landed on his telekinesis barrier. They were all vines as thick as an adult's arm, dark green in color, and sporadically covered with large leaves. After understanding what was attacking him, Sei Ito waved his arm, and a fire dragon immediately appeared around him. Under the control of his mind, the fire dragon engulfed all the plants in the surroundings. The plants that were naturally countered by fire instantly became fuel for the fire, burning fiercely and turning into pitch-black smoke that spread throughout the forest. Squeak, squeak, illo! Under the burning of the fire, some small animals hiding in the plants were forced out. They let out frightened cries and quickly fled into the distance. Sei Ito, who was standing in the center of the fire, had a thought, and a newly born Guan who that he had forcibly snatched from the Igang family in the spirit-eating world appeared on Sei Ito's shoulder after being domesticated and raised a second time. Its nose twitched slightly as it rubbed against Sei Ito's cheek. "Go scout the situation outside," Sei Ito ordered as he reached out to tease Guan Hu. Guan Hu, who was very intelligent, nodded. It turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly leapt off Sei Ito's shoulder, disappearing into the forest behind the fire. More than 10 minutes later, Guan Hu leapt back onto Sei Ito's shoulder and used his mental power to transmit the images he had seen along the way to Sei Ito. From Guan Hu's point of view, there was first a huge monster that looked like a rock, but when animals passed by it, it would suddenly transform into a ferocious beast. Then there was a strange bird with a long beak and a small body. Its wings were small and small, like that of an undeveloped baby bird, and its legs were somewhat muscular. Then there was a monster with a ferocious look in its eyes. Its entire body emitted a ferocious aura that made Guan Hu tremble. Finally, there was a terrifying plant that appeared in his field of view. It looked like an ordinary plant on the surface, but when Guan Hu passed by, it suddenly stretched out its vines and whipped at him. Giant beasts, strange birds, magical beasts that exude a fierce aura, plants that look beautiful but are actually deadly. There are really a lot of strange things here. Ito Sei, who had finished browsing the images sent back by Guan Hu, could not help but sigh. "Thank you for your hard work," Sei Ito teased Guan Hu. Then he sent Guan Hu back to the Rubik's Cube world with his mind. He maintained the telekinetic barrier and once again passed through the sea of fire alone, walking into the depths of the forest. Soon, Sei-Ito encountered the ferocious beast that had disguised itself as a huge rock. Sei-Ito's method of contact with this monster was very simple. He bent his finger and forcefully flicked the tail of the sharp golden beam that had been summoned to his finger, causing the sharp golden beam to turn into an orange-yellow light beam that shot straight at the huge beast's body. Boom! In an instant, an explosive sound reverberated throughout the forest. The next moment, apart from some pitch-black marks where it had been struck by the sharp golden beam, the huge beast that hadn't changed in the slightest was once again exposed to the air amidst the dissipating energy smoke. What thick skin! Sei-Ito couldn't help but exclaim when he saw this. Forget it. If I can't afford to provoke it, I can just avoid it. With that, Sei-Ito turned around and moved away from the huge beast in an arc, circling around it and continuing to explore the forest. Chapter 9:34. Bypassing the giant beast that was disguised as a rock, the plant that almost caused Guan to suffer a loss was reflected in Sei-Ito's eyes. The plant's appearance was very simple, and it was no different from a sunflower in the real world. However, unlike the sunflower's habit of chasing the sun, the stamen of this plant chased the sporadic moonlight that shone through the forest and the sky. It transformed the moonlight into a luminous substance that enveloped the entire plant, emitting a faint white light. It was extremely beautiful. It really is, as the old saying goes, the more beautiful something is, the more dangerous it is, and the more beautiful a woman is, the more deceitful she is. Sei-Ito sighed softly. If he didn't know about the danger of this plant from Guan-Hu's vision, Sei-Ito would have inevitably walked closer to check it out. Although it wouldn't necessarily do anything to him, it would definitely be dangerous. However, this plant's performance was too gorgeous, and Sei-Ito couldn't help but have the thought of putting it into the Rubik's Cube world to grow. As soon as he thought of it, Sei-Ito immediately released his psychokinesis and wrapped it directly around the plant that was emitting a bright white light. He used his mind to pull it out of the ground. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, a large number of branches broke out from the tree and danced around like tentacles, whipping everything within a few meters around it. The green grass was sent flying, the tree bark was cracked, and the dust was sent flying. Seeing this, Sei-Ito divided his psychokinesis into two, one still wrapped around the plant itself, and pulled it out of the ground. The other psychokinesis turned into a sharp dagger and flew up and down around the plant, cutting off the branches. But soon, a strange fragrance spread out from the gap in the plant's branches. Sei-Ito instinctively felt that this strange fragrance wasn't simple. He turned his hand over and took out a snow-white rabbit from the Rubik's Cube world and threw it on the ground. But soon, the rabbit that was full of energy and lively a moment ago collapsed on the ground. It closed its eyes, and its body twitched unconsciously. After a while, even its life force completely disappeared from Sei-Ito's perception. Sure enough, looking at the rabbit's fate, Sei-Ito muttered to himself with a look of realization. I'll throw this plant into the Enmile wetland later. Immediately, Sei-Ito made a decision in his heart about where to place this plant. It was the Enmile wetland that he planned to use as a training ground for combatants in the Rubik's Cube world in the future. The branches were cut off. Without a connection to the ground, the plant was immediately pulled out of the ground and sent into the Rubik's Cube world by Sei-Ito's Cube world. Fortunately, this plant is a plant in the Rubik's Cube world. This area became a lot safer. Once again, he moved into the forest, trying to get out of this dangerous forest as soon as possible. Along the way, Sei-Ito not only encountered strange birds and strange beasts of different shapes, but also a lot of insects that looked small but were actually very dangerous. They were even more frightening than beasts. Fortunately, they were insects. Just like the other beasts that Sei-Ito encountered in the forest, they would take the initiative to attack, but in the end, they were small and not very strong. They could easily be blocked by his telekinesis barrier. They didn't bring any danger to Sei-Ito. Of course, if it was someone who didn't have a telekinesis barrier or had a comprehensive defense ability here. If they weren't careful, they would definitely be injured or even killed by the insect's attack. In this way, say Ito hid in the Rubik's Cube world to rest when he was tired. After resting, he activated the telekinesis barrier and walked for more than 10 days. After collecting a large number of new species and throwing them into the Rubik's Cube world, say Ito finally walked out of the forest that was bigger than the Daxing Amling mountain range. He stood on a grassy plain. Roar! An unknown creature let out a loud roar that came from the depths of the grassland. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As soon as the roar fell, a thunderous sound and shaking suddenly appeared. Then, a dark line appeared in the depths of the grassland, and after a few seconds, the figure of an animal appeared. It was like a wave of migration on the African continent, running side by side wildly into the distance. Because it was too far away, he couldn't see it too clearly. But from the current feeling and visual inference, that monster was about 10 meters tall. Its body was even longer than its height. It had 6 pillar-like legs and a short tail. It was very similar to the head of a legendary dragon. Its mouth was sharp, its face was long, its surface was covered with dark scales, and there was a sharp horn on top of its head. Just by looking at it, it gave a very fierce feeling. Phew! The pressure of this kind of movement is so strong. Sei Ito recovered from the shock and sighed softly. But just as he finished speaking, another black shadow appeared in his sight. But the difference was that this time, the black shadow appeared in the sky. It looked like a wind god pterosaur, but its head and neck were like a vulture's. It circled above the monsters on the ground. From time to time, it would dive into the group of monsters and grab a struggling 6-legged monster to smash it to the ground. While using it as a weapon to smash other monsters, it would also use the movement of its iron hooves to trample them into meat paste. Perhaps to the monsters in the sky. As long as there was food in the end, it was enough. It didn't matter if it was fresh meat or meat paste that was trampled into meat paste. Of course, the predators didn't just come from the sky. In a place that Sei Ito couldn't see, there was another type of monster that was running and chasing on the ground. Just from a glimpse of it occasionally pouncing on its prey, Ito Sei could feel how ferocious it was. F*CK. This darkness continent is 2F** King ridiculous. Everything is gigantic. It makes me look like an ant in their eyes. It's so annoying. Sei Ito was a bit speechless as he muttered to himself. Forget it. I'll explore this darkness continent again when I get a headache. After saying that, his figure flashed and disappeared from the darkness continent, returning to the Rubik's Cube world. Rubik's Cube, send me to world number 10. Sei Ito, who was floating in the air, ordered the Rubik's Cube. As soon as he said that, a huge whirlpool that was hidden in the air immediately appeared. It spun at an extremely fast speed and sucked Sei Ito, who was floating in the air, into it. He turned into a stream of light and disappeared in the center of the whirlpool. Crackle. Following the sound of glass shattering that he had heard countless times, Sei Ito's figure appeared on a mountain path paved with stone slabs. Then, with a thought, Sei Ito summoned Jinshan, Yellow Spring, to his side. This place. Jinshan, Yellow Spring, couldn't help but hesitate as she looked at the familiar scenery around her. There's no need to doubt. We're now in the world where you were born. Sei Ito said softly, and this is the mountain path that led to the Earth Palace when we left. Kagura. Jinshan, Yellow Spring's eyes moved slightly as she muttered. Let's go. Let's go see her now. Sei Ito said as he held Jinshan, Yellow Spring's hand, and turned to walk up the mountain. Jinshan, Yellow Spring, didn't refute. She let Sei Ito lead her up the stairs and approached the Earth Palace. At this time, it was still summer in the spirit-eating world. The trees on both sides of the mountain path were still young and green. Occasionally, a cool breeze would blow by and make a sha-sha sound, and Jiji cicadas chirped. In this calm atmosphere, the two quickly walked up the stairs paved with stone slabs and arrived at the door of the ancient Japanese building that occupied a vast area. On the doorpost hung the two words Earth Palace in black ink. Under the gaze of Jinshan, Yellow Spring, who was a little nervous, Ito reached out and knocked on the tightly closed wooden door in front of him. Creak. After a while, along with the strange sound of a wooden bolt rubbing against each other, a young short-haired Miko, who looked around 20 years old wearing a white dress and a red pleated trouser skirt, walked out from behind the open door. Jinshan-san, the Miko called out in astonishment after seeing the two people's faces, especially Jinshan, Yellow Spring's appearance. Is Kagura at home? Jinshan Yellow Spring held Ito's hand tightly and asked with a nervous and expectant expression. Master is currently in school and not at home. The Miko shook her head and said, Is that so? Jinshan Yellow Spring murmured with a disappointed expression. Don't you have Kagura's phone number? Just call her directly. Ito saw this and couldn't help but remind her. Jinshan Yellow Spring, who was reminded, was startled. She hurriedly searched her body. But after living in the Rubik's Cube world for so long, Jinshan Yellow Spring, who almost didn't use the original world's mobile phone, had already left it at home. So after searching for a while, she revealed a depressed expression. Idiot! Ito was speechless as he looked at Jinshan Yellow Spring, who was acting completely unlike her at this time. He then took out Jinshan Yellow Spring's mobile phone and handed it to her. Jinshan Yellow Spring didn't forget to show a grateful expression to Ito. She hurriedly took the mobile phone and opened it to find Tsutamaya Kagura's number. But just as she was about to press the green dial button, her expression couldn't help but become hesitant. She hesitated for a long time and didn't make the call. What are you afraid of? Ito, who was in a bad mood, took the mobile phone and pressed the answer button without hesitation. He frowned and looked at Jinshan Yellow Spring, who was looking at him. Hey, hello, Yellow Spring. 10 seconds later, Tsutamaya Kagura's anxious voice came from Jinshan Yellow Spring's mobile phone. Chapter 9:35. Ito didn't answer and directly called Tsutamaya Kagura. Yomi! Yomi! Tsutamaya Kagura hurriedly called out to Tsutamaya Kagura. Tsutamaya Kagura mechanically took the phone and put it to her ear. Yomi! Say something. Where are you? Tell me. I'll go find you immediately. Tsutamaya Kagura hurriedly asked. Yomi! I beg you, say something. Tsutamaya Kagura, who always saw Tsutamaya Kagura's silence, cried out. Kagura. Hearing the voice from the phone, Tsutamaya Kagura couldn't control her emotions anymore and cried out with a trembling voice. Yomi! Tsutamaya Kagura, who finally heard Tsutamaya Kagura's voice, shouted excitedly, then asked without hesitation, Yomi, where are you? Tell me, I'll go find you right now. I'm outside your house right now. Come back quickly. I want to eat your boiled food. Tsutamaya Kagura was Tsutamaya Kagura after all. After she spoke, she quickly calmed herself down and raised her hand to wipe away the tears on her face. Okay, wait for me. I'll go back now. Tsutamaya Kagura replied without hesitation. Okay, I'll wait for you. Tsutamaya Kagura replied and then hung up. Thank you. Tsutamaya Kagura, who raised her hand to wipe away the tears on her face, looked up at Ito and thanked him. You don't need to thank me. Ito, who reached out his arms and embraced Tsutamaya Kagura, said softly. Okay. Tsutamaya Kagura replied in a low voice. Tsutamaya-san, and this gentleman, please come in. Miko-sama, who heard the entire conversation between Tsutamaya Kagura and Tsutamaya Kagura, awkwardly looked at the two of them who were hugging each other. Hearing Miko-sama's voice, Tsutamaya Kagura, who only remembered that there was an outsider beside her, blushed and hurriedly broke free from Ito's embrace. Then, she pretended to be calm as she followed Miko-sama into Tsutamaya Kagura's house and sat down in the living room. Miko-sama, who saw Ito and Tsutamaya Kagura sitting down, slightly bowed to them and silently retreated from the room. A few minutes later, Tsutamaya Kagura's and Tsutamaya Kagura respectively. Tsutamaya Kia Kagura and Kagura. Tsutamaya Kia Kya said politely, who gently held S's with Tsutamaya and Kya Kia. Kia. Sotomaya Kia nods. Sotomaya, T's, and Kia, Kia, Kia. And Kaya, S, and Kia, Kia, and Hu, and Kia, Kia. If you ask Kagura to take her with you this time, I'll give you a chance. Do you think she will agree? Seito suddenly asked as he took a sip of tea. Hearing this question, Hanshan Yuan Spring paused and shook his head. I don't know. Do you have any plans? Immediately after, Seito's question seemed to have a deeper meaning. So Jianshan Yellow Springs looked at him and asked, I plan to bring this world under my control, just like Continent C. Seito answered honestly. He had no intention of hiding his intentions. Living in the Rubik's Cube world and being Seito's woman, Jianshan Yellow Springs naturally knew that the so-called predecessor of Continent C was an independent world just like the one she was born in. Moreover, there was a period of time when she wondered if she could turn her world into a continent like C Continent, a continent within the Rubik's Cube world. After all, this way, he wouldn't be lonely in the Rubik's Cube world. He would be able to see Tsutomu Kagura whenever he wanted to. Although in the end, she didn't mention it to Seito. But now, hearing Seito's words, Hanshan Yellow Springs was moved. What does this have to do with Kagura? Hanshan Yellow Springs asked worriedly. Seito didn't immediately answer Hanshan Yellow Springs' question. Instead, under her gaze, he flipped his hand and summoned several paper talismans. He waved his hand and stuck them all over the room, forming a barrier that could block out sound. To turn a world into something like Continent C, there are several conditions. Seito looked at Hanshan Yellow Springs, who had a serious expression on her face, and explained, First, most of the countries on Earth, especially the big countries like China, France, England, America, and Russia, will be under my control and complete the actual rule of the world. This can be easily done with the technology in our hands. Then, Seito held up a second finger and continued, Second, as many of the world's favored or core materials will gather around me. And of the world's favored, apart from the already destroyed Mitsugawa Kazuhiro and the dead Tsunakaoya, there are only you and Tsutomu Kagura, the leaders of Kanzen Tsutomu and the various branches, the heir Shizuru Kaoya, a very small number of civilian experts, as well as some people from a natural disaster response room, and most of the country's politicians and business elites. Most importantly, you're already by my side. Plus, I have the world's core stone of slaughter in my hands. As long as Tsutomu Kagura and Bairue don't cause trouble, we can basically accomplish this. It's just that. Seito paused hesitantly. It's just that what? Hanshan Yellow Springs asked curiously. It's just that whether it's to prevent accidents or in the process of world domination, we might come across people from the Ministry of the Environment. When the time comes, I might make a move on those companions you were once familiar with. Seito looked at Yomi and stated. Kanzen Netherworld frowned when he heard this. Then, he looked at Ito seriously and said, Your place is my final home. If it's time to fight with them, I won't be merciful. When Seito heard this, he reached out and grabbed Yomi's arm, pulled her into his arms, and hugged her. Of course, this is assuming. If things go well, it doesn't matter even if they live, because the entire world will be under my control. As long as they don't want their inheritance to be destroyed, they will make a wise choice. Okay, Yomi, who hugged Seito's waist with her hands and rested her head on his chest, responded in a low voice. Finally, the third point. To be honest, I'm not sure if there's anything in this world that meets this condition. After all, so far, other than Kyubi who gathered the stone of slaughter and resurrected, I can't think of anything that can be born in this world. Or even if it's born, it's within the range that I can forcefully crush. Seito, who returned to the topic, said with a frown, What's that? Yomi asked. The will of the world. Seito said softly, The will of the world? Although she understood the meaning of the word literally, Yomi, who didn't know much about the deeper meaning, couldn't help but repeat it. Forget it, don't worry about it. As long as I can complete the actual control of the world on the surface, I can basically meet the minimum requirement to become the lord of the world and transform this world. Seito hugged Yomi's body and shook slightly. Okay, Yomi replied in a low voice. After that, the two of them didn't say anything and just maintained the posture of snuggling up to each other. They listened to the sound of bamboo hitting stones in the backyard from time to time, and quietly waited for the owner of the house, Tsutomiya Kagura, to return. As for Tsutomu Kagura, who was eager to see Chiyama Yomi, she didn't let the two of them wait too long. She quickly returned to the old residence from the school and rushed to the living room where Ito Sei and Chiyama Yomi were. Hearing the urgent footsteps gradually approaching from outside, Yomi, who knew that the person she wanted to see was about to appear, hurriedly escaped from Seito's arms. After simply tidying up her somewhat messy clothes, she turned her head to the door, looking forward to the appearance of that person. At this moment, accompanied by a cowardly call of Yomi, Tsutomiya Kagura, who wore a white sailor suit, a black pleated skirt, and a red ribbon tied around the collar, with short black hair, appeared in front of the living room door. She panted as she looked at Yomi, who was looking at her in the living room. "Yohu, Kagura." Yomi waved her hand and called out with her unique greeting. Yomi, listening to the familiar greeting, looking at the face that she had never forgotten in her memory, Tsutomu Kagura, whose tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes, rushed towards Chiyama Yomi. While pressing Chiyama Yomi to the ground, she hugged Chiyama Yomi tightly with both hands, her head resting on Chiyama Yomi's chest. She closed her teary eyes and continuously called out, "Yomi, Yomi, Yomi, I'm back." Yomi, who gently stroked Tsutomiya Kagura's head, said softly with a gentle expression, "Welcome back, Yomi." Tsutomiya Kagura, who raised her head and looked into Yomi's eyes, replied with a happy smile. "Okay, get up quickly, there's someone watching." At this time, Yomi, who noticed Ito's gaze, quickly said. Hearing Yomi's reminder, Tsutomiya Kagura, who only just realized that there was a man she had seen once, blushed. She hurriedly crawled away from Yomi's body and knelt to the side to salute and apologize. "I was rude just now. It's nothing, after all, you two haven't seen each other for a long time." Ito waved his hand indifferently and smiled. "You two can just pretend that I'm not here and talk about whatever you want. You're a living person here. How can we pretend that you're not here?" Yomi said in a bad mood. Yes, I'm an eyesore. I'll leave now," Ito said with a smile, and then stood up from the ground. Tsutomiya Kagura urged him to stay, and Yomi Kagura's "don't mind him." He walked to the corridor outside the hall and sat down again. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the summer cicadas, the breeze, and the cloudless weather. Chapter 9:36. P.S. Thank you to Yinixin Yin, Cherub, Traceless Moon, Teakin, Instant Potato, and Tearless Angel for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX, Instant Potato, and Nickfany for their tips. In the living room, Gong Kagura and Chiyama Yomi quietly hugged each other for a long time. It wasn't until Gong Kagura's stomach started growling that she remembered that she had promised Chiyama Yomi to make boiled food for her. Gong Kagura quickly got up from Chiyama Yomi's body and ran out of the living room, heading to the kitchen to make food. Seeing Tsutomiya Kagura running away, Chiyama Yomi chuckled and stood up from the ground. She slowly walked to Seito's side, sat down, and rested her head on his shoulder. "I'm jealous," Seito joked as he wrapped his arms around Chiyama Yomi's waist. "You deserve it. Are you the only one who's allowed to mess around outside? But I'm not allowed to find my second spring to relieve my loneliness?" Chiyama Yomi said with her eyes closed and a smile on her face. "As long as it's a Yuri, of course it's fine. Maybe one day, that person will also enter my harem." Seito laughed. "Don't you dare have any ideas about Kagura, or else don't blame me for being hostile." Chiyama Yomi quickly said, "How are you going to be hostile? You won't let me get on your bed?" Seito looked down at Chiyama Yomi in his arms and asked with a smile, "Don't forget that I have the Stone of Slaughter. If I break the seal because of my resentment and turn into a demon, don't blame me." Chiyama Yomi pretended to be fierce as she raised her hand and made a gesture at Seito's lower body. I'm so scared." Seito purposely made his body tremble and said, "But if that's the case, Won't you also become a living widow? Do you have the heart? Oomph. I have Kagura. Chiama Yomi laughed. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite, Seito said fiercely. Then, he immediately turned around and pushed Jinshan Yellow Springs onto the floor of the corridor. He lowered his head and kissed her lips. Amidst the kiss, the somewhat emotional Hanshan Yuansumi reached out her arms and hugged Seito's neck, responding passionately. All right, let me go. It won't be good if Kagura sees this. Jinshan Yellow Springs, who was slightly separated from Seito, panted softly. I just wanted little Kagura to see how beautiful you are. Ito-sei chuckled as he once again kissed Yomi without giving her any chance to explain. Seito was only joking. He did not really kiss Jinshan Huangquan shamelessly. He did not know that there were people coming and going, so he quickly let go of Jinshan Huangquan, whose cheeks were slightly red and whose breathing was slightly hurried. Seito hugged her shoulders and lay down on the floor of the corridor to rest. I'll leave tomorrow morning. Seito, who was enjoying the summer sun with his eyes closed, suddenly said. You don't need me to come with you? Jinshan Yellow Springs asked. You're willing to leave? Seito asked with a teasing tone. But you have to be careful. After all, you're no longer an employee of the Environment Ministry's Supernatural Disaster Preparedness Room. Instead, you're a suspect who once seriously injured someone. Who knows when someone from the Environment Ministry will come looking for you? Seito reminded her again in a serious tone before Jinshan Yellow Springs could reply. I know, I'll be careful. You too. Jinshan Yellow Springs softly replied. Okay. Seito softly replied. Neither of them said anything else after that. They just quietly closed their eyes and rested. About half an hour later, Tsutomu Kagura's cheerful greeting was heard along with her light footsteps. Yellow Springs, it's time to eat. Air. Right after that, Tsutomu Kagura saw Seito and Jinshan Yellow Springs leaning against each other on the floor of the corridor, and she couldn't help but stop in her tracks. She had an astonished expression on her face. Is it ready to eat? Jinshan Yellow Springs, who had just woken up from a short sleep, rubbed her eyes as she heard the greeting. She sat up on the floor and said in a daze, It's ready. Tsutomu Kagura hurriedly replied. Wonderful. I can finally eat Kagura's boiled food again. Jinshan Yellow Springs' expression changed after receiving confirmation, and she stood up excitedly. She ignored Seito, who was sitting up beside her, and quickly walked to Tsutomu Kagura's side. Seito took her hand and hurried her to the dining room. Yellow Springs, aren't we waiting for that person? Tsutomu Kagura, who was being dragged forward, turned her head to look at Seito, who was smiling helplessly and shaking his head as he slowly followed them. Ignore him, he's very thick-skinned, he'll definitely follow us. Jinshan Yellow Springs didn't care at all. Air. Seeing that things were indeed as Jinshan Yellow Springs said, Tsutomu Kagura secretly stuck out her tongue and stopped asking about Seito. She looked at Jinshan Yellow Springs' side profile and allowed herself to be dragged forward. Soon, Jinshan Yellow Springs, Tsutomu Kagura, and Seito, who was automatically following behind them, entered the dining room. Wow, this is the taste. Jinshan Yellow Springs impolitely walked to the dining table, picked up a spoon, and scooped some water into her mouth. It's so good. I'm going to start eating. Then, Jinshan Yellow Springs casually found a place to sit down, clasped her hands in front of her, and said loudly. Then, she picked up the bowl and chopsticks on the table and enjoyed the food that Tsutomu Kagura made. Seeing Jinshan Yellow Springs' familiar behavior again, Tsutomu Kagura's face was filled with joy. She walked to the opposite side of Jinshan Yellow Springs and sat down. After saying, I'm going to start eating, she seemed to be competing with Jinshan Yellow Springs for food. Under the influence of Tsutomu Kagura and Jinshan Yellow Springs, a normal meal became even livelier than a duel. From time to time, Tsutomu Kagura's depressed yells and Jinshan Yellow Springs' smug laughter could be heard. I'm so full. Jinshan Yellow Springs leaned back on the chair without a care for his image. One of his hands hung naturally by his side, while the other gently stroked his stomach and sighed. It feels so good to be able to eat with Yellow Springs like this again. Tsutomu Kagura, who was packing up her things like a good wife, suddenly said softly, "Yeah." Jinshan, Yellow Springs, turned around upon hearing this. He looked at Tsutomu Kagura, who was putting the bowl and chopsticks in the sink, then turning on the tap to rinse the water. She responded with a gentle and beautiful expression. "All right, leave this to me. You go have a good chat with Yellow Springs." Ito smiled at Tsutomu Kagura as he moved the last of the items on the table into the kitchen. How could I do that?" Tsutomu Kagura hurriedly stopped him. "Since he wants to do it, just let him do it, Kagura-chan. It just so happens that I have a lot of private things to tell you." Jinshan, Yellow Springs, hurriedly spoke up upon seeing this. Tsutomu Kagura couldn't help but hesitate upon hearing Jinshan, Yellow Springs' words. After all, she was the daughter of the Tsutomu family, who had a 1,000-year-old inheritance and paid great attention to etiquette. It was really against etiquette for the host to be chatting on the sidelines. "Go," Ito chuckled upon seeing Tsutomu Kagura's obvious hesitation. "Tisk, you're not even going to listen to me, Kagura-chan?" Jinshan, Yellow Springs waited for a few seconds. Seeing that Tsutomu Kagura was still hesitating, she got up from her chair and walked into the kitchen. She grabbed Tsutomu Kagura's arm and forcefully dragged her out while pretending to be annoyed. "Sorry, I was rude." Tsutomu Kagura, who was forcefully dragged away, turned around to look at Ito with an embarrassed expression. She bowed slightly. After dragging Tsutomu Kagura out of the kitchen, Yellow Springs didn't return to the living room to chat with Tsutomu Kagura, as she said. Instead, she went straight to the Tsutomu family's bathroom and turned on the water. "It's been a long time since I've bathed together with you, Kagura-chan, so let's do it together." Jinshan, Yellow Springs, began unbuttoning her clothes as she looked at Tsutomu Kagura. Tsutomu Kagura let out two incomprehensible moans with an astonished expression. Could it be that Kagura-chan wants me to help you take off your clothes?" Jinshan, Yellow Springs, who had already taken off her outer clothes and revealed her white laced underwear underneath, chuckled as she reached out to grab Tsutomu Kagura's clothes. "No, I can do it myself." Tsutomu Kagura panicked as she covered her chest with her hands. Seeing this, Yellow Springs didn't force it. With a chuckle, she continued taking off the rest of her clothes. Soon, Yellow Springs was completely naked. Yellow Springs walked to the side and took the shower head from the side. Then, she sat down on a small plastic chair placed near the bathtub and started washing her body. In Japan, there were many rules when it came to bathing. For example, you couldn't wash your body clean. You weren't allowed to enter public baths because the water there belonged to everyone. You couldn't pollute the water source because of your own indecency. So, before bathing, everyone would wash their body and hair outside before entering the bathtub. Of course, this referred to the rules of the hot spring hotels and public baths outside, as well as the rules of bathing with many people. You could wash however you liked at home, and no one else could interfere. "Hey, Kagura-chan, if I leave again this time, will you come with me?" Yellow Springs, who was washing her hair with her eyes closed, suddenly asked. Hearing this, Tsutomu Kagura, who had also taken off her clothes, looked at Yellow Springs, who was still washing her hair with a surprised expression, and then replied, "During the time Yellow Springs disappeared, my mind kept replaying every detail of my life with you. To me, Yellow Springs, you are the most important person to me, and no one can replace you. So, I will leave with you." Hearing Tsutomu Kagura's resolute reply, Yellow Springs couldn't help but feel moved. Even if you become enemies with the Ministry of Environment in the future, Yellow Springs, who was forcefully suppressing her emotions, asked again, "Even if I become enemies with everyone in the world?" Tsutomu Kagura answered without hesitation. Yellow Springs, who was washing the foam off her hair with the shower head, was silent. Just as Tsutomu Kagura scooped up some water from the bathtub, which was almost full, and poured on herself, Yellow Springs suddenly reached out her arms and hugged her from behind. Her hands lightly clasped on her chest, and she giggled playfully, "Oh, before I knew it, my Kagura has grown up." "Yellow Springs, where are you touching?" Tsutomu Kagura, who felt the attack on her chest, struggled as she shouted with a panicked expression. However, she had clearly forgotten that she was not outside the spacious space, but rather in the bathroom where the ground was wet and the space was slightly smaller. Therefore, she lost her footing and fell into the bathtub filled with clear water. Splash! As the two of them fell, the water that suddenly increased in volume uncontrollably gushed out from the edge of the bathtub, like a small waterfall falling onto the white porcelain floor, causing a series of noises. Kagura-chan, we will be together forever. Yellow Springs, who was soaking the bathtub with Tsutomu Kagura, said softly after the water stabilized. Yeah, Tsutomu Kagura responded softly. This day basically passed peacefully with Yellow Springs teasing Tsutomu Kagura. But on that very night, Yomi Kanyama directly dumped Ito Sei, Kagura's male servant. Together with Kagura, Yomi went to Kagura's bedroom in the Earth Palace and shared the same bed, leaving Ito Sei alone until the next morning. The next day, after eating breakfast prepared by Tsutomu Kagura and watching her leave home to go to school, I'll be leaving then, Sei Ito said to Yellow Springs, who had sent him out of the Tsutomu residence. Be careful, Yellow Springs reminded him. You too, Sei Ito nodded. Then, he reached out and hugged Yellow Springs' waist, lowered his head, and kissed her. After a short while, Sei Ito, who had let go of Yellow Springs again, nodded to her, turned around, and left the Tsutomu residence under her gaze, disappearing down the mountain path. After arriving at the foot of the mountain, Sei Ito casually found a hotel that could connect to the internet and booked a room. While he took out his quantum computer and connected to the internet, he summoned 20 people from the Pandora organization of the Absolute Pitiful World, who were now part of the Academy City Police Department of the Rubik's Cube world, to his side. While taking pictures of them with his device, he also used his electromagnetic control ability to infiltrate the Metropolitan Police Department's system to get real passports for them. Your mission is simple. Take these passports, take a plane to the capitals and major cities of China, France, America, Russia, England, and Germany, and find a spacious area nearby to send them back to me. After a short while, Sei Ito put the 20 real passports and 20 metal plates with the Flying Thunder God technique on the table next to him and looked up at everyone. The 20 people, led by Gana Hongye, nodded in unison to show that they understood. Then, one by one, they stepped forward to take the passports with their photos and the metal plates inside. Let's go, Sei Ito said softly after everyone had taken their items. Hearing the order, everyone turned around and walked out of the room one after another. They immediately went to Haneda International Airport in their own way. According to the order, they took flights to the capitals and major cities of China, France, England, Russia, the United States, and Germany. After sending everyone away, Sei Ito put away his quantum computer, checked out of the room, and used instant transmission to rush to the nearby international waters. Chapter 9:37. Surrounded by the endless dark blue sea, there were no islands around, nor were there any ships built by humans. Other than the occasional sound of seagulls flying in the sky, it was silent. It was easy to feel lonely and empty here. This was the international waters shared by Japan and Russia. At this moment, Sei Ito's figure suddenly appeared above the international waters, as if he was standing on invisible ground, suspended in the sky. Then, Ito Sei didn't do anything, but 3 huge ice sailboats appeared on the sea. There were dozens of them, nearly 100 of them, and they were as large as modern warships. Target, Sea Cucumber, Sei Ito ordered after teleporting into one of the ships. Yes. The combat nuns on the ship responded in unison, then used a communication method to convey Sei Ito's order to the other ships. Together, they adjusted their course and sailed towards Sea Cucumber. After giving the order, Sei Ito didn't stay in the ship for long. He walked slowly to the deck, took out a chair, and sat down. While using all his electromagnetic control ability to affect the magnetic field around the fleet to confuse satellite surveillance and radar detection, he took out a quantum computer and placed it on his lap. He then chose a single-player game and played it leisurely. After a few hours, which was around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the Queen's fleet finally approached Sea Cucumber's port and was within range. Fire at will. Itose raised his head and looked at the sea cucumber that was clearly visible and ordered in a low voice. After that, the entire Queen's fleet immediately turned around. They lined up in a well-proportioned half-moon shape and opened the cannons on the side of the ship. One by one, the ice cannons were poked out of the ship, calibrated, and locked onto Sea Cucumber. Boom, 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 boom. The next moment, accompanied by a sudden roar and light flashing at the muzzle of the cannons, the Queen's fleet's attack sequence was officially launched. The first target of the fleet was the steel fleet parked outside the port. Under the bombardment of the magic cannons, the steel fleet parked in the port quickly suffered varying degrees of damage. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Only then did the garrison in Sea Cucumber realize that they were under attack. They shouted as they ran out of their barracks and sounded the battle alarm. But this world had been peaceful for too long. The military had long forgotten what war was. Even the soldiers were lax. On normal days, he was mostly carefree and did not have much of soldier style. Therefore, under this sudden attack, almost all of them ran out of their barracks in panic, trying to find a place to hide. Fortunately, not all of the soldiers were like this. There were also some who were naturally bold and dared to rush to the front of the cannon. They controlled the heavy cannons to counterattack the Queen's fleet, led by Seito. At the same time, the officers who had regained their senses began to perform their duties. They organized the soldiers and began to set up defenses according to wartime safety regulations. At this time, Seito's mind, based on the secret documents of Academy City that he obtained from the Magic Forbidden World, he imitated the fourth Mugino Shizuri's atomic collapse creation. Seito, Tien, summoned the large machines that had been temporarily installed with water element components. As soon as the three machines appeared, they aimed at Sea Cucumber Harbor and fired a green atomic disintegrator beam. The cannons moved from left, center, and right, sweeping the objects in the harbor like energy whips. Boom, boom, boom. The power of the atomic disintegration beam was not something that ordinary steel could withstand. Almost as soon as it came into contact with the beam, it was vaporized and destroyed by the high temperature of the atomic disintegration beam. Then, due to the internal explosion, it turned into scorching flames that emitted thick black smoke, burning on the steel hull. They had been ambushed in the first place, so they hadn't been able to organize an effective resistance. Now, with the suppression of this overwhelming firepower, the Sea Cucumber Port's forces were quickly wiped out, allowing the Queen's fleet to sail into the port smoothly. Heavens! My God! Is this real? Only now did the residents of Sea Cucumber Harbor see the Queen's fleet clearly. They all looked at the giant ice ships that reflected white light under the sun in disbelief. Begin the landing. Anyone who resists will be killed on the spot. Seito ordered the soldiers on the ships of the Queen's fleet that he summoned from the Rubik's Cube continent. Yes, as the commander of this landing operation, Monique, who was the 12th knight of the Round Table of the Britannia Empire, had long blonde hair that hung down her back. She looked very obedient and was wearing bold and fashionable clothes. Let's land. Then, Monique waved her hand at Sea Cucumber Harbor and ordered. As her voice fell, the soldiers wearing the special protective suits and weapons of the Britannia Empire in Leluxiu's world slid down the ropes and landed on the harbor facilities of Sea Cucumber Harbor. They quickly spread across the entire Sea Cucumber Harbor. The local garrison on Sea Cucumber Harbor relied on their understanding of the terrain to fight Seito's landing force. However, in a situation where their weapons and equipment were obviously inferior, they were quickly defeated and became deserters who hid in the homes of the local residents. For Seito, whose first task was to occupy Sea Cucumber Harbor, these deserters were only a small problem. After completely occupying this place, there were many ways to find them and eliminate them. Therefore, he didn't pay too much attention to them. Instead, he immediately dispatched a group of low-level personnel from Continent C to completely take over Sea Cucumber Harbor. Under the leadership of Sei Ito, who had the support of an entire world's talents, Sea Cucumber Harbor was basically under his control in just over an hour. It became an important stronghold that could enter the northeast and enter Siberia. Just as Ito Sei continued to summon soldiers, weapons, equipment, and newly developed airframes in the barracks to be used in the war, the whole world knew that there was an inexplicably powerful force that dared to suddenly start a war against a big country and broke through the defense of Sea Cucumber in a short period of 10 minutes, landing and occupying it. Russia, who felt the pain, immediately held a national defense meeting. At the meeting, they immediately mobilized the military and attacked the invaders at all costs to take back Sea Cucumber Harbor. After receiving the order, the military immediately gathered around the railroad and prepared to head to the battlefield of Sea Cucumber Harbor. However, at this time, Sei Ito, who left enough military forces and combat commanders in Sea Cucumber Harbor to defend against any counterattack, had already left Sea Cucumber Harbor and appeared in Russia's capital. The next target is up to you. In other words, the next time you appear, that place will become a battlefield. Sei Ito said to the Esper next to him, who acted as the teleportation point. I understand. The Esper nodded and replied, Go, this place will also become a battlefield. It won't be easy for you to leave then. Sei Ito looked at the city in the distance and chuckled. The Esper nodded and quickly left Sei Ito's side. After a while, he completely disappeared from Sei Ito's sight. Watching the Esper leave, Sei Ito didn't hesitate. He used his electromagnetic control ability to create a special magnetic field to interfere with all the electronic signals in the area. Then, he used his mind to summon the troops that were gathered in Continent C and led by the former Ninth Knight of the Round Table of the Britannia Empire, Nanette, to the empty space next to him. Just like the troops deployed in Sea Cucumber Harbor, this troop was also equipped with several weapons that were created according to the secret information of the tree map designer. One of them was called KMN 793H. It had an optical camouflage system and could move at an average speed of 100 kilometers per hour on the ground. It looked like a six-legged droplet-like mobile armor. It was the land machine in the miracle of the end of my urn. Hurry up, Ito Sei ordered in a low voice. Yes, Your Majesty. Nanette saluted with one hand on her chest. Then he turned to the troops behind him and shouted, Let's go. Then he jumped on his nightmare and charged with the troops toward the Russian capital city that didn't know the enemy had arrived at their core location. Sei Ito looked up and his figure flashed. He once again appeared on the outskirts of an important city in Russia and met up with the Esper standing next to him. After sending the Esper away, Sei Ito used his mind to summon a high-tech troop led by the former Fourth Knight of the Britannia Empire, Doretta, and ordered it to attack the city in front of him. Just like that, one troop after another, when night fell, the entire Russia was completely immersed in the sea of multi-sided war. The unconventional technological power on the battlefield, as well as the mysterious way in which the troops were mobilized and appeared, shocked the leaders of the various countries who were paying attention to this war. They scratched their heads and thought about how to deal with this situation. Unfortunately, they didn't know that just as they were thinking about how to deal with this situation, Sei Ito's figure had already appeared in their countries. Just like in Russia, he deployed a large number of troops around the important cities and launched a fatal attack on them. After only 24 hours, the few superpowers on Earth in the world of spirit eating were all in a state of war. All the small and medium-sized countries that looked up to them felt despair, using the power of one world to swallow another world. This speed of blossoming everywhere is really fast. Sei Ito sighed softly as he stood on top of the burning torch in the Statue of Liberty's hand and looked down. Then, with a thought, he activated electromagnetic control to capture the electronic signals around him. It was as if he was promoting his organization, the Garden of Eden, in an absolutely pitiful world. He forcefully transmitted his voice and image into the television and computer screens of most families in America, and even most families in the world. Chapter 9:38. Good evening, everyone in front of the TV and the audience watching in front of the computer. Sei Ito, who had a very elegant, aristocratic smile on his face, spoke on the TV and computer screens of all the households in America, as well as some of the world's households. Please allow me to introduce myself. At this point, Sei Ito, who was on the screen, placed one hand behind his back and the other hand on his chest. He leaned forward slightly and said, "I am Sei Ito, the instigator of this world war." As soon as he said that, all the viewers who were watching the video, which was forced to broadcast by the electronic signal controlled by Sei Ito, were shocked. They stared intently at the TV and computer screens, eager to hear what the self-proclaimed instigator of the war had to say. "I want it." On the screen, Sei Ito raised his arms and opened them as if he was embracing the sun. He said, "This world, I want it to become my country." Sei Ito retracted his hands slightly and clenched his right fist. "That's why I started this war, a war that will determine the fate of the world that you live in, a war that may change the environment that you live in. But you don't have to be afraid. What I want is the world, and I won't kill anyone who can affect my goals. As long as you can stay at home during the war and don't answer the call to join the army, I guarantee that you will be safe," Sei Ito said with a smile. "Similarly, you have already become the people of the area that I have occupied. You don't have to be afraid. As long as you don't do anything that doesn't matter, your lives will be the same as before. You can go shopping in the market, as usual. You can go to school to study, enter the nightclubs, and play with women. I won't deprive you of your right to live a normal life. Of course, in order to speed up the process of unification, I also need to seek help. I need all of you in front of the TV and computer to join my team and restore peace to the world faster." On the screen, Sei Ito smiled and opened his arms as if he was welcoming something. "I look forward to it. I look forward to your arrival. Finally, I want to say that those who have power should fear us. Our footsteps will trample your rights. I will tear apart your disguise and make you fall from the throne of blood. Pray for the powerless. Pray that our arrival will bring you a new light and allow you to climb back up from that filthy quagmire," Sei Ito said in a loud voice. "I am Sei Ito, the owner of the Garden of Eden. I am here." As soon as he finished speaking, the images on the screens of the computers in all magnesium and some families around the world changed. They returned to the original movie programs and webpage content they were watching. However, due to the influence of Sei Ito's speech, all the viewers who watched the video were distracted from watching the video on screen. They all had their own thoughts. He thought about the possible changes in the future and the changes in his living environment. Of course, as the special declaration of the initiator of the war, it was definitely the hottest news article. Therefore, after Sei Ito's announcement ended, the main news channels of each country played the video of Sei Ito's declaration again to let the people who didn't see the declaration understand the situation. As the video spread more and more, its influence quickly spread and divided the people of the world into three camps. First, this was the opposing argument of those who had already gained benefits. Second, the neutral argument of those who didn't care about the matter. And finally, the third type of people who were at the lower levels and wanted to speculate or change the world. Sei Ito, who understood the situation from the internet, smiled and then used the flying thunder god technique again to appear in a small to medium-sized country and release troops to attack the country. After more than 10 days, Sei Ito visited all the existing countries on Earth, regardless of their size, and deployed troops to attack them. As a result, except for China, the United States, and Russia, the three large countries that had a lot of military depth, and some small countries that had just started the attack and couldn't be fully occupied, most of the countries, including France, England, and Germany, were captured by Sei Ito's military power that was a generation ahead of the spirit-eating world's technology and military power. However, it didn't mean that everything would be peaceful after being occupied. For example, in some countries with strange religions, or places where nationalism was prevalent, or places where there were original interests secretly funding, resistance forces were still rampant. From time to time, they would launch terrorist attacks in the local area. However, Sei Ito also had a way to deal with this situation. He directly sent out a group of ninjas and people with hypnosis and teleportation abilities to execute beheading operations against these resistance organizations. He directly eliminated the leaders of the resistance forces and brainwashed the middle-level cadres of the organizations to bring them into the scope of his rule. Under such influence, Sei Ito successfully obtained the position of the world's lord after more than 2 months and became the true ruler of the spirit-eating world. During this period, Sei Ito thought that the resistance of the forbidden spell path, a dark force that could control a country, would be fierce. However, under the threat of military power that far surpassed the current era, they were like tigers without teeth. They were very obedient and cooperated with Sei Ito to integrate the personnel sent by Sei Ito, especially as the only successor of the forbidden spell path and had actual contact with Sei Ito. Shizuru Jino's heart was filled with shock and astonishment. As for the environment ministry that ruled Japan's underground and the Inyang sect behind the scenes, the descendants of Abe Saimai, the Tsukimike's clan were even more obedient. They very actively cooperated with Sei Ito's army and took over the government forces on the surface. Rubik's Cube, what's the data now? On this day, Sei Ito asked in his mind. 88.7%. Looks like I can start devouring. Looking at the world control rate that appeared in his mind, Sei Ito grinned and said. Then, with a thought, he activated the Flying Thunder God and returned to the Tsukumiya residence in Kyoto, Japan, and appeared next to Urasumi. "Dear, I'm back," Sei Ito said softly as he leaned forward and stretched out his arms to hug Urasumi from behind. "Welcome back." Urasumi leaned her back on Sei Ito's chest and replied, "That's enough. You can call Kagura back later," Ito-sei said as he lifted Yomi's clothes and slid his hand up to her chest and pressed it against her chest. "Okay." Urasumi's face lit up as she agreed. Then, while enduring Sei Ito's hand that was fondling her chest, as well as the strange feeling that came from her chest, she took out her phone and dialed Tsukumiya Kagura's number. "Urasumi." Soon, Tsukumiya Kagura's slightly confused voice came from the phone. Kagura immediately asked for leave from school and come back. Urasumi hurriedly said, Why?" Tsukumiya Kagura asked in confusion. Don't worry about it. Be a good girl and quickly ask for leave. There's something very important." Urasumi couldn't tell Tsukumiya Kagura that the world was about to be devoured, so she couldn't help but pester her endlessly. "Got it. I'll go back in a bit." Tsukumiya Kagura sighed helplessly and agreed. "Okay, I'll wait for you. Remember to be quick." Urasumi smiled and hung up the phone. "Okay, Kagura will be back in a bit." Urasumi continued. "Got it." Sei Ito smiled as he gently pinched each grain between his thumb and index finger. "All right, stop doing that. Otherwise, you won't be able to hold back again." Kanyama Yellowsumi reached out and grabbed Ito-sei's arm. While pushing him down, she rolled her eyes and said, "Okay, but remember to compensate me later." Sei Ito smiled as his hand slid down Urasumi's abdomen and stopped moving. Sei Ito didn't do anything else after that. He just hugged Urasumi and felt her body kiss through his palm, as well as sniffing the faint natural fragrance from her body. He chatted with Urasumi while waiting for Tsukumiya Kagura's return. Half an hour later, Tsukumiya Kagura appeared in front of Sei Ito and Tsukumiya Kagura. She was wearing the same student uniform as when Sei Ito first met her. She was carrying a square-shaped black leather backpack and a rod-shaped object wrapped in a purple cloth bag. Tsukumiya Kagura instinctively exclaimed when she saw Sei Ito's figure. After all, Sei Ito's current identity was vastly different from before. He wasn't just her sister Urasumi's boyfriend anymore. He was now the Great Demon King who ruled the entire world. As for the title Great Demon King, it was spread among the students. Because Sei Ito's appearance and actions were too similar to the Great Demon King in manga, some of the students secretly gave him such a nickname. Tsukumiya Kagura, who always heard the students talking about him, unconsciously thought of this nickname as Sei Ito. "Long time no see, Kagura-chan." Sei Ito smiled and greeted Tsukamiya Kagura after letting go of Yursumi. Long time no see, Ito-san. Tsukamiya Kagura bowed with a somewhat reserved expression. No need to be so formal. I'm still me, your sister Yursumi's boyfriend. So, it's fine as long as you're still the same as before. Sei Ito comforted her with a smile. Yes, Brother Chung. Seeing that Sei Ito was still as kind as before, Tsukamiya Kagura let out a sigh of relief and called out in relief. Yursumi, tell her about the situation. After that, we'll begin. Sei Ito turned around and said to Tsukamiya Kagura, who was grinning from ear to ear. Okay. Tsukamiya Kagura agreed. She then walked to Tsukamiya Kagura's side, pulled her by the arm, and sat down on the side. Then, she began to explain to Tsukamiya Kagura about the Rubik's Cube world and how it was about to be transformed. Chapter 9:39. P.S. Thank you to T-Ken, Idler Shao Chi, A666333, and Azure Silver for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to Instant Potato, NXCX, and Nick Finney for your tips. For Tsutomu Kagura, no matter if it was another world or this world going through a major transformation, nothing else mattered. The only thing that mattered was Yomi. As long as she could be together with Yomi, it didn't matter where she went. Then I'll go pack up, Tsutomu Kagura said after listening to Yomi's explanation. No need, there's everything over there. We just need to live there. Yomi reached out and grabbed Tsutomu Kagura, who was about to turn around and leave. Besides, apart from changing our world's form, the transformation of the world basically doesn't affect the residents of this world. That is to say, after the transformation is complete, this place will still be the same as it was before, and we can move back here. I see, Tsutomu Kagura said with an expression of realization. Then let's go, Tsutomu Kagura said. Yomi smiled, held Tsutomu Kagura's hand, and returned to Sei Ito's side and nodded lightly. Sei Ito smiled at the two of them as well, and sent Yomi and Tsutomu Kagura into the Rubik's Cube world, where they were assigned to Yomi's room. Sei Ito, who had no interest in Tsutomu Kagura's residence, disappeared with a thought. Then, Sei Ito used the Flying Thunder God technique to go to the less talented or relatively important people, and sent them back into the Rubik's Cube world one by one. Only after that did he also enter the Rubik's Cube world, hovering in the void. At this moment, Sei Ito's thoughts changed, and he summoned his mother Eriko and his elder sister Suzu Ito to his side. Suzu Ito, who suddenly appeared in the void, let out a surprised exclamation. Mother, elder sister, Sei Ito greeted the two of them. Little brother, what are you? Suzu Ito's gaze fell on Sei Ito and asked with a puzzled expression. I've just conquered a world and am preparing to incorporate that world into my world. During this process, there will be a large amount of world laws overflowing, allowing people to observe and comprehend them. It is just right for Mother to cultivate. Ito-sei turned to look at Eriko and explained. Hearing this, Eriko's face immediately showed a look of surprise. As a descendant of an Orthodox family, although the family did not necessarily produce an S-class expert, there would still be one or two A-class experts appearing from time to time. Naturally, the books at home had records of these seniors' experiences on how to upgrade from A-class to S-class. As for Eriko, who had already ascended to Class A with the help of her child, she would often look at these insights while cultivating. Of course, she understood that the core of ascending from Class A to Class S lay in the rules. Naturally, she also knew how difficult it was to comprehend the rules. Now that there was such a unique opportunity, which would definitely make all the experts in the world go crazy, right in front of her, it was no wonder that Eriko was like this. Of course, there are also some shortcomings here. Sei Ito, who took in Eriko's expression, continued to explain, it's the rules that are comprehended here and the world that we live in. The rules of the world that I named the main world are a little strange, and it requires a certain amount of world to correct before one can officially step into the S-class of the main world. Even so, this is a very rare opportunity. Eriko shook her head slightly and sighed. Then, little brother, did you summon me here because you want me to comprehend it? Suzu Ito interjected. Yes. Sei Ito, who turned his head to look at Suzu Ito, nodded and confirmed. After all, elder sister's strength has now reached the peak of Class B and is about to step into Class A. Who knows, you might be able to break through the bottleneck while comprehending it. Smoothly step into Class A. Plus, this is a rare opportunity. I don't want elder sister to miss it. As expected of my little brother, you know to share good things with elder sister. Suzu Ito heard Sei Ito's words and winked at him. Sei Ito chuckled and did not reply. Then his mind moved again. A large amount of fresh food appeared around the three of them, protected and imprisoned by an invisible energy. It was maintained in the state that it was in when it was fresh out of the pot. If mother and elder sister feel hungry during cultivation, eat these things. I have already used a special energy to imprison them in the state when they were fresh out of the pot. No matter when, they will be the freshest. Sei Ito looked at the food floating around him and said. Eriko and Suzu Ito, who also looked at the food floating around them, nodded one after another, indicating that they understood. Well then, mother and elder sister, the two of you can start cultivating. I'm going to start absorbing that world. Sei Ito looked at Eriko and Suzu Ito and said. Eriko and Suzu Ito nodded and immediately sat cross-legged in the void, assuming their usual cultivation posture. They closed their eyes and adjusted their breathing, slowly entering a cultivation state. Seeing that Eriko and Suzu Ito had entered a cultivation state, Sei Ito did not hesitate and immediately ordered the Rubik's Cube to devour the spirit-eating world in his mind. Beginning to seal the space-time passage, as this information appeared in his mind, a large amount of cloud-like energy appeared in front of all the space-time passages except for the one leading to the spirit-eating world. It wriggled and turned into an extremely complicated pattern. Just looking at it would make one feel dizzy and dazzled. It wrapped around the space-time passages hidden in the void and sealed them. Space-time passage seal complete. Beginning to transfer the current space-time point. Beginning to distort the dimension. Dimensional distortion complete. You have officially entered the relative dimensional void space. As soon as the seal was completed, a large section of the current status appeared in Sei Ito's mind. Space-time passage mode conversion commencing. As soon as the information appeared, the space-time passage leading to the spirit-eating world immediately changed. It turned from a huge black vortex into a pitch-black passage. Then, at the end of the passage, which was located at an unknown distance away, it continued to expand until it expanded into a cylindrical body that was wide at one end and narrow at the other. It only stopped when it expanded. In an instant, a bird's-eye view of the spirit-eating world appeared in Sei Ito's eyes. Space-time passage conversion complete. Beginning devouring. As soon as the information appeared, a huge suction force came from the space-time passage. It sucked the entire spirit-eating world like a fruit being sucked, slowly sucking it into the space-time passage. It fell into the boundless ocean in the Rubik's Cube world. As the suction force was produced, a faint power of a natural order began to overflow in front of the passage. As the suction force progressed, it became more obvious and intense. The power of the natural order was the foundation of a world. Was it something that ordinary humans could come into contact with? As soon as the power of the natural order erupted, Suzu Ito, who did not even have a domain, turned pale. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Although Eriko had the protection of her domain and did not look as miserable as Suzu Ito, her face was also slightly pale under the fluctuations of the natural order that continued to erupt. She frowned as if she was enduring something. When Sei Ito saw this, he quickly waved his hand and summoned two streams of natural order to form a barrier around the two of them, blocking the powerful fluctuations of the natural order that were emitted from the power of the natural order. After doing this, and seeing that the two of them were gradually entering a state, Sei Ito also gathered his thoughts and sat cross-legged in the void. He entered a state of meditation with a special breathing technique. He awakened the innate spirit god in the depths of his consciousness to replace the surface consciousness that was entangled by the secular world, moral norms, and other postnatal shackles. He comprehended the core of the natural order that was produced after the collision of the natural order of the spirit-eating world and the Rubik's Cube world. It was also the order that was closest to the common order of the main world. This was to speed up the process of advancing to the S rank of the main world. Sei Ito, who had entered a state of cultivation, did not notice that the devouring process this time was obviously different from the last time. Not only was the devouring speed much faster than before, but there was also an unexpected item that had joined the devouring process. That was the world tree sapling that he had snatched from the hunter's world, not long after Sei Ito entered a state of cultivation. When the world devoured past the initial absorption period, a huge black hole suddenly appeared at the top of the world tree. Under the effect of a strange spatial order, the branches and leaves appeared in the dimensional sea. In the beginning, the world tree sapling that had just appeared was completely unable to adapt to the environment of the dimensional sea. If it were not for the Rubik's Cube mobilizing the natural order of the natural order, it would have withered and died immediately. However, as time passed, the world tree seemed to have awakened some ability and suddenly became slightly adapted to the dimensional sea's environment. It also began to actively absorb spatial dimensional forces other than world power and grew vigorously. With the sudden growth of the world tree, its adaptability became stronger and stronger. In the end, it only needed a small amount of world force to survive safely in the dimensional sea. Another thing worth mentioning was that with the world tree's unexpected addition to the combat power of this devouring action, the dimensional tremors caused by the realignment of dimensional worlds due to the devouring of worlds were greatly weakened and offset. Based on the current situation, even if there was still the influence of the dimensional quake in the end, it wouldn't take as long as half a year for the main world to recover from the devouring of the Leluxiu world. Like this, an unknown number of days passed. As the space-time channel leading to the spirit-eating world gradually closed and disappeared, the swallowing operation was successfully completed. The spirit-eating world had been transformed into a continent within the magic cube world. After exiting the cultivation state, Sei Ito, who slowly opened his eyes, exhaled a long breath and thought to himself, "Phew, based on the current state, before the dimensional quake calms down, I can definitely step into level S smoothly." At the same time, Eriko and Suzu Ito on the side also exited from the cultivation state. Based on their performance, they both had great gains. Among them, his mother Eriko's aura was more stable, far more than before. In terms of feeling, it was not much different from the veteran-level A powerhouses that Sei Ito had seen before. As for Suzu Ito, who was originally at the peak of level B, just as Sei Ito had expected, she successfully broke through the bottleneck under the impact of the rule power and stepped into the level A domain, becoming a powerhouse. However, due to the time gap, she did not have a good grasp of her current strength. If she really fought with others, she would probably be at the bottom of level A. Ugh, I'm so tired, and my body feels so sticky. Mom, let's go back and wash up quickly. Suzu Ito, who stood up from the void, said with a frown as she touched the skin on her arm. Okay. After hearing Suzu Ito's words, Eriko, who also felt a little uncomfortable on her body, agreed with a smile. Seeing this, Sei Ito did not need the two to say anything. He directly sent Suzu Ito and Eriko back to their home in the ecological city. Meanwhile, he appeared in the void above the spirit-eating world that had turned into a continent. Forget it, don't think of any troublesome names. Let's call it the spirit-eating continent. Sei Ito whispered to himself. Then he mobilized the rules of the Rubik's Cube world, separating the spirit-eating continent and the sea continent into a state similar to a semi-parallel world. He also connected the spirit vein and reincarnation system used to transport souls in the spirit-eating world with the great reincarnation system of the Rubik's Cube world. The moment the reincarnation system was connected, the souls in the spirit-eating continent's spirit vein seemed to have found a home. They rushed into the core of the great reincarnation system of the Rubik's Cube world, and then were scattered in batches above the Rubik's Cube world, the sea continent, and the spirit-eating continent to be reincarnated. Seeing that the reincarnation system had begun to operate, Sei Ito's mind moved. A large number of flickering light spots, like fireflies, floated out from the heads of the humans living on the spirit-eating continent and flew into the void above the Rubik's Cube world. They gathered into a river of light and went into the manifested willpower energy cluster, providing new energy for the willpower energy cluster that was still in the incubation stage, promoting the growth and evolution of the willpower energy cluster. Looking at this state, after devouring one or two more worlds, the willpower energy cluster will enter the awakening stage. His mind connected with Sei Ito, who was the core of the willpower energy cluster, and felt the current state of the willpower energy cluster. However, because the willpower energy cluster has been controlled by my consciousness since birth, it has already been in the awakening state since birth. This way, the willpower energy cluster that has entered the awakening state will be on par with an Alea that has entered the growing state. This way, it can even talk to the Alea of some worlds or the planet's willpower. This kind of thing is still a bit far away for the time being. Let's deal with the hidden dangers on the spirit-eating continent first. Thinking of this, Sei Ito immediately gathered some of the drifting thoughts in his mind. He mobilized the rules of the Rubik's Cube to transfer Kro Tengu, the immortal sealed under Hibiya Garden in the spirit-eating continent, into the void. Then, without giving Kro Tengu, who had just broken free from the seal and was still in a state of mourning, any chance to react, Xian directly used the power of the rules to imprison it. He then unfolded a huge sage stone refining formation under its body. The next moment, the refining formation suddenly released a blood-like scarlet light and began to transform Kro Tengu into the form of a sage stone. Roar! Kro Tengu, who felt pain and anger, roared and struggled. However, the world it lived in had already become a continent in the Rubik's Cube world. How could it break free from the shackles formed by the rules of the cube? It could only endure the refining formation without any effect and gradually transform into the form of sage stone. Chapter 940. Kro Tengu was quite in line with the title it had, Immortal. Under the effect of the refining array, its huge life and soul power persisted for more than 10 minutes before it was completely exhausted, making its body change into a deep color, as if it was refined from the life and soul of hundreds of thousands of people. The three great monsters of Japan, Kyubi, Kro Tengu, Shitendaji. Now I've seen Kyubi and Kro Tengu, but I don't know when I'll see the last great monster, Shitendaji. Sei Ito, who held the sage stone in his hand, said to himself with a chuckle. Now, let's add the rules I just comprehended to the Rubik's Cube world. Sei Ito, who put away the sage stone, sighed. Then he gently closed his eyes and took over the entire Rubik's Cube world with his own consciousness. He added the new rules he comprehended and purified in the collision of worlds into the Rubik's Cube world, making the rules of the Rubik's Cube world closer to the rules of the main world. How did the world tree grow taller? And the feeling it gives people is different? In the process of modifying the rules, Sei Ito, who suddenly saw the changes of the world tree, was surprised. As soon as his voice fell, the Rubik's Cube showed Sei Ito's mind what the world tree did in the process of devouring the spirit-eating world and the reason for its mutation. So that's how it is. Sei Ito, who finished browsing the information, said with a look of realization. It turned out that although the world tree brought back by Ito-sei was a sapling of the world tree, it was a sapling of the world tree that had degenerated to a certain extent. In addition to having the ability to absorb magma, air, water, sunlight, and other special and unspecial energy as nutrients for growth, it also had the ability to grow. It had almost lost the ability to breed elves like in the legends, as well as the ability to support the world and connect the infinite dimensions. But this world tree was very lucky. It met Sei Ito, a person who had the basic energy of the universe, world force, and received the full infusion of world force. Therefore, under the stimulation of the power of the world, not only did the world tree obtain the nourishment to grow anew, but it also activated some of the primal abilities hidden in its body. However, although the ability was activated, if there was no specific environment to stimulate it, this ability would gradually fall asleep again. Coincidentally, Seito had returned to the spirit-eating world at Nether's request and began to conquer and devour this world that had no extra worlds, planets, or collective human consciousness. It was the best way to activate the world tree's ability. Therefore, under the dual cooperation of the magic cube and the world tree, the world tree once again obtained a powerful characteristic that could only be obtained in its original form. However, because the world tree was still a sapling, it couldn't act as a pillar of heaven and a bridge that connected the infinite worlds like an adult tree. However, the foundation was there, and the only thing it lacked now was a world. Seito sighed softly. Fisk, as expected, planting trees is a good thing for the future. After understanding the cause and effect, Seito sighed. Then, he ignored the changes of the world tree and continued to focus on adding and modifying the rules of the Magic Cube world. Because rules were often connected or related to each other, Seito's addition and modification took more than a month to completely finish. However, it wasn't without gains. In the process of adding and modifying rules, Seito once again comprehended the existing rules and gained a lot of new insights and insights. He was getting closer and closer to rank S of the main world. He believed that as long as he returned to the main world and cultivated seriously for a while, he could officially step into the ranks of rank S masters. Seito gently exhaled and opened his eyes. All right, that's it for now. If this continues, I really won't be able to suppress it. Magic Cube, send me back to the main world, Seito then ordered. As soon as his voice fell, a huge vortex suddenly appeared above his head. It spun at high speed and sucked Seito into it, causing him to turn into a stream of light that instantly plunged into the center of the vortex and disappeared like a bubble. The next moment, accompanied by the familiar sound of glass breaking, Seito's figure appeared at the shrine home in Akano, Japan. I don't know what date it is now. I shouldn't have missed my sister's friend's wedding date. Thinking so, Seito flipped his hand and took out his phone to check the current date. March 2nd. Fortunately, I didn't miss my sister's friend's wedding date. Although Seito already had some guesses in his heart, after confirming that he didn't miss the date, he still breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed. At this moment, a text message notification came from a phone in his hand. Seito felt a little strange and immediately opened the mailbox interface to check. February 23rd, 2014, a missed call. Caller's name, Karakimai. February 24th, 2014, a missed call. Caller's name, Karakimai. February 24th, 2614, a missed call. Caller's name, unknown. Seito was speechless. Similar missed call notifications, as well as the mailbox messages, were continuously reflected in his eyes. After more than 2 minutes, Seito, who had finished browsing through the messages, chuckled and dialed Karakimai's phone number. Hello, I'm Karakimai. Soon, Karakimai's voice came from the phone. It's me, Seito. Seito, who turned around and sat down, said with a smile. Oh, it's you. What's the matter? Karakimai's voice was a little cold. What's wrong? Are you angry? Seito, who roughly understood why Karakimai was acting like this, asked with a smile. I'm not anyone to you. Why would I be angry? Karakimai asked calmly. You're already like this, and you're still saying that you're not angry. How much of a hypocrite are you? Seito laughed and teased. Without waiting for Karakimai to speak, he continued. Okay, listen to my explanation. The reason why I couldn't get through to you and didn't reply to your email for so long is because I've been busy recently. Communication is prohibited there. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ignored your calls and emails. Look at me now. Didn't I call you as soon as I received the message from the information desk? Then he changed the topic and laughed again. Oh right, speaking of work, I brought you some gifts. I guarantee you'll like them. Even though you said that, why can't I believe you? Kurakimai said. That's because you always treat everything I say as a joke. But after seeing my gifts, I'm sure you'll believe me. Ito said nonchalantly. I hope so. Kurakimai's tone carried a hint of warning. But at this point, it meant that the matter of not answering the phone and not replying to the emails was temporarily put aside. They could talk about it after they met. By the way, why were you looking for me? Ito, who had temporarily appeased Kurakimai, changed the topic. It's all because of you. Kurakimai sighed and said when she heard the question. What? Ito asked in confusion. Last time, we met two of my juniors at a certain private club. Do you still remember? Kurakimai asked. After Ito responded, she continued to say helplessly. After they went back, they gossiped about me having dinner with you. So, many of my friends called and begged to meet you. That's right, Kurakimai said helplessly. Sure, no problem. Ito finally understood what those people wanted. He smiled and said, this way, we could be together openly in the future. Tizka, what a narcissist, Kurakimai said in a disdainful tone. She then asked, when are you free? I'm free these days, Ito replied. I see. I'll let you know when my friends are free. Kurakimai thought for a while and replied. Okay. Ito agreed. Then he said again, but if you're free, let's meet in the next 2 days. I'll give you your gifts and help you with the foot massage we agreed on last time. Then let's meet in the afternoon the day after tomorrow at XX's place. Kurakimai agreed after a pause. Okay, it's a deal. Ito smiled. Okay. Kurakimai responded. Then Kurakimai and Ito chatted for a while before hanging up. Then, Ito dialed one of the unknown numbers in the message notification. Hello, I'm Maori Kenji. A middle-aged man's voice came from the phone. Maori Kenji? Ito frowned when he heard the name. Then he remembered who this person was. It was one of the representatives who gathered at Moriaka's house to discuss the new policies of the Environment Ministry after the New Year's conference. So it's Mr. Maori. Hello, I'm Ito. I don't know what you called about. My family is unfortunate. Maori Kenji immediately sighed when he heard the question. His tone was full of regret. Then, without giving Ito time to react, he continued, my youngest son, Shiji, was detained by the Environment Ministry for some reason a week ago. Although I wanted to use my old face to ask CEO Kobayashi to be merciful, but after asking around, I heard that your family has a good relationship with the Ministry of Environment and Environment, especially the second room's Chief Kobayashi. So I would like to ask Mr. Ito to ask Chief Kobayashi to be merciful and let my family Shiji go. Chapter 941. Hearing Maori Construction's request on the phone, Ito felt speechless. He really didn't know how Maori Construction found out about his family, especially his relationship with Kobayashi, the second head of the Ministry of Environment, who was responsible for the management of special people in Japan. After all, when he was just reborn, he was also caught and schemed against by that woman. Could it be that someone deliberately leaked the wrong information? But if that's the case, why? Ito frowned slightly. Maori-san, can I ask where you got this information from? Ito, who couldn't think of any clues, had to ask. I learned it from Moriaka Patriarch. Although he didn't know why Ito asked this, Maori Construction didn't hesitate to tell him the source of the information. Moriaka Patriarch. While repeating the name, Ito couldn't help but think of the middle-aged man who led the alliance to resist the new policies of the Ministry of Environment. It's him. It's really inexplicable. I'm sorry, Maori-san, the situation of my family is not like the information you received, that we have a good relationship with Kobayashi, the second head of the Ministry of Environment. Instead, we have a cold relationship with the second head of the Ministry of Environment. It can even be said that we are opposing each other, so I can't help you with your request. I'm sorry. Ito refused apologetically. A surprised voice immediately came from the phone. Is what you said true? Maori Construction still asked with some disbelief. Indeed, because more than a year ago, I fell into the hands of the Ministry of Environment for some reason. My family paid a high price to redeem me. So no matter what the situation is, it's impossible for my family to have a good relationship with the second head of the Ministry of Environment. In order to avoid Maori construction thinking that he was being perfunctory and unwilling to help and causing unnecessary misunderstanding and hostility, Seito straightforwardly revealed his family's background to ease his mind. So that's how it is. Sure enough, Maori construction's tone was a lot better after hearing this explanation, and he said with understanding, "I don't know what price your family paid to redeem you." Then, Maori construction asked with a slightly cautious tone, "I shared the results of a secret technique in my family with the Ministry of Environment," Seito said lightly. Maori construction immediately fell silent when he heard this. Only after a short while. After a while, he said with a tired voice, "I understand. Sorry to disturb you." "I'm sorry I couldn't help you," Seito said politely. No. I'm sorry. Maori construction said politely, and then hung up the phone. Patriarch Moriaka, I hope you didn't do it on purpose. I don't mind killing an outsider like you. Ito-sei, who put away the phone, narrowed his eyes and said. Then, Ito took out the Bounty Union's mission center, opened it, logged into his account, and released a bounty mission to find the secret magic book. Then, he put away the mission center, activated the Flying Thunder God, disappeared from his home, and appeared in France. In the room of Elsie, the blonde woman with the code name Red Rose, who is a C+ level fragrance control ability user originally belonging to the Fire Scorpion mercenary group. The moment Ito appeared, a hidden force invaded his body and began to affect his consciousness control of his body. Ito, who was once hostile to the Fire Scorpion mercenary group and was attacked by this ability, knew. This was a special fragrance created by Elsie that could block the connection between the consciousness and the body. The ability to generate electricity could replace nerve conduction signals. She forcibly connected the consciousness and the body to get rid of the control of the fragrance. Crackle! The sudden sound of a slight electric explosion immediately woke up Elsie, who was sleeping on the wide bed at this time. Elsie, who woke up from her sleep, did not immediately open her eyes and get up. Instead, she maintained her sleeping posture, but secretly increased the content of the special fragrance in the room to paralyze and capture the enemy. "Elsie, it's me," Seito, who knew the change in the room from the strange feeling in his body, said. Hearing the familiar voice, Elsie immediately opened her eyes and sat up from the bed while putting away the special fragrance. She lifted the quilt and got up without any intention to hide her naked body. She greeted Seito, "Boss, I'm here to get the book." Seito, who was admiring Elsie's naked body, said, "Please wait a moment." Elsie nodded, then turned around and walked to the desk. She bent down and opened the drawer of the desk. She took out a book that was similar in size and thickness to the dark Holy Scripture in his hand. It was wrapped in a piece of craft paper and tied with a white string in the shape of a cross. Elsie, who was holding the book, walked in front of Ito and handed the book over. Ito reached out and took the book. In front of Elsie, he broke the string, opened the craft paper, and looked at the cover of the book. Spring and Autumn Equinox. This was one of the 3 books of Aleister Crowley's works that Ito was looking for in the previous bounty mission. The book recorded almost all the secrets of the Magic Association. It was only sold once, and there were very few copies of it. "Have you received any news recently?" Ito asked as he flipped open the book and browsed through the content. "There's indeed a piece of news related to you, boss." Elsie nodded and said. When Ito looked up at her, she said, "About a month ago, the news about you suddenly spread among the mercenaries. The news said that as long as you can provide information about you to the priest in the church, especially the information about your specific location, you can get some holy water from the church. The kind of holy water that contains light energy and can heal, repel magic, and cleanse weapons." Seito raised his eyebrows and asked. "Yes." Elsie's blue eyes looked at Seito and confirmed. They're really willing. Itose smiled awkwardly. At the same time, he also understood that the Church of Rome had no way to deal with people like him. After he suffered a loss once, he directly used the Black Sphere system for his mobile phone signal instead of the communication company and satellite. He couldn't use modern technology to locate him, and he always used the Flying Thunder God technique to move back and forth between Europe and Asia. He also hid in places like the demonic realm, where the Church couldn't enter for a long time and didn't come out for a long time. Therefore, they were ready to mobilize the power of the believers and other extraordinary means to mobilize the enthusiasm of the people around the world to help find Sei Ito's traces. Is there any other news? Sei Ito asked again. There is one more news that is less certain, Elsie said with a frown. What? Sei Ito asked with some interest. It is said that the Knights of the Round Table in the United Kingdom are collecting a large number of strange special materials all over the world. However, I've checked the Bounty Union's material missions in the past few months. Although it's not obvious, there are indeed some strange signs. It's just that I'm not sure if they all point to the Knights of the Round Table in the end. Elsie explained. Try to keep an eye on it. When Elsie mentioned the Knights of the Round Table, Sei Ito suddenly had a strange feeling in his heart. It was as if something done by this organization would definitely be related to him in the end. It was worrying. Yes, Elsie accepted the order. It seems that you have been training very hard during this period of time. Your strength has already reached the peak of C+. Sei Ito glanced at the naked Elsie and said. Then, under the gaze of Elsie, who had a feeling in her heart and a look of expectation on her face, he flipped his hand and took out a tube of ability advancement potion and handed it to her. He continued, This is an improvement potion. The effect is more intense. Use it carefully. Thank you, boss. Elsie excitedly reached out with both hands to take the potion and thanked him. Okay, I am leaving. If there is any new news, use the mission terminal or text me. Sei Ito said. Yes. Elsie, who was holding the ability advancement potion tightly in her hand, suppressed the excitement on her face and replied loudly. By the way, here are 3 more potions. Just as Sei Ito was about to leave, he suddenly stopped what he was doing and took out 3 potions of different colors and handed them to Elsie. The black one is the whitening potion, the blue one is the youth potion, and the light yellow one is the breast enhancement potion. You should know their effect from their names. Yes, Elsie smiled and said, It is very simple to use. Other than the whitening potion, which needs to be diluted in water, the other 2 potions can be applied directly on the outside. Consider it an extra reward for you. Sei Ito explained. Thank you, boss. Elsie showed a charming expression on her face and thanked him. Sei Ito smiled and accepted Elsie's gratitude. He then used the Flying Thunder God technique and returned to the shrine in Akakarino City. He sat in his room and started reading the new book, Equinox of Spring and Autumn. A day and a half passed quickly as he silently read. In the blink of an eye, it was the time for the appointment with Kurakimai. Ito Seiji closed the book and put it away. He directly used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to appear near the agreed place and slowly moved to the agreed place. A few minutes later, Sei Ito successfully arrived at the appointed place and saw Kurakimai, who had also just arrived. Sorry, I am late. Sei Ito apologized with a smile. I just arrived too. Kurakimai replied. The 2 of them didn't stay in the same spot for long. They chatted casually as they strolled along the street that was almost empty. Chapter 942. P.S. Thank you to C Starburning C, Nickfany, 520052005200, Instakill Potato, and Moondream for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to Instakill Potato and Night Road AS1 for their tips. Happy National Day to everyone. I'm trying my best to write, hoping to be able to write the 4th chapter. After strolling around and having dinner together, the 2 of them arrived at the apartment that Kurakimai bought in downtown Tokyo. The apartment was located on a very low floor with only 4 floors. Each floor had 3 doors. Therefore, the space in the room behind each door was very large. It was a rare large room in Japanese architecture, except for single-family buildings. Perhaps it was because Kurakimai liked large spaces, or perhaps she had other plans. Other than the bedroom and bathroom, the living room and kitchen were all connected together, making it look spacious and spacious at first glance. The floor was covered with dark brown wooden flooring. A huge TV of about 100 inches was placed in front of the wall. A black rectangular multi-seater sofa and a single seat were placed in front of the TV near the kitchen. In terms of format, whether it was cooking or eating, one could watch the programs on the TV. Kurakimai first took out a bottle of drink for Sei Ito from the fridge and placed it on the black glass coffee table in front of him. Then, he turned around and went back into the bedroom. He took off his trendy formal suit and changed into casual clothes. Are you disappointed that you didn't get to see the gift I mentioned? Did you think I was lying to you? Sei Ito leaned forward and put the drink back on the table. He looked at Kurakimai, who was sitting on the sofa, and asked with a smile. That's right. Yes, you liar. Sei Ito took the initiative to mention it. Kurakimai didn't suppress his emotions and answered straightforwardly. Ha, I knew it. Sei Ito laughed happily. What are you laughing at? Kurakimai said angrily. Okay, now it's time to witness a miracle. Sei Ito didn't want to provoke Kurakimai anymore. He gradually stopped smiling and spread out his hands. He looked at Kurakimai and said pretentiously, Do you think you're Lu Qian? As a magician who had been to Japan many times and performed in related variety shows, he was well known. Even Kurakimai, who didn't pay much attention to magic, would occasionally overhear this famous phrase from her friends or colleagues. She said sarcastically, That's right. I'm much stronger than Lu Qian. Sei Ito smiled carelessly. No matter what, his technique is just a kind of high-end deception that uses the environment, group psychology, and skilled skills to achieve. As for me, I have a real superpower. It's not something he can do. All right, open your eyes wide and watch. Sei Ito laughed. After that, she magically extended her hands in front of Kurakimai. She waved her hands violently, and a large bag made of leather appeared on the coffee table in front of Kurakimai and Sei Ito. It looked like it was bought from a Chinese medicine store. There were 3 test tubes in black, blue, and light yellow colors. Kurakimai's eyes widened when she saw the things that suddenly appeared in front of her. Her face was full of shock. However, Kurakimai was someone who had seen a lot of things, so she quickly recovered from her shock. She pointed at the things on the coffee table and looked at Sei Ito. This is the gift you want to give me? To be precise, these 3 are the gifts I want to give you. Sei Ito pointed at the 3 test tubes and smiled. As for the bag, it's the Chinese medicine for your feet to soak before the foot massage. You are indeed Mai. I didn't expect you to recover from your shock so quickly. Sei Ito praised as he retracted his hand. Although what you said was exaggerated, this performance is no different from Lu Qian's magic. Both of them used words to attract attention, and then used skillful movements to create the illusion of an item suddenly appearing. Kurakimai analyzed like a detective. She then looked at Sei Ito with praise and said, I have to say, your acting skills are not bad. I was indeed fooled for a moment. Sai, why don't you believe me? Sei Ito shook his head helplessly. Because your integrity is too low in front of me. Kurakimai replied bluntly. Forget it. Go get a basin of water. I will prepare the medicine for you. Sei Ito didn't hesitate. Kurakimai got up from the sofa and walked into the bathroom. Soon, she returned with a plastic basin filled with water. She placed the plastic basin on the floor and sat down on the sofa. Seeing this, Ito-sei stood up and walked around the coffee table to the basin. He turned around and opened the craft paper bag on the coffee table. He put the medicinal materials that had been prepared into the basin one by one and heated the water temperature with his own ability. Very quickly, wisps of steam rose from the basin. Huh! Kurakimai instinctively exclaimed when she saw the steam rising from the basin. All right, let's test the water temperature. See if you can handle it. Sei Ito looked up and smiled at Kurakimai. Kuraki Mai was curious as she removed her sockless feet from the cartoon-like plush slippers. She pressed the tip of her toes down and carefully touched the water temperature. Good soup. Kuraki Mai immediately retracted her feet as soon as she touched the water. Then, she looked at Ito in surprise and asked, "How did you do it?" It's simple. Just like this." Ito flipped his right palm and gently raised it in front of him. He summoned a baseball-sized blazing fireball and said with a smile, "Is this real?" Kuraki Mai wanted to touch the fireball, but was afraid of hurting herself. She asked in surprise, "Of course." Ito waved his hand, and a piece of white paper appeared in his left hand. He touched the fireball with the end of the white paper. Whoosh! Instantly, the white paper burst into flames and turned into black ash that drifted down to the coffee table. But at this moment, Ito's psychokinesis spread out, wrapping all the black ashes and controlling them to revolve around his right index finger like a satellite ring. "Do you believe me now?" Ito smiled as he extended his hand in front of Kuraki Mai to let her feel the black ash. Ever since the appearance of the magical beasts, Kuraki Mai knew that there were people with special abilities in this world that no one knew about. However, when such a person appeared in front of her, and even had a good relationship with her, Kuraki Mai was still shocked. She could only nod her head blankly, not knowing what to say. "So, the reason why I couldn't answer your call wasn't because I was lying to you. It was because I was in a place where you couldn't reach me. Do you understand?" Ito used his ability to throw the black ash into the trash can and held Kuraki Mai's hand. He looked at her and said gently, "Yes." Kuraki Mai nodded. "Okay, soak your feet first," Ito said. Kuraki Mai, who had suddenly turned into a petite woman, obediently dipped her toes into the water. She endured the high temperature and submerged her entire foot into the water. Then, she dipped her other foot into the basin as well. "Now, let me tell you what my present is." Ito walked to Kuraki Mai's side and sat on the sofa's armrest. He stretched his left arm over her shoulder and waved his right hand to grab the 3 potions that flew into his hand. There are 3 types of potions in these potions, but they aren't ordinary potions that you can find in the market. They are products developed by special people like us. Ito explained to Kuraki Mai, who was looking at the potions. "This black one is a whitening potion. Don't underestimate the small size of this potion. When mixed with water, it can be used to make a bathtub full of whitening potions. Just like its name, it can expel toxins from the human body and remove marks on the skin. It is a unique potion that can completely whiten the skin." Ito then explained how to use the blue bottle of youth potion and the light yellow bottle of breast enlargement potion. However, these potions will heat up the body and consume a lot of stamina. So, you should prepare some food to replenish your energy before using them. Also, you should have enough rest to prevent it from affecting your work, Ito said at the end. "Thank you." Kuraki Mai took the potions and thanked him. "If you really want to thank me, can you let me apply the breast enlargement potion for you personally?" Ito asked shamelessly. "Go to hell." Kuraki Mai slammed her shoulder into Ito's stomach. She was embarrassed and angry. Just like that, they chatted and laughed, and the time for soaking their feet passed silently. Kuraki Mai wiped her feet with a towel and put her feet on Ito's lap. She said like a queen, "Let's start." Ito smiled and held Kuraki Mai's feet. There were no scars on her feet. Her feet were plump, and her blood vessels were not visible like some women's. He started massaging her feet according to the acupuncture points. Under Ito's special technique, Kuraki Mai's body quickly heated up. At the same time, she opened her mouth and let out a comfortable moan. Kuraki Mai felt that the moans were too embarrassing. She immediately clenched her teeth and endured it with a blush on her face. Perhaps it was too comfortable. Kuraki Mai gradually fell asleep during the massage. Ito stopped what he was doing. He used telekinesis to lift Kuraki Mai up and sent her back to her bedroom. He covered her with a blanket and put away the basin in the living room. Then, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to return home. He took out the book Spring and Autumn Equinox and started reading. Chapter 943. After that, everything returned to normal. Ito-sei either stayed at home reading the Spring and Autumn Equinox or went to the Great Merlin Library in the Magic Realm to copy magic books to fill his confidential library. However, it was worth mentioning that since their meeting that day, Kuraki Mai and Ito-sei's relationship had become even closer. Every now and then, they would send each other a text message to greet each other or call each other for 10 to 20 minutes. During this period, Kuraki Mai finally agreed on a time and place to meet with her friends and told Sei-Ito about it. With a soft sound, Sei-Ito closed the Spring and Autumn Equinox that he had finished reading. My knowledge has increased. Sei-Ito sighed softly after he put away the Spring and Autumn Equinox. The book, Equinox of Spring and Autumn, was all about secret magic rituals such as Golden Dawn that were widely spread in the magic circle, or a small number of secret magic rituals. However, unlike the general books, Equinox's content was more detailed and straightforward. Even ordinary people who had not been exposed to magic and mysticism could read and learn it smoothly as long as they had a normal IQ and understood the meaning of words. And the most exaggerated thing was that Spring and Autumn Equinox itself didn't look like an introduction book at all. It was more like a teaching magic book. The introduction of the magic ritual had reached the point of breaking it down. It explained in detail the meaning of each step in the ritual for ordinary people, the truth hidden in every action, the mystery described in every word and figure. No wonder this book eventually became a rare secret book. It was no longer circulated. After that, Sei-Ito used Flying Thunder God technique to leave home and appeared on the streets of England. He entered the magical realm from the secret entrance and went straight to the Great Merlin Library. The target has entered the library. Just as Ito-sei entered the Great Merlin Library, a man with stubble stood not far from the Great Merlin Library. He could see the entrance of the Great Merlin Library. The middle-aged man, who looked decadent, pressed a button on his collar and whispered. Ito-sei, who had no idea that he was being watched, was still flipping through the books in the library like a prodigal son and a psychopath. But in fact, he was secretly copying the books. A few hours later, the target is here, move out. The sloppy man who was still sitting in the same corner and observing the entrance of the library suddenly said. As his voice fell, four tough-looking white European men suddenly rushed out from the pedestrians in front of the Great Merlin Library and quickly came to Sei-Ito's side like a gust of wind. Two of them punched Sei-Ito's upper body. Two of them crouched and attacked Sei-Ito's legs as if they had practiced countless times. Sei-Ito didn't panic when he felt the attack. He raised his hands to block the fists of the two men who attacked his upper body, and at the same time, he raised his feet to open to dodge the attacks from below and kick the abdomen of the two men who attacked his upper body. Bang! Under Sei-Ito's kick, the two men's bodies couldn't help but retreat. What a strong resistance, Sei-Ito thought when he saw that the two men didn't fly out as he had expected. Sei-Ito didn't pay attention to the two men. His feet landed heavily on the legs of the two men who attacked his lower body. The two men's reactions weren't slow either. They immediately pulled back their legs and turned sideways, making Sei-Ito's feet miss. The tremendous force carried by his feet immediately caused two shallow depressions to appear on the magically reinforced floor in front of the Grand Library. At this time, the two men who had pulled back their legs once again kicked straight out. Once again, they split their kicks into the middle and lower body and aimed at Sei-Ito's waist and knee joints. Sei-Ito's feet shook, and he turned into a black shadow, instantly escaping from the two men's attacks. He dodged the two men's attacks by a hair's breadth. However, the moment Sei-Ito stood still, several chains made of wind shot out from all directions. They were like incorporeal snakes, trying to bind Sei-Ito's body. Kaunaz! Sei-Ito shouted in a low voice. Kaunaz, Karnaz, originated from the ancient Norse language. It was a type of rune language, and its basic pronunciation was K. It meant torch and fire. Therefore, The moment Ito-sei whispered these words, a large number of fireballs suddenly appeared around him and flew towards the wind lock that was flying towards him. Boom, 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 boom. The moment the wind and fire energy collided, there was an intense explosion. A large amount of white energy smoke spread out from where the two collided, forming a cloud that hid Sei Ito's body. Osses, Sei Ito chanted again in a voice that only he could hear. Osses, ants, originated from the ancient Norse language. It was one of the 24 runes, and its basic pronunciation was It meant kind-hearted person and God Odin. It meant wisdom, inspiration, trance, poetry, language, song, incantation, spirit, and everything that belonged to Odin. This time, Sei Ito's meaning was spirit and trance. Thus, after the incantation fell, Sei Ito's body instantly became blurry, and in the next moment, he disappeared from the energy smoke that was about to disperse. Close combat units, double-back defense. Mages quickly used detection magic to lock onto the enemy. The order that came from nowhere rang in the ears of the 4 European men and the mages who suddenly appeared on top of the houses on both sides of Merlin Street. How bold! They actually dared to commit murder on Merlin Street. Aren't they afraid of being treated as terrorists by the patrolling mages of the demonic realm? Ito-sei, who quietly cast a positioning spell on one of the mages, broke away from the encirclement and walked out of the demonic realm, while laughing in his heart. But the influence of the church is really big. Even the mages who are the least likely to have faith have their followers and spies. It seems like I have to be more careful when moving around in the demonic realm in the future. Then, Sei Ito slightly frowned as he thought to himself. The reason why Sei Ito suspected the church and not any other organization was because the aura of the 4 men was too pure. It would be difficult for him to shift the target to the sage parliament that he had offended before. Of course, if there was an organization that had the power to invite these guys with pure aura to do the dirty work, Sei Ito couldn't do anything about it. He could only investigate after the matter was over. At this time, Sei Ito finally arrived in front of the entrance of the demonic realm. Since the members of the church dared to enter the demonic realm to capture him, they naturally thought about the possibility of him escaping if they failed. Therefore, they scattered the capture team in a specific group to the few exits of the demonic realm. Therefore, as soon as Sei Ito came out of the demonic realm, a small team of 4 knights and several mages came into his sight. At the same time, a shackling force came from the shining magic array under his feet and restrained his energy. Fortunately, the other party was also afraid of accidentally attacking other mages, so other than the full power of the magic array, no one attacked as soon as they came out. This gave Sei Ito time to breathe and a chance to launch a counterattack. Open for me. Ito-sei, who had released his energy outside his body and interfered with the operation of the magic array, shouted and forcibly broke free from the confinement magic array. Bam! Then, along with a cracking sound, Ito-sei, who had stepped on the ground, suddenly rushed to the knight, whose pupils shrank. He threw a punch at the knight's face. However, this was a feint. Just as the knight who was wearing light armor, made with modern technology and magic, dodged, Sei Ito used Shadow Dance and disappeared in front of him. Then, when the knight's companion shouted, "Be careful," Sei Ito used Mountain Lean to hit the hole in the knight's chest. Bam! The knight felt like he was hit by a moving train, and his body flew backward uncontrollably. Like a projectile thrown by Sei Ito, he crashed into his companion behind him. Just when the knight's companions chose to dodge and prepared to let the knight with the protection of the armor fly out and hit the wall, Ito-sei, who had just finished an attack, waved his arm, and several electric lights immediately rushed to the remaining 3 knights and the magicians behind them like guns. Lord, be with me. One of the knights rushed forward with a fearless and sacrificial spirit, arriving in front of the lightning spear's path. He let out a loud shout and released a bright white energy that emitted a dense aura of light, forming an energy barrier in front of the lightning spear. Crackle, crackle. Boom. An explosion and a cloud of white dust spread out in front of the knight. Saito didn't expect the lightning attack to have much effect. He immediately jumped up from the ground and rolled over the knight's energy barrier. He stretched his body and waved his arms in midair, releasing countless faint traces of wind blades towards the magicians who were preparing their spells. Then, without even looking, he teleported behind one of the knights and punched the knight's back with the monstrous strength fist technique he developed in the world of hunters. Boom! In an instant, a loud bang sounded. Even though the knight's armor had a magical defense barrier, it was almost instantly broken by Ito's giant fist. The huge force carried by the fist directly hit the surface of the armor, shattering the surface of the alloy armor. The remaining force bombarded the knight's body. Chapter 944. Wah! Even though the magic barrier and armor had reduced a certain amount of power, the remaining force of the punch still managed to injure the knight's body, which had been tempered by countless trials and hardships. The knight opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and he had to use the sword in his hand to support himself on the ground to prevent himself from falling to the ground. Imbued force change, heart destruction palm. Seeing that the knight was trying to protect Ito-sei, who had died under his attack, he unclenched his fist and pressed it against the knight's bare back in the next second. Puff! How could the knight, who was already seriously injured, withstand such a strong attack that penetrated his body? His eyes widened as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was full of unwillingness as he gradually lost his life. Pierce! At this moment, the roars of his companions echoed in the area that was cleared and sealed off by the British police. Sensing the death of a knight in front of him, Saito stretched out his arm and landed on the hilt of the European-style sword in the knight's hand. His 5 fingers closed together and forcefully took the sword from the knight's hand. Plop! Without the support of the sword, the knight's body fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a small cloud of dust and staining the knight's face that was still covered in blood. I'm puzzled. Why do you guys all make things difficult for me? I don't remember doing anything that went against the religious organizations, right? Ito, who was familiar with the situation of the sword, tilted his head and looked at the other 2 knights who were angrily looking at him and asked, "You blasphemer, don't pretend anymore. You know what you've done," said one of them, except for his tattered clothes. The magician, who was not injured at all, shouted, "Even if I did something, it was in the dimensional world. Do you guys even know what happened in the dimensional world?" Ito, who was secretly complaining in his heart, casually glanced at the magicians who were injured by the wind blades and said, "It seems that your strength is not bad." However, the magician no longer had the mood to talk to Ito and ordered loudly, "Set up the formation." After he finished speaking, the magicians behind him, who seemed to be in a sorry state, immediately moved. They each chose a seemingly random position, but in fact there was a mystery behind it. It was as if something had been activated, and a misty light immediately appeared on all the magicians' bodies. Saito saw this and frowned. He looked up and saw that it was already dusk. He could vaguely see the traces of stars in the sky. He showed a look of realization, combining the characteristics of ancient Babylonian astrology. Retracting his gaze, Ito-sei looked at the mage and said in a low voice. He looked over the human wall formed by the knight who was sent flying by the mountain lean and returned to the team. Today is the middle of March. Late March. The corresponding constellation should be Pisces. The guardian planet should be Neptune, with a water attribute and a green color. Based on this inference, Neptune should be a water attribute. The types of magic attack should be ice and water, as well as a small amount of psychedelic magic. At the same time, Ito began to analyze the various data of the magic formation with his own knowledge. Just as well, I have more or less understood the attributes of the sword. It's time to attack. After thinking, Ito fiercely lifted his foot and stomped on the ground. A powerful tremor, like an earthquake, spread out in all directions with Ito's foot as the center. At the same time, Thin and long cracks extended from Ito's foot and rushed towards the three church knights and magicians behind them. Following that, Ito's figure flashed and appeared in front of two of the knights who were on high alert. Even in the sudden tremor, they were not distracted. Ito swung the European-style long sword in his hand, which was emitting a faint white light under the stimulation of energy towards the head of one of the knights. The two knights facing Ito didn't even look at each other. Very tacitly, one of them raised his sword to block the incoming attack, while the other swung his sword towards Ito's body. But at this moment, Ito's long sword suddenly paused. With a 180-degree turn of his wrist, the tip of the long sword pointed towards the ground to meet the incoming attack. At the same time, he raised his left foot high and kicked the chest of the knight who was wide open with extraordinary strength fist. Boom! The powerful explosive force from his foot instantly broke the defensive magic formation on the knight's breastplate. The 2-inch thick breastplate was shattered, and the sole of his foot landed on the knight's chest. Gotcha! Because it was a surprise attack from the front, the breastplate's defensive strength was obviously higher than the back. Therefore, after breaking through the breastplate's defense, the extraordinary strength kick only broke 2 of the knight's ribs. Water wall. Just as the knight's body flew backwards towards the magicians, the leader of the magicians quickly chanted a simple incantation and waved his hand to summon a wall of water behind the knight, catching the knight's body. I spear strike. Following that, the magician shouted again. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens or even hundreds of irregular spears made of ice crystals suddenly appeared above the heads of all the magicians. The tips were pointed in the direction of Ito's and like raindrops, they continuously shot down. Ito pushed the knight's long sword away and jumped back. At the same time, he swung his sword in front of him. In an instant, a huge crescent moon-shaped blade flew out from the European-style greatsword that was emitting a faint white light and met the ice spears that were falling down. The sharp blade aura cut through the ice spears as if they were cutting fruit, and the ice spears flew towards the magicians. Protect! At this time, the knight who was saved by the water wall resisted the pain on his body and shouted loudly. He used his light Ming energy to form a huge wall in front of the blade chi. Boom! An explosion sounded in front of the knight, and a large amount of white smoke spread out, blocking the knight and the magicians behind him. At this time, Ito, who had just landed on his feet, had a thought. He used instant transmission to appear behind the only 2 knights who could see clearly. Twisting his body's strength into his sword, he turned around and slashed at the knight's neck. Clang kacha. First, there was a clear sound. The blade of the sword was automatically blocked by a magic barrier on the knight's armor. However, the defensive magic on the sword only resisted for a brief moment before it was broken by the power emanating from the sword. The sound of glass shattering could be heard as the sharp long sword sliced through the gap between the knight's helmet and breastplate. The knight's head still had a shocked expression on his face as blood spurted out from the cavity. It rolled and fell to the ground, making a clang, 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 clang sound. F***CK. The last knight, the one who had been attacked by Mountain Lean, shouted with fear and anger on his face. Bang! After completing the slash, the tip of the long sword heavily hit the ground, creating a thin and long crack on the ground that was paved with ordinary sand and asphalt. At this time, Ito used the European-style longsword he had snatched from the enemy as support. His body moved horizontally, and he kicked at the knight with both feet. In the end, this knight was a fighter who had undergone strict training. Even if he was very shocked and angry, he quickly reacted. He held his sword in front of him with both hands and blocked Ito's attack. But because the process was a bit rushed, he couldn't help but take a few steps back under the attack. Just as Ito landed on the ground and was about to launch another attack, a faintly discernible sound suddenly rang in his ears. At the same time, a feeling of unreality, as if he had taken an overdose of drugs, welled up in Ito's mind and affected his vision. It's a mermaid's song. Ito immediately found the culprit behind this change in his mind. Roar. Now that he knew the cause, Ito didn't hesitate. He immediately activated the energy in his body and transformed it into the purest yang energy. He roared in the direction of the magician team, according to his memory of the Buddhist lion's roar. Only a layer of faint ripples could be seen as the sound wave passed through the white smoke that was about to disperse and bombarded the knight, who was in an even more sorry state. He was forcefully sent flying with the sound wave toward the magician team that was casting the spell. Bang! The sound wave and the knight's body collided with the light blue barrier that was automatically generated outside the magic formation. Waves of vibration spread out on the energy barrier. Wah! The knight, who was immobilized by the lion's roar, spat out a mouthful of blood. He lowered his head dispiritedly, looking like he was about to die. Roar! Ito, who had recovered from the mermaid's song state with the help of the lion's roar, once again released a powerful lion's roar in the direction of the knight and the magic formation. Puff! The knight, who was the first to bear the brunt of the lion's roar, immediately died in a state of bleeding from his 7 orifices. Roar! But before the lion's roar ended, Ito once again activated the energy in his body and released a powerful lion's roar at the magic formation formed by the magicians. Crack, 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 crackle. Finally, after 3 consecutive lion's roar attacks, the magic formation's barrier finally reached its limit. It shattered into countless irregular fragments amidst a series of cracking sounds and gradually disappeared into the air. As the magic formation's barrier broke, the magicians, who were the core of the formation's energy and operation, immediately suffered a backlash. They all cried out in pain and collapsed to the ground. At this point, the magic formation was officially broken. Chapter 945. Without the protection of the magic formation and suffering from the backlash of magic, the magicians, who had temporarily lost their ability to resist, were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered by Ito. They posed no threat to him at all. Seeing this, Ito didn't hold back. He immediately used the shrinking technique and rushed into the midst of the magicians. He waved the European-style great sword in his hand, which was emitting a faint white light under the stimulation of his energy. He slashed and slashed, ending the lives of the magicians one by one. After a few seconds, Ito, who was standing on the road covered in the blood of the magicians, turned his gaze and landed on the last surviving knight. Seeing Ito's gaze, the knight's heart suddenly filled with fear. He raised his long sword and rushed towards Ito. Seeing this, Ito didn't move. He only raised the greatsword in his hand and used his strange strength to break the sword into several pieces. He lightly tossed them and wrapped them with his psychokinesis. He controlled the sharp edges of the fragments to fly towards the knight's body. Puff, 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 puff. The magical defense of the knight's armor had long been broken by Ito's mountain rush. Now, it was just an ordinary armor made with modern technology. Its defensive power was only able to block bullets, but it didn't have any other effect. Immediately, under Ito's control, the knight was hit in the head, throat, and other vital points by the fragments. He lost his life. Plop! The lifeless body took a few more steps forward due to inertia before falling heavily to the ground. After killing the last knight, Ito raised his hand and snapped his fingers. A weak flame that looked like it could be extinguished at any time suddenly appeared above his finger and burned quietly. Then, Ito swung his hand and threw the weak flame towards the ground. Whoosh! In an instant, the flame seemed to have eaten an accelerant. It fiercely turned into a long fire snake and fell on the corpse on the ground, burning fiercely. Ito no longer paid attention to the corpse. He activated the Flying Thunder God technique and returned to his home in Akiruno, Japan. He entered a very ancient-style bathroom and washed his body. Phew! Sure enough, taking a bath after a battle is a wonderful pleasure. Ito leaned against the edge of the bathtub and sighed softly. Then he raised his right hand from the water and flipped his palm. A raging sphere appeared in his palm. Since you guys are so impolite, then don't blame me for not paying attention. As Ito-sei spoke, he sent the task of launching attacks on existing churches in various countries around the world through the black ball in his hand into the big black ball placed in each country and issued it to each black ball team. Of course, this alone was not enough to strike a blow to the church. Therefore, after the mission was issued, Sei Ito thought and took out a quantum computer. He used his electromagnetic control ability to connect to the world network out of thin air and began to search and collect all the negative information about the Church of the Cross. Directly or slightly processed, it was mixed with all the worst false rumors about the Church of the Cross and densely published on the network. Modern warfare can't be played with just strength. Public opinion is also a very terrifying weapon. Sei Ito, who used his ability to control the computer, had a rather sinister expression on his face as he laughed softly. Under Sei Ito's control, in the next few days, church buildings in various countries were attacked by unknown people, and there were casualties among the Orthodox clergy. A large amount of negative information that was unfavorable to the church was noisy on the network. It was even quoted and announced on paper by the Orthodox media. It impacted the ordinary people's impression of the church and caused the church's image to drop significantly. In order to deal with this situation, the church had to send a part of their manpower to protect the existing church buildings around the world. At the same time, they let a cardinal act as a spokesperson to condemn the unknown people who attacked the church buildings and clergy. They also clarified the negative information that ignored the church to the people. However, Sei Ito, who had long expected the church to do this, simultaneously suppressed the attack on the church buildings. At the same time, he increased public opinion guidance and increased the pressure on the church. He wanted them to give a clear answer to the incident and not half-heartedly deal with it internally. At this time, the upper echelons and elites of various countries around the world also smelled a little of a conspiracy from the current situation. However, regarding the existence of the Church of the Cross, the upper echelons of various countries, especially the countries in Europe and the United States that had been eroded by the Church of the Cross, had certain prejudices. Therefore, even if they discovered the conspiracy, they did not make any statements. At this time, the initiator of all the things, Sei Ito, accompanied the eldest sister, Suzu Ito, to the hotel where her friend's wedding banquet was held. Of course, the car came from the Rubik's Cube world, and the driver was Sei Ito, the strong laborer. I'm really not used to the feeling of wearing a suit, Sei Ito, who was driving the car, said as he moved his neck uncomfortably. In Japan, when attending a wedding, men must wear formal attire, which was a suit. Women had to wear a more formal dress. Otherwise, they would be regarded as rude behavior and be included in the ranks of unwelcome. In addition, there were also special requirements for the color of clothes and belongings. White and pink clothing were not allowed. Purple, red, and green items were not allowed. Therefore, Sei Ito, who had not worn a suit even once since he was reborn into this world, could not help but wear one. Get used to it. Now that you are an adult, 20 years old in Japan, you have to wear formal attire in many places in the future, especially in social activities. Otherwise, you will be regarded as uneducated. Suzu Ito, who was wearing a black sleeveless one-piece dress, flesh-colored stockings, a pair of black mid-heel leather shoes, light makeup on her face, and long black hair naturally scattered around her body, smiled. Well, with the current state of our family, it seems unlikely. Sei Ito shrugged. That's true, but you have to learn to adapt. Maybe you will need to wear it someday. Thinking of the current situation of her family, Suzu Ito said with some emotion. Yes, I know, Sei Ito said with a long voice. In this way, the two arrived at the hotel where the wedding banquet was held. Ling-chan, you are here. At this moment, a voice full of joy suddenly sounded in Sei Ito's ears, and then a young woman wearing a white wedding dress, a white hairband, and a white flower with a man in a black suit appeared in front of Sei Ito's eyes. Congratulations, Mickey. Suzu Ito shook hands with the person and smiled. Hello, I am Mickey's college classmate, Suzu Ito. Suzu Ito greeted the man next to her. Then she pointed to Sei Ito next to her and introduced him to the man and Mickey. This is my little brother, Sei Ito. Hello, I am Sei Ito. Sei Ito greeted with a salute. Hello, I am Mickey's husband, Taki Wei. Thank you very much for coming to my wedding with Mickey. The man named Taki Wei returned the salute with a smile. Okay, we will not disturb you. We will go in first. Because there were more guests, after a simple introduction, Suzu Ito tactfully left. Okay, we will talk later. Mickey also knew that this was not a good time to talk, and then she sent Suzu Ito and Sei Ito into the banquet hall. When passing by the door, Ito Rin handed a red envelope containing 10,000 renminbi in it to the recipient at the entrance of the banquet hall. The red envelope was made of 5 gold and 5 silver wires in the traditional way and was tied together in the shape of a moth. She then signed her name on the guest list and handed it to the recipient at the entrance of the banquet hall. With both hands holding Sei Ito's arm, Suzu Ito walked between the tables in the banquet hall and looked around. Soon, Suzu Ito's gaze landed on something and happily pulled Sei Ito to where the women were standing. Mickey Mayo Yumi. When they got close to the women, Suzu Ito greeted them. Lin-chan. The women heard the greeting and turned their heads. When they saw Suzu Ito's face, they all greeted her happily. Long time no see, Mickey Mayo Yumi. Suzu Ito, who opened her arms and hugged the 3 women one by one, smiled. Yeah, long time no see. What have you been busy with recently? I can't get in touch with you. Among the 3, a woman wearing a khaki, shoulder-length, long-sleeve dress with light-colored stockings wrapped around her legs said. Her hair was dyed brown and curled up at the end. Nothing much. I'm just a shaman in my family's shrine. Suzu Ito replied with a smile. Then, in order to avoid further questions, she introduced Sei Ito to everyone. This is my little brother, Sei Ito. What do you think? Handsome, right? Suzu Ito said proudly. He's indeed very handsome. A short-haired woman in a black female suit echoed the words of the 3 people. Come, little brother. Let me introduce you. Suzu Ito, who got the approval of the short-haired woman, smiled and introduced the 3 women in front of Sei Ito. These 3 are also older sister's university classmates. This woman dressed like a man is called Yumi Yamazaki. Hey, who's a man? The woman named Yumi Yamazaki pretended to be unhappy. This is Miki Moriwa. Suzu Ito pointed at the brown-haired woman and introduced her. This is Mayo Shiraishi. Suzu Ito pointed at the last woman of the 3 and introduced her. After Sei Ito greeted the 3 women, Suzu Ito once again talked to the 3 women about the interesting things that happened in the university, the recent situation of their life, and the gossip of their classmates and friends. She completely ignored Sei Ito until the wedding banquet started half an hour later. Chapter 946. P.S. Thanks to Instant Potato, NXCX, Nickfany, and 1577478860 for their tips. It's so uncomfortable. Sei Ito complained in a low voice as he left the banquet hall with the crowd. It was no wonder that he was like this. There were many rules and taboos in Japanese wedding ceremonies. Let's take a normal conversation as an example. Words like leaving, returning, leaving, breaking, thin, cold, shallow, extinguishing, suffering, death, repeating, breaking, and the numbers 4 and 2 would bring about inauspicious and ominous omens. This made Ito Saigeo, who was used to speaking so much at weddings and even gossiping about his friends' family matters with his acquaintances, unable to get used to it. In addition, before the wedding began, it was like a Chinese meeting asking for introducers, parents, leaders, and other important people to speak. If it wasn't for the fact that it would be too embarrassing for Suzu Ito to leave, Sei Ito would want to leave immediately. But fortunately, after the wedding began, it wasn't like Chinese people who would make a big fuss at the table, occupying a table and not leaving until the end of the banquet. Basically, it was more or less the same, so the process was very fast. Except for making people uncomfortable, there was no big problem. Ling-chan, let's find a place to play together. Mia, who was chatting with Suzu Ito, Yumi, and Makoto, suggested. Yeah. Yumi on the side also echoed. You decide. Seito looked at Suzu Ito, who looked at him and asked if there was any problem with her eyes. Obviously, Suzu Ito wanted to get together with friends she hadn't seen for a long time, but she was afraid of adding trouble to Sei Ito because of her willfulness. After all, they weren't very safe themselves. Okay. Suzu Ito, who saw Sei Ito's subtle movements, immediately agreed with a smile. Seeing that Suzu Ito had agreed, Mia turned to look at Sei Ito and said with a smile, "Then I'll have to trouble you to go back by yourself." Okay. Sei Ito replied with a smile. After that, Sei Ito's group of 5 chatted and laughed as they arrived at the parking lot. They then got into the cars of the people who had driven over. They started the car and left the banquet hall. Halfway through the journey, they split into 2 groups and drove in the direction of Akakurano and Shinjuku, respectively. Sei Ito, who was driving home, first went into the bathroom to wash off the smell of alcohol on his body. Then, he put on comfortable clothes and returned to his bedroom. He took out his quantum computer and continued to use his electromagnetic control ability to slander the cross sect on the international network. However, at this point, there was basically nothing to criticize. They could only use public opinion to oppress the cross religion. He also asked the secular media to use paparazzi to follow and monitor the cross sect's buildings to obstruct their actions. However, although the paparazzi had many ways to follow people, they were only effective against ordinary people. For organizations like the church, which had special means, they were basically useless. They would only add to the psychological distress of the special people in the church. There will be problems if you feel disgusted for a long time. Sei Ito chuckled in a low voice with a strange expression on his face. At this moment, Sei Ito flipped his hand and opened the Bounty Union's mission middleware. He logged into his user account and checked the completion status of the mission that was previously posted. Mission number X10098X9925Z. Completion status. Pending confirmation. Item has been submitted. Just as Sei Ito was about to extract the content page image of the randomly selected mission item to confirm whether the item met his requirements, a light and pleasant ringtone sounded. He reached out and took the phone from his side. Looking down to check the caller ID, Sei Ito frowned slightly and pressed the answer button. He then put the phone to his ear. Mage Bella? Sei Ito said. Bella Jackson, one of the 3 female mages that Sei Ito hired in the name of magic consultant through Firth's magic intermediary in the magic realm. However, because her strength was only an official mage, which was the general grade C, she was only an official mage. Sei Ito usually didn't talk to her about magic, so their relationship was only employer and employee. Unlike Ito Sei and Ingrid Raphael, who had a very good, even ambiguous, private relationship Lucy and had with each other. Yes. On the other side of the phone, there was obviously a little panic in her voice, but she pretended to be calm. Are you in any trouble? Hearing the voice from the phone, Sei Ito asked with slight concern. Do you have time? I have something to talk to you about in person, Bella said with hesitation. Okay. After a moment of silence, Sei Ito agreed. Time, place. Half an hour in the public square in the Slamwood district where I live. Is that okay? Bella stuttered. I got it. Ito Cu replied vaguely, and then hung up the phone without any explanation. A trap. Sei Ito, who was flipping the phone in his hand, muttered to himself. Who will be next? Betty Arnold? Or Ingrid Raphael? Then he put these useless thoughts aside for the time being. He pulled up his sister Suzu Ito's phone number and told her that he had to leave home for a while, and he wasn't sure when he would be home. He also told her to be careful and to be careful. Then he formed a seal with one hand and used the transformation technique to turn into a 24 or 25-year-old British young man. He then used the Flying Thunder God technique to disappear from his home and appeared on the streets of England. He then strolled toward one of the entrances to the magic realm. There's no one here. Say Ito didn't find any special arrangement at the entrance, and it was still crowded as usual. He was surprised. It seems that the senior management of the Magic Realm is very dissatisfied with the blocking of the road last time. With this thought in mind, Sei Ito began to chant the secret words to open the door of the Magic Realm, and stepped into the Magic Realm. Sei Ito, who appeared directly at the end of Merlin Avenue, went straight to the public teleportation circle, took out the Magic Realm card, paid the teleportation fee, and stepped into the teleportation circle to the Slamwood District. In an instant, the scene in Sei Ito's eyes changed from the originally clean and tidy European-style Stone Street to a place with potholes on the ground. Most of the residents were ordinary people, and they were dressed in a very rustic manner. The location of the teleportation circle was in the center of the public square of the block. Sei Ito walked out of the teleportation circle and glanced at the surrounding crowd without leaving a trace while walking toward Bella Jackson's residence with a clear goal. Could it be that I'm wrong? Bella Jackson has other important matters to see me, and she didn't call me because she was forced by the members of the church as I thought? Sei Ito didn't find any suspicious people in the sparse crowd as he thought to himself with a slight frown. Just like this, Sei Ito finally came to a place with a slightly dirty wall. At first glance, it looked like an independent house that had a sense of time. He reached out his hand and pressed on the magic circle carved on the side of the door frame that had the same function as a modern doorbell. As the magic circle lit up, Bella's calm voice came from the magic circle. "Hello. Who are you looking for?" "Hello, Miss Bella. I'm a staff member of the Stark Express Company. There's a mail from overseas that needs to be delivered to you personally. Can I trouble you to open the door?" Sei Ito used a disguised voice. He used the name of a delivery company in the Magic Realm as an excuse to reply. "My mail?" Bella repeated in confusion. "Yes, the mail is sent from China," Sei Ito replied. "Oh, please wait for a moment," Bella said. As soon as her voice fell, the magic circle that Sei Ito pressed on with his hand quickly extinguished. However, a soft creak came from the door. Then Bella Jackson, who was wearing casual home clothes and had messy short red hair, walked out from the open door. She looked like she had just woken up and didn't have time to wash up. Seeing Bella, Sei Ito didn't pretend anymore. He immediately stepped forward and pulled Bella into his arms. Without any explanation, he lowered his head and kissed her lips that didn't have any lip gloss on. Bella, who was suddenly attacked, instantly forgot the fact that she was an official mage. She stared blankly at the face of the British young man that Ito, Sei, had transformed into. Her eyes were wide open, and she rejected him like a little girl. In order to facilitate his investigation, Sei Ito hugged Bella Jackson's body tightly to prevent her from struggling. At the same time, he quickly scanned a room behind Bella with the corner of his eyes to see if there was an ambush from the church in the room. At the same time, he activated his spiritual sensing ability to detect Bella Jackson's current thoughts. Under the perception of LV7's spiritual sensing ability, Bella Jackson's spiritual activities immediately appeared clearly in Ito Sei's eyes. At this moment, other than thinking about the identity of the man in front of her and how she could break free from his shackles, Ito Sei also caught a thought that was temporarily suppressed, but occasionally popped up in her mind. With the appearance of this thought, Sei Ito roughly understood the reason why Bella Jackson was looking for him this time. It wasn't to help the church ambush him, as he expected. Instead, it was for some very personal reasons that she wanted to borrow money from him. Phew, Sei Ito understood that he was overthinking and let go of Bella Jackson's shackles. Bella Jackson, who had enough time to break free from Sei Ito's shackles, immediately retreated. At the same time, she waved her right hand and chanted a simple spell to cast a level 0 spell, illuminating spell, at Sei Ito. In an instant, a dazzling white light appeared in front of Sei Ito and Bella, blocking each other's vision. However, Bella, who was already prepared for her own spell, closed her eyes the moment the illuminating spell lit up. Then, she opened her eyes again in the next second and continued to wave her hand to chant a spell. She used a level one arrow shot spell to shoot a slender metal stick behind the door at Ito, who should be in a state of temporary blindness due to the illuminating spell. But at this point, Bella still didn't stop her magic attack. She waved her hand again and chanted a long spell that was 1 or 2 syllables longer than the previous 2 spells. She summoned an invisible wind rope that stopped beside her. She was prepared to use it after Ito was hit by the metal stick. The time taken for this series of magic attack was less than 3 seconds. It clearly showed that Bella, as an official mage, had a solid foundation and was proficient in magic control. If it was against an ordinary attacker, Bella's combination of spells would definitely be effective. Unfortunately, her opponent was her employer, Ito, an expert who was about to step into the S-realm. Therefore, even though the illuminating spell had a certain effect, the metal stick that came after the arrow was easily caught by Ito. It couldn't move an inch forward. She didn't cast a binding spell like the cursed lion to imprison herself in place. As Bella's face was filled with despair, Ito, with the metal stick in his hand, flashed into Bella's room and locked the door behind him. "Bella, take a good look. It's me." As Ito spoke, he dispelled the effects of the transfiguration spell and the binding spell on Bella. Bella regained her freedom. "Chun!" Bella cried out in shock when she saw Ito's face clearly. She would never have thought that this strange man who suddenly kissed her, grabbed her metal stick with his physical strength, and knew the cursed lion was the person who hired her as a mage consultant. He was only at the level of an apprentice. Chun Shichin. "Yes, it's me. For some reason, I thought this invitation was a trap to ambush me. That's why I did what I did just now, to make sure that you weren't an enemy. I apologize for that." Ito spread his hands in front of him and explained helplessly while shaking his head. Bella was silent for a moment. She then exclaimed in an agitated tone, "You treated me like that just because of your suspicions? Did you know? I thought you were going to rape me just now. You might even kill me afterward. Do you know how scared and desperate I was just now? An apology would be enough." "No, absolutely not." "Then what do you want me to do? Compensate you?" Ito asked in return. "Yes." Bella Jackson, who was thinking of turning the passive into the active, answered subconsciously when she heard the words that completely matched the answer in her heart. However, she quickly came back to her senses and said with an awkward expression, "Yes, you should compensate me for the psychological trauma you caused me. Compensation for the psychological damage." "All right, how much do you want?" Ito asked while trying to hold back his laughter. 2,000 Merlin gold. Bella demanded an exorbitant price. "Oh my God, you're asking for too much." "Bella, 2,000 Merlin gold is enough for me to buy a good-looking woman with magic power in the black market. If I'm lucky, I can even buy a woman who's at the level of an official mage. You want 2,000 Merlin gold for just kissing you and scaring you? Then I might as well rape you once. That's more like it." Ito retorted with an exaggerated expression. At the same time, his gaze landed on Bella's chest, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Chapter 9:47. "What are you doing?" Bella, who was frightened by Ito's actions, instinctively took a defensive stance. She looked at Ito, who was obviously stronger than her, and said in a low voice, "I'm warning you. I'm also an official member of the Magician Association, and, at the same time, I'm also the protector of the Female Magician Protection Association. If you dare to force me to do something that I don't want to do, I have the right to ask for help from the Female Magician Protection Association and ask the Magician Association to punish you. I believe that you don't want that kind of consequence." "Then what if no one asks the higher-ups?" Ito looked at Bella Jackson with a smile that didn't look like a smile. These words poked at the fear in Bella Jackson's heart, causing her expression to change slightly. "Seeing that you're the magic consultant that I hired, I'll give you 2 choices now. First, have a good talk with me with a sincere attitude. Second, continue to demand an exorbitant price, but the consequences." Ito looked at Bella Jackson's eyes and said softly. Hearing this, Bella Jackson's expression changed a few times, and then she removed her defensive stance. She turned around and walked into the room, while saying to Ito behind her, "Come in." The layout of Bella Jackson's room was the same as a typical European house, with a sofa by the fireplace, a tea table in the middle of the sofa, and a magic broadcast on the opposite side of the tea table. "Please enjoy your tea," Bella Jackson said as she used the apprentice-level mage hand to make a cup of black tea for Ito and placed it on the tea table in front of him. "TSK, you used to personally make tea for me when I came here. This time, you directly used magic. Seems like you have a big prejudice against me," Ito said with a smile as he reached out to take a sip of the tea. "Thank me. I didn't add magic potions to your tea because of my prejudice against you," Bella Jackson said as she took a sip of tea from the teacup. "Thank you very much, Miss Mage Bella," Ito said in a frivolous tone as he put the teacup back on the tea table. "Okay, now can you tell me why you want to meet me?" Ito asked Bella Jackson, who was sitting opposite him. "I want to borrow money from you." Bella Jackson was silent for a moment, and then said with some reluctance, "Reason?" Ito asked. "It's all because of that *TCH. Bella Jackson suddenly burst out cursing. Then she continued with an angry expression, "It's just a Norwegian magic dog, and it's the kind that's sick and dying. Why do I have to treat her? She's fighting me. What a bitch." Hearing this, Ito couldn't help but recall the information about Bella Jackson that he saw in the Foss agency. He remembered that there was a piece of information that said she was a magical beast doctor who worked part-time in a magical bee shop called Tuaw Creek. Obviously, because he didn't discuss magic with her normally, she had a lot of free time, and she had a special love for money, so she went back to work part-time. "Because of the battle, I broke some of the shop's props. I also caused the death of a Sphinx magic bird, so I have to compensate for the loss." Bella Jackson, who had calmed down a little, continued. "Shop treatment. Miss Mage Bella, I remember in the employment agreement that I signed, there seems to be a special note that I can't accept other jobs without permission during the period of employment. If there are special circumstances, you need to discuss the reporting terms with me in advance." Ito leaned forward slightly and stared at Bella Jackson with a sense of oppression as he questioned her. "I don't remember, is there?" Bella Jackson looked a little embarrassed as she pretended to be stupid. "Absolutely. If you don't believe me, we can contact Miss Maria from the Furs agency to check the copy of the contract," Ito said with squinted eyes. "No, it's okay." Bella Jackson quickly shook her head and said, "I remember now. There is indeed such a clause. Then, as the compensation for breaking the agreement, I'm sure you still remember it, Miss Mage Bella, right?" Ito continued to question her without holding back. "Chun, just say it directly. What do you mean?" Bella Jackson, who was forced into a psychological corner, frowned and asked back with an unhappy expression. Ito leaned back on the chair again and looked at Bella Jackson calmly. "It's very simple. Sign a new loyalty agreement with me and officially become my servant." "Your family is?" Bella Jackson asked hesitantly. In the demonic realm, there were large and small mage families. Among them, the large mage families had been passed down for more than 1,000 years. There were many precious secret books and unique talents in their families. If one joined such a mage family, the resources and training they would receive would be much better than cultivating alone. Meanwhile, in a small mage family, there would only be 2 or 3 members. Their collective strength might not even be comparable to a 1-star mage. If it was such a family, it would be better for them to remain free, lest they be implicated and destroyed for some inexplicable reason. "My family hasn't been officially established yet. You're the first one other than me." Ito chuckled. "You're not joking?" Bella Jackson asked with a strange expression. Ito shook his head to show that he was not joking. "I'm sorry. I'm not interested in betting my future on an uncertain cause. It seems like borrowing money from you is a wrong choice. I'll find a way to pay the compensation as soon as possible, but please allow me to terminate the employment agreement with you when the time comes," Bella Jackson said with a serious expression. "You made up your mind?" Ito asked. "I'm sure." Bella Jackson nodded to confirm. "All right, forget about the compensation. We'll part on good terms. Maybe we'll have a chance to work together in the future. Seito shrugged indifferently. In fact, Seito had invited Bella Jackson on a whim after remembering that she was a magical beast doctor. He wanted to let her study the magical beasts caught in the Enmile wetland and the Dark Continent after she agreed. He wanted to see if he could use the magic power of the main world to cultivate new magical beasts. However, since she didn't agree, Seito didn't force her and let go of the idea of signing her as a subordinate. After all, Bella Jackson was only an official mage. Her knowledge of magical beasts was only about healing. She didn't meet the requirements in his heart. Thank you very much for your generosity. After Bella Jackson heard that she didn't have to pay the compensation for the breach of contract, she smiled sincerely and thanked him. At this point, Seito didn't beat around the bush. He borrowed the fixed magic phone in Bella Jackson's house and called Fuss Magic Agency. He found the original manager, Miss Maria, and asked her to bring the contract with Bella Jackson to Bella Jackson's house to terminate the contract. After contacting the relevant personnel, Seito sat back on the chair and chatted with Bella Jackson, whose attitude towards him had improved a lot. After more than 20 minutes, Maria, who was dressed like a professional, arrived with a document bag in her hand. After a simple greeting, Seito and Bella Jackson peacefully terminated the magic employment contract with Maria as the witness. They each signed the termination document with their own magic badges. It was also at this time that Maria and Bella Jackson realized that Seito's mage level had changed from apprentice to official mage. He was at the same level as Bella Jackson and Maria. This guy is definitely not an official mage. Bella Jackson, who had a brief encounter with Seito, thought to herself, "Congratulations, Chun. I didn't expect you to reach the official mage level so quickly." Maria, who had a good impression of Seito since they met in the past, congratulated him. "Thank you," Seito said politely. A few minutes later, Ito, Sei, and Maria, who had completed the termination of the contract, said goodbye to Bella Jackson and left Bella's home together. "Let's go for a meal together." After Bella Jackson returned to the house, Seito reached out and wrapped his arms around Maria's chubby waist and suggested with a smile, "Sure, but only after I get off work." Although Maria rolled her eyes at Seito, she did not push away Seito's hand. "Okay, we can also do some other entertainment after the meal," Seito said with a flirtatious expression. At this time, the two had already walked to the public square and arrived in front of the teleportation portal. Seito gentlemanly took out his credit card and paid the teleportation fee. Then, he returned to Merlin Street with Maria. "I'll come and pick you up later," Seito said as he sent Maria back to the entrance of Foss Agency. "Okay," Maria replied. Then, Seito lowered his head and gave Maria a French kiss. After that, he waved goodbye to Maria and went to the Great Merlin Library in the middle of Merlin Street. He walked into the library with his original appearance and continued to read the various magic books in the library. After a few hours, Seito felt that it was about time and stopped flipping the books. He turned around and left the Great Merlin Library. Furthermore, in order to avoid bringing danger to Maria, who was not that close to him and could at most be considered as a pillow friend for a night, he deliberately walked around the Great Merlin Library a few times, releasing his perception to search for possible enemies. Not to mention, there were a few magicians who did not have any light energy on them, but they were always looking at him strangely. These are probably the church's spies in the magic realm, Seito thought to himself. Then he turned around and quickly inserted himself into the gap between houses. He changed into someone else's appearance and ran out from the other side. He blended into the crowd and slowly walked towards Foss Agency. Chapter 948. Sorry, I'm late. Regardless of whether it was really late or not, Ito Sei, who met Maria at the entrance of the agency, apologized with an apologetic face. "No, you're just in time," Maria smiled. "Then let's go, beautiful lady," Ito said as he put his hand around Maria's waist and looked down at her. "Of course," Maria replied. Then the two of them chatted intimately as they walked towards the restaurant that Maria had chosen. It was said that the food was delicious. The restaurant's location was not bad. It was located between the busy city and the quiet city. It didn't look deserted, and it didn't make people feel that it wasn't good enough. The decoration was very Magic Realm style. It was close to the retro style of medieval Europe, but there were also some modern design concepts in some of the details. The interior of the restaurant was very spacious, completely inconsistent with the appearance of the small door on the outside. It was obvious that the owner of the restaurant was either a powerful mage who was well-versed in magic formations, or he was rich and powerful enough to hire an expert of the Magic Association to set up a magic formation to distort and expand the interior of the restaurant. Magical lamps emitting soft light dotted the walls and ceiling, providing a comfortable illumination for the dining hall. "Please give me a private room," Seito said to the waiter who came over. "Okay, please follow me." The waiter bowed and led the way. He then led Seito and Maria to the stairs on the left side of the restaurant. They walked up the stairs step by step to the second floor and finally stopped in an empty private room. In the private room, Seito first pulled out a chair for Maria to sit down in a gentlemanly manner. Then he walked to the opposite side of Maria and sat down on the chair that was pulled out by the waiter. "You can order," Seito said as he handed the menu to Maria. Foreigners generally weren't too hypocritical and polite. So after she took the menu, she really ordered one dish after another. "Let's do as she says," Seito said to the waiter as he rejected the menu for Maria. "All right." The waiter took the menu and walked out of the room, closing the door behind him, leaving Seito and Maria alone. Seito then started chatting with Maria. Most of the topics were about Maria, and only a few of them talked about Seito himself. Other than that, they talked about the news and interesting things in the Devil's Realm. He also talked about magic. As they chatted and laughed, the waiter quickly served the food and a bottle of red wine that Maria had ordered. "Cheers!" Before the meal, Seito and Maria gently clinked their glasses and took a sip out of courtesy. Then, they continued to chat while eating the bloody medium-rare steak in front of them, as well as the salad and other vegetables. About half an hour later, the two of them ended the session in a happy atmosphere. Other than the food that Seito didn't like, everything else was good. After the meal, Seito and Maria played in the entertainment area at the north end of Merlin Street for a while. When the sky turned dark, they took the magic circle back to the house that Seito bought through Maria. Even though Maria looked like this, she was still very emotional. After entering the room, she even drank red wine with Seito. Accompanied by the music, they danced a very ambiguous dance in the living room. When she felt that the atmosphere was enough, she walked into the bathroom with her eyes full of spring. "Oh, Maria, you are so beautiful." After about 10 minutes, Seito, who was already naked and waiting on the bed, looked at Maria, who was also naked and had some water stains on her body, and praised her in a very European style. After being praised, Maria's face flashed with a proud look. She actually danced a sexy and provocative dance in front of Seito, as if she was drunk, tempting Seito's desire. TSK. It seems that this one-night friend is not bad, Seito thought. His face first showed a surprised expression, then a look of admiration appeared on his face. Then, Seito also stood up from the bed and danced with Maria in the bedroom. After a few minutes, Maria suddenly pushed Seito's shoulders with both hands and pushed Seito onto the bed. Then, Maria quickly climbed onto the bed and straddled Seito's body. She held the spear that was as hard as iron in her hand and sat down in front of the tidal cave. "Moo!" In an instant, Maria let out a low moan with a look of enjoyment. "You are really a surprise, Chun." Maria's hands were lightly pressed on Seito's chest. She moved her waist slightly and looked at Seito's face with her seductive eyes. "The surprise is yet to come," Seito said with his hands on Maria's waist. "Oh!" As soon as Seito finished speaking, Maria let out a low moan in the so-called surprise. Maybe today's entertainment will be a rare pleasure, Maria thought in her heart and moved even more actively. Just like that, Seito and Maria began to fight fiercely in the bedroom. All kinds of fighting sounds, cries of pain, and the sound of chairs falling to the ground echoed in the room. At the same time, a strange smell mixed with the scent of shower gel and Maria's body spread in the warm room under the enhancement of the temperature adjustment magic circle, adding to the ambiguous atmosphere in the room. However, although Maria was a Westerner who had a lot of stamina and high combat power, she was still a mage who specialized in mental strength. In terms of physical strength, she was no match for a warrior who specialized in physical strength. Therefore, after a while, Maria was finally defeated by Seito's Chun family spear technique. Her face was flushed, and she kept begging for mercy. However, Seito did not stop the battle. Instead, he continued to pursue and attack until Maria completely surrendered. Only then did he beat the gong to retreat and give Maria some good words to calm her down. That was really, really great. Maria, who did not even have the strength to move, looked at Seito and praised, "I think I will never forget today. If you can't forget, then don't forget. We will always remember in the future." Seito, who was kneading Maria's breasts in various shapes, smiled and said, "But you have to exercise more in the future. This kind of physical strength is not enough." "It's not that my physical strength is not enough. It's that your physical strength is too abnormal," Maria retorted, rolling her eyes. She then slightly adjusted her body so that she could feel the things that were still in her body more clearly. She then continued, "But maybe you are right. I should exercise more." After that, Seito said some ambiguous words of love to Maria before they hugged each other and fell asleep. Chapter 949. P.S. Thank you to Blazing Feather for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to Instant Potato, NXCX, and Nickfany for their tips. The next morning, Seito and Maria had a simple breakfast before they left together. They took the teleportation circle back to Merlin Street and sent Maria to the furs agency where she worked. "See you later," Seito smiled at Maria. "See you later," Maria replied with a smile. The two of them said goodbye with a simple kiss at the door. Then they parted ways. One of them turned around and entered the furs agency, while the other went straight to the entrance of the magic realm and chanted a spell to leave the magic realm. Then Seito went to the British Bounty Association branch. After paying a temporary storage fee, he received the mission item that met his mission requirements from the Bounty Association staff. It was a black book with simple dark gold English words written on the cover. Perhaps because the original owner kept it well, it looked 70% to 80% new. Its thickness and size were slightly thicker than a middle school Chinese textbook. Seito flipped through the book in front of the staff and made sure there was no problem with the book. He signed the name he filled in when he registered as a member and turned around to leave the Bounty Association branch. He went to a secluded corner where there were no pedestrians or cameras around and used the Flying Thunder God technique to return home. Because of the time difference, it was around 5 o'clock in the afternoon in Japan. It was dinner time for most people. "You're back." Light footsteps came from the bedroom. Suzu Ito stopped what she was doing and turned around to look at the corridor leading to the bedroom. When she saw Seito was the one who made the sound, she let out a sigh of relief and greeted him with a smile. "I'm back," Seito responded with a smile. "Wait, dinner will be ready soon." Suzu Ito stopped looking at Seito and focused on cleaning up the dishes in front of her. "Okay," Seito replied as he walked to the dining table and pulled out a chair to sit down. Then he waved his hand at the remote control placed not far away. The remote control automatically flew to his hand and started a search for the TV channel he wanted to watch. Just as Ito chose a program that looked passable to him, he suddenly heard a voice. Suzu Ito's voice sounded again. "Okay, little brother, come and help." "Oh," Ito responded casually. He stood up from the chair, walked into the kitchen, took the bowls, chopsticks, and other tableware from Ito Ling's hands, placed them on the table one by one, and then went into the kitchen again to take the food. It was delivered to the dining table. After 2 trips back and forth, all the food was placed. Ito Sei and Ito Rin came out of the kitchen and sat on both sides of the table, facing each other. I'm going to start eating. Sei Ito and Suzu Ito clasped their hands in front of them and said in unison. Then they picked up the bowls and chopsticks in front of them. They chatted about things like, what did you do yesterday? Why didn't you call when you didn't come back? How was your night with your classmate last night? And other things like that. They watched the entertainment programs on the TV and enjoyed the food on the table. Although it wasn't as lively as when she and Yi ate together as a family, the atmosphere of the meal between the siblings was very relaxed and pleasant. About half an hour later, the two finished their dinner one after another. He took the bowls and chopsticks he used and went into the kitchen to wash them. More than that, Suzu Ito was in charge of handling it. Then, Sei Ito walked to the side and sat down. He took out the English book, Say Magic, and carefully read it while the TV was still buzzing. What are you reading? After cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks, Suzu Ito came over to rest and asked curiously, A Western magic book. Sei Ito replied without raising his head. Really? Let me see. Suzu Ito, who was curious about Western magic, said. She reached out and took the book from Sei Ito's hand and read it in front of her eyes. Say magic. Sex magic? Little brother, are you sure this is a Western magic book and not some adult book with the name of magic? Suzu Ito looked at Sei Ito with a strange expression. I'm sure. Sei Ito took the book back and explained, Did you know in the Western magic world, sex magic is also a kind of advanced magic? Its earliest origin can even be traced back to the female clan period. It was a product of the female reproductive worship and nature worship at that time. And in the female clan period, the women who could give birth to offspring basically had the incarnation of divinity. The tribe leader was even the incarnation of the goddess. So the female reproductive worship was also one of the branches of the goddess worship. And to be honest, the Japanese witch system, which originated from China, was also regarded as the sacred prostitute of Shinyu during a special period. It was even regarded by some folklore scholars as the original origin of prostitutes. So that's how it is. Little brother, you know a lot. Suzu Ito, who knew the history of her witch role for the first time, suddenly said, It's nothing. I've been to a lot of worlds and seen a lot of things. Naturally, I understand a lot more. Sei Ito shook his head slightly and said. Then he changed the topic and continued. In fact, regarding the sacredness of sex, there are a lot of shadows that can be found even now. For example, the harvest festival that is still popular in the Kawasaki area and Nagoya area, the Brazilian Indians who usually reveal their genitals or hang ornaments with obvious reproductive features on their bodies, the people of Yunnan in China, and so on. But little brother, why are you looking at it? Suzu Ito, who came back to her senses, asked with a strange expression. I want to use this magic to meet a person. Sei Ito replied, or rather, to meet a god. I want to ask something from it. Little brother, what did you just say? I think I'm hallucinating. Suzu Ito stretched out her hands and clamped Sei Ito's cheeks, forced his head to face her, and asked with a serious expression. You're not hallucinating. I really want to use this magic to meet a guy who could be considered a god. Sei Ito chuckled. Little brother, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you think it's so easy to meet a god? Even Abe Saimai suffered a lot when he came in contact with the 12 gods who later became his servants. You actually want to meet a god's original will. Do you want to die? I don't agree. Suzu Ito pinched Sei Ito's face and said firmly. Then, without any explanation, she tried to snatch the book from Sei Ito's hands. Sis, don't snatch it. At most, I won't use it to meet my divine will. Sei Ito quickly put the book into the Rubik's Cube world while looking at Suzu Ito, who was trying to snatch the book, and said, I don't trust little brother who always causes trouble. Suzu Ito said with a stern face. Is my integrity that bad? Sei Ito said with an embarrassed face. You really do. I heard from Reina that you have a lot of women outside Yezbak. This kind of unfaithful behavior makes me, as a woman, very angry. Suzu Ito looked at Sei Ito and said with a smile. Really, Reina, why do you say everything? Sei Ito said in a low voice with a depressed expression. But from the point of view of the Ito family, you've done a good job. Then, Suzu Ito's expression changed, and she pinched Sei Ito's face and said with a smile. When Sei Ito heard this, he looked at Suzu Ito in front of him with a stunned expression, and he didn't know what to say. Sei Ito didn't expect that his sister's mind would be so flexible. She could even use this kind of reason to cover up this kind of thing. She was really powerful. Don't look at me like that. In fact, although my mother didn't say anything when she knew about these things, I think she has the same thoughts as me. Suzu Ito, who retracted her hand and sat back down, said with a smile, "Should I say that they're indeed a family, or a family influenced by the culture of a certain country?" Sei Ito thought in his heart. At this time, Suzu Ito's expression was serious, and she stretched out her hand in front of Sei Ito and said solemnly, "Well, now let's get back to the topic. Quickly give me that book, I'll burn it." "Don't, I got this book with great difficulty. I can't just burn it." Sei Ito begged Suzu Ito, and at the same time, he contacted one of the shadow doppelgangers that accompanied each woman in the Rubik's Cube to copy the book. However, there was a lot of content in that book. Even with Sei Ito's speed, it would take a certain amount of time to copy it. Therefore, Sei Ito began to act cute and pestered Suzu Ito so that she wouldn't ask for the book for the time being. He wanted to buy time to copy all the content of the book. "Okay, don't delay the time. Hurry up and hand over the book, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Seeing Sei Ito acting cute, Suzu Ito, who didn't know what he was thinking, suppressed the smile on her face and continued to ask Sei Ito for the book. Screw it. Seeing that acting cute was useless, Sei Ito secretly made up his mind. Then he contacted all the shadow doppelgangers in the Rubik's Cube world and gathered them together. He began to divide the book into dozens of parts and handed them to each person to memorize and copy it. In this way, everyone's workload was greatly reduced, and at the same time, the speed of copying was significantly increased. At the same time, Sei Ito turned around and stood behind Suzu Ito. He put his hands on her shoulders, massaging Suzu Ito's shoulders with moderate force, and continued to stall for time. "Sister, let's forget about it this time. This book is a rare book. It would be a pity to destroy it like this. It's a Westerner's book, and it's such a dangerous book. There's nothing to pity about. Hurry up and give it to me," Suzu Ito said, unmoved. Chapter 950. "Sis, you're too mean." Seeing Suzu Ito's insistence, Sei Ito pouted unhappily. He sat down next to Suzu Ito and stared at the TV as if he didn't want to talk to her. Brother, can you not act like that? It looks so out of place that I have goosebumps all over my body." Looking at Sei Ito's pretentious look, Suzu Ito deliberately crossed her arms and said coldly. Sei Ito, who also felt a little disgusted, shivered subconsciously. He returned to watching the TV and continued to ignore Suzu Ito. "Brother, I'm begging you, give me that book. I really don't want to see you in danger." Suzu Ito moved her body to Sei Ito's side, reached out her hands to grab Sei Ito's shoulders, and forced his body to face her. She said in a soft voice, "Do you have the heart to see me in fear?" Sei Ito frowned, but he still didn't speak. "Little brother." Seeing this, Ito Rin called out softly again with a sad look on her face. "Okay, I'll give it to you." After a moment of silence, Sei Ito pretended to helplessly turn back into a book and handed it to Suzu Ito. "That's my good brother." Seeing that Sei Ito was finally willing to hand over the book, Suzu Ito was overjoyed. She leaned over and kissed Sei Ito's cheek, then took the book, stood up, and walked straight into the kitchen. He ignited the stove and burned the black-covered sex magic book into a pile of black ashes. Phew! She looked at the black ashes floating on the stove. Suzu Ito let out a long breath and began to clean up the garbage. What Suzu Ito didn't know was that although Sei Ito gave the original book to her, a brand new copybook had already appeared in the Rubik's Cube world and was placed in the library. As a reward for being obedient, let me help you scrub your back today. Suzu Ito, who returned to the living room, looked at Sei-Ito and said with a smile, forget about that. Sei-Ito said with a stunned expression, it's rare for your sister to want to scrub your back, but you don't appreciate it? What? You have a girlfriend. Do you think I'm in the way? Suzu-Ito, who sat next to Sei-Ito, said with dissatisfaction. No, of course not. I'm just not used to it. After all, you're my sister. Sei-Ito quickly explained. What's there to not be used to? You know, before you went to middle school, I was the one who scrubbed your and Lena's backs. Suzu-Ito curled her lips and said. Then, she glanced at Sei-Ito and said with a faint smile, unless, little brother, you have other thoughts? What do you mean by other thoughts? Sister, you have to know that you're a mature woman, and I'm a hot-blooded man. It'll be very awkward. Sei-Ito explained with a headache. Fisk, it's not like I haven't seen that thing of yours before. Suzu-Ito said with disdain. But forget it. Since you don't appreciate it, I'll save myself the trouble. After saying that, she tilted her body. She supported her head with one arm and lay on the floor. At the same time, she stuffed a pair of white, sockless feet into Sei-Ito's arms. She inserted them into his loose clothes and pressed them against his warm stomach to provide artificial warmth. In this way, Suzu-Ito and Sei-Ito chatted idly, while casually watching the TV program on the TV, until a few hours later, when the time turned to midnight. The two entered the bathroom and began to wash up, preparing to return to the bedroom to rest. However, while Sei-Ito was taking a shower, Suzu-Ito, who had mischievous thoughts, suddenly broke into the bathroom, scaring Sei-Ito. Fortunately, Suzu-Ito only wanted to tease Sei-Ito, so she didn't stay in the bathroom for long. She quickly left the bathroom and returned to her bedroom to rest. However, after the commotion, Sei-Ito, who was afraid that Suzu-Ito would cause trouble again, quickly finished washing up. He returned to the bedroom in his unlined clothes, took out the disguised copy of Same Magic, and carefully read it. Well, at first glance, the content really does look like the dark Holy Scripture. After a long while, Sei-Ito closed the book and put it away and sighed softly. Then, he didn't think much about it and crawled into bed, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. Sei-Ito, who wanted to finish reading the Same Magic in his hand, stayed at home for a few days, reading the Same Magic in his hand like a knowledgeable otaku. It wasn't until the end of March that he temporarily stopped reading because he had an appointment with Kuraki Mai to meet her friends. He prepared to go to the appointed place to meet Kuraki Mai. The appointed place was a relatively high-end comprehensive entertainment club in Shibuya. It wasn't very far away. Even if he drove at a normal speed, it only took about half an hour. Not to mention, Sei-Ito used Flying Thunder God to directly appear in a nearby corner, so it was even faster to get there. He arrived outside the club in less than 10 minutes. I'm here, where are you guys? Because the location was completely chosen by Kuraki Mai and her friends, Sei-Ito didn't know which room was more specific. He took out his mobile phone and dialed Kuraki Mai's number. While walking into the club hall, he asked on the phone, We're in room 815 on the 8th floor. You can come in directly, Kuraki Mai replied on the phone. Got it. I'll be there soon, Sei-Ito said, then hung up the phone, walked to the club's elevator, and pressed the button to answer the call. Coincidentally, there was an elevator on the first floor at this time, so the elevator door immediately opened after pressing the button. Sei-Ito immediately stepped into the elevator and pressed the button to go to the floor. Ding, with a soft sound, the elevator stopped on the 8th floor. Then, Sei-Ito saw a dimly lit corridor with a grayish-black silencer carpet on the floor and dark cold walls on the walls. Sei-Ito casually looked at the surrounding environment and stepped out of the elevator. He searched for room 815 in the middle of the corridor, which divided into two aisles on the left and right. Soon, Sei-Ito found a door with a golden 8015 metal plate on the door panel in the depths of the corridor on the right. Dang, dang, dang. Out of courtesy, Sei-Ito knocked on the door. Please come in. Kuraki Mai's familiar voice came from the room. After getting permission, Sei-Ito gently pushed the door inwards with his palm on the doorknob. In an instant, A large LCD TV with an area of 40 to 50 square meters appeared in front of Seito's eyes. Kurakimai, Ane, Sanji Shishia, and several unfamiliar but familiar women appeared in front of Seito's eyes. "You're here." Kurakimai stood up from her seat and greeted Seito when she saw him. She was wearing a black long-sleeve shirt, tight black trousers, a pair of black high-heel leather shoes, and a pair of black-rimmed glasses. Her long brown hair fell naturally under the light. At this time, Kurakimai was completely different from the first time Ito-sei saw her. Her skin and appearance had changed greatly. She had become younger and fairer. At first glance, Kurakimai looked like she had returned to her 20s, and this was because of her current appearance. She had followed Ito's instructions and consumed the 3 special potions at home. Ahem, didn't you want to see him? He's here now. Kurakimai stood beside Ito and looked at the women in the room. Let me introduce you. This is Ito. He's the man you heard from Ane and Shishia. Hello, I'm Ito. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Ito introduced himself to the women. Wow, I was wondering why you looked so young all of a sudden. So it's because of love. A mature woman with long brown hair, who looked like she was in her 30s, teased him. Ane, what are you talking about? He's just a good friend of mine, Kurakimai said impatiently as she led Ito back to the crowd. Although she said that, no one in the room believed that they were just good friends. At least, none of the so-called friends outside the circle were pulled out by her to meet them. This is Ane Ono, my senior and my best friend. Kurakimai introduced the woman to Ito. Aiko Ono, who was introduced, nodded at Ito-sei with a smile as a form of greeting. This is Aiko Kitahara. Although she's my junior, she's like Ane. She's a big sister. Since he had started the introduction, he naturally wouldn't fall behind the others. Hence, Kurakimai pointed at a mature woman with short black hair who was dressed like a married woman beside Oino Aiko. Hello. Aiko Kitahara nodded. This is Ai Otsuka, my good friend. Kurakimai then pointed at a cute woman with baby fat on her face and introduced her. Her reaction was the same as Ane Ono's as she smiled and nodded as a form of greeting. This is Risa and Shishia's junior. She's also one of my good friends, Hatsune Okamura. Then, Kurakimai pointed at a girl who was about the same age as Ito-sei. She was only 1 or 2 years older than him. Hello, I'm Hatsune Okamura. Nice to meet you. Perhaps because she was the youngest here, Hatsune Okamura greeted Ito properly. As for Risa and Shishia, you already know them, so I won't introduce them. Kurakimai then pointed at Ane Risa and Mitsuki Shishia. Chapter 9, 51. Among the girls sitting in the room, Kitahara Aiko announced her retirement. Ono Aiko became a professional music producer, and Okamura Hatsune debuted too late. She had to take care of her studies midway, so her popularity wasn't particularly high. Regardless of whether it was Otsuka Ai, Ane Risa, or Mitsumi Sunset, they were all very popular singers. Among them, Otsuka Ai and Hamasaki Yumi were one of the 9 top singers of Aihue Records. If an ordinary person saw them, they would definitely be full of excitement and do something stupid on the spot. Fortunately, Ito wasn't an ordinary person. In fact, in terms of uniqueness, all the girls present together weren't as strong as him. Therefore, he was very calm from beginning to end. This made Ono Aiko, Kitahara Aiko, and Otsuka Ai secretly nod in their hearts. Their impression of Ito became even better. Since they already knew each other, there was no need to be too restrained. Kurakimai took the lead, and Ono Aiko adjusted the atmosphere. The atmosphere was harmonious and relaxed as they chatted. The main content of the topic was nothing more than what does Ito do? How old is he this year? How did you know and so on. Everyone was teasing Kurakimai's behavior of eating young grass. Hey, since you're a priest, do you know how to do divination? Ane Risa was particularly interested in divination. She even used a 6-star divination almost every day. After learning that Ito was a priest, Her face was full of interest. A little. How could Ito say, who had begun to dabble in Shimen Duanjia, a secret technique that contained the highest divination technique, not no divination, but in accordance with the unique modesty of the Chinese people, he said modestly. At this time, because Sei Ito and Aine Risa were talking, everyone's eyes fell on the two of them. Then what kind of divination do you know? Aine Risa asked. 6 lines and plum blossom divination. Sei Ito replied with a smile. What is that? Aine Risa, who only knew about Western tarot divination, asked. It's from China, according to the lines on the Book of Changes and the innate 8 gowns, as well as the 2 divination methods formed by 60 Jiazi. Sei Ito patiently explained. Oh, she nodded and asked, then can you help me with the 6 lines, or the plum blossom divination? Okay. Yes. Sei Ito nodded indifferently. What should I do? Basically, everyone was curious about this kind of divination. Therefore, under the gaze of the others, Nellie asked again. What do you want to know? Asked Risa's career. Risa replied. This answer wasn't unexpected. After all, he used 6-star divination every day, which was specialized in the development of the future tarot card divination. Risa's career. Ito Sei, who knew what the other party wanted to ask, nodded. He held the coin in his hands together and closed his eyes to concentrate. Seeing Sei Ito's performance, the others also subconsciously held their breath, not letting themselves make a sound for fear of disturbing his action. After a while, Sei Ito, who transmitted his thoughts into the coins, began to shake his hands gently, and immediately the sound of metal hitting echoed in the room. At this time, Sei Ito, who shook his hands gently, let the coins fall on the table. Dang! With the sound of the coins rolling and turning, the 3 coins finally stopped all their movements, and their appearance appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was 1 back facing up, 2 back facing up. This form represented single in the Roku divination. Xiaoyang, when memorized, was Sei Ito, who memorized the situation of the coins, put his hands together, shook the coins in his hands, and then threw them on the table again. This time, the appearance was 3 back facing up, which represented Old Yang in the Roku divination. It was heavy when memorized. It was Then Sei Ito still didn't speak. Once again, he gathered the coins in his hands, shook them, and threw them until the 6th time he took out the Roku divination. Comma. The top 3 lines are Zhen Roku, Zhen Yangming. The bottom 3 lines are Li Roku, Li Zhongxiu. Zhen Roku is thunder, Li Roku is fire. It's thunder, fire, phone Roku. Sei Ito, who took out the Roku divination, looked up at Risa, who was staring at him, and smiled. This is a G Roku, but it's a small G Roku. What do you mean? Hearing that it was only a small G Roku, Risa quickly asked with concern. From the appearance of the G Roku, you are now at the time when your luck is the strongest. If you want to do something, you can succeed, and you will gain both fame and fortune. But you have to be careful not to be too greedy. You have to be content with what you have. Otherwise, it's easy to be sad, lose money, and even get into trouble, Sei Ito explained with a smile. Because there are hidden dangers, it's a small G Roku. So that's how it is, Risa said with a sigh of relief. It's all right. I'm someone who's easily satisfied. I'm definitely not someone who's insatiable. Then, Love Nellie said in a serious tone. Then there's no problem at all. Don't worry and do it boldly, Sei Ito said with a smile. Seeing that Risa was done with the divination, the other women who were interested also asked Sei Ito to use this strange divination method to divine their future. Seeing this, Ito Sei did not reject anyone. He performed divination on Ai Otsuka, who was now a mother, Aiko Kitahara, the retired Aiko, the famous professional music producer Aiko Ono, the popular singer Yushia Sanji, and Hatsuno Kimura, who was indeed older than him by a few years. After some discussion, he confirmed that she was indeed older than him by a few years. With this divination, Seito's relationship with everyone became more harmonious. He got their email addresses from Ai Otsuka, Aiko Kitahara, Aiko Ono, Risa Aiko, Mitsuo Shisha, and Hatsune Okamura. In Japan, although the phone number and email address are from the same phone, they don't contact each other. That is to say, if you only know the email address, you won't know the other party's phone number. Among them, Hatsune Okamura and Risa Aiko, who loved divination, even gave their phone numbers to Seito and added each other's notes. After that, the people who became more harmonious were even more relaxed. They sang karaoke loudly in the private room, letting Seito enjoy the original voice of each singer for free. After a few hours, the people who sang left the private room and went to the restaurant in the clubhouse to have dinner together. Then, they said goodbye and left one after another, returning to their own apartments or homes to rest. How was it? Not bad, right? Seito, who was sitting in the front passenger seat of the sports car, driven by Karaki Mai, looked sideways at her and smiled. It was pretty good, but why do I feel like you're a playboy? Karaki Mai tilted her head slightly and looked at Seito in confusion. Ito-sei, who had just been scolded by his elder sister a few days ago, immediately showed a speechless expression. After a long time, he helplessly spread out his hands and said, "Well, I admit that I am a carnivore." "You're right," Karaki Mai said with an "I knew it" expression. "But don't all women like carnivorous men nowadays?" Seito looked at Karaki Mai from the corner of his eyes and asked, "Air." This time, it was Karaki Mai's turn to be speechless. At least among her friends, most of the women did like carnivorous men. Even if they knew that carnivorous men were not necessarily intimate, they would still throw themselves into the arms of carnivorous men. Karaki Mai, who really didn't know what to say, snorted softly and changed the topic. Seito tactfully stopped talking about carnivorous men and changed the topic. Just like that, Seito followed Karaki Mai back to her apartment. "Aren't you going to invite me up for a drink?" Seito looked at Karaki Mai beside him and asked, "I don't want to invite a wolf into my house." Karaki Mai rolled her eyes and replied, "But you, the big sheep, have already led the wolf to your door. It's no different from letting the wolf in." Seito reached out and wrapped his arms around Karaki Mai's waist as he said with a smile, "Although I don't hate carnivorous wolves, if you're too active, you'll scare the sheep away." Karaki Mai said, "So you're saying that I, the wolf, am going to walk away empty-handed again?" Seito pretended to be depressed after sending Karaki Mai to her door. "Yes, so you should go back to your nest obediently and have a good rest. I'm sure you'll feel much better." Karaki Mai opened the door with her key and smiled mischievously. "Even if you want me to leave, aren't you going to give me some compensation?" Seito pulled Karaki Mai into his embrace and lowered his head slightly. He moved his lips close to Karaki Mai's and said softly. Then, without giving Karaki Mai any time to react, he gently kissed her on the lips. Karaki Mai, who didn't resist the kiss, wrapped her arms around Seito's neck and responded cooperatively. "Okay, the reward has been given. Go back to your nest and sleep." A moment later, Karaki Mai spoke softly with her moist lips reflecting the light. "Okay, good night." Seito kissed her lips again and said, "Good night." Karaki Mai replied and waved at Seito. She turned around and went back into her apartment and locked the door. Seito stood alone in the corridor and looked around. When he saw that no one was coming out and there were no surveillance cameras in the corridor, he immediately activated the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared from the corridor. He returned to the shrine in Akizuruno City. Chapter 952. After the gathering with Karaki Mai and the others, Seito, who had nothing else to do, regained his calm. Every day, he would either stay at home and read books or head to the Great Merlin Library to secretly record books. Sometimes he would change the rules in the dead of the night so that he could quickly enter level S. Chun, on this day, just as Seito finished copying books and walked out of the Great Merlin Library, a familiar female voice suddenly rang in his ears. With a puzzled expression, Ito immediately turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice. In an instant, a young woman with a height of 1.7 meters with a slim figure and short blonde hair appeared in front of him. She was dressed in an avant-garde fashion in this very retro environment. "Betty," Ito called out in a puzzled tone when he saw the woman's appearance. The woman was one of the 3 sorcerers that Ito had hired through Maria of the 4th Magic Agency as a magic consultant. She was outgoing and had the strength of a 1-star sorcerer, Betty Arnold. "I didn't expect it to be you. I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me." Betty strode over to Ito with a smile. "You are?" Ito asked with a smile. "I suddenly became interested in potions recently, so I came here to buy some materials for cultivating potions," Betty explained. Then she looked at Ito and smiled. "Oh, right. I forgot to congratulate you." "What?" Ito, who didn't realize that he had done anything worthy of being congratulated, asked subconsciously. "I heard from Ingrid that you became an official sorcerer," Betty quickly explained. "Oh, so that's what happened. It's all thanks to your help. Without you and Ingrid's careful guidance, I might not have been able to pass the test so quickly," Ito said modestly. "That's because you've worked hard enough. I can't stand going to the library to read books every day," Betty said as she turned around and looked at Ito, who was glowing with a faint magic light behind him. "All right. Since I met you here, I don't have to go to the association to find someone to team up with. How about it? Are you willing to accompany me to the Tape Forest to collect some potion materials?" Betty, who seemed to have thought of something, looked at Ito again and asked with a smile. "That place doesn't seem like a place for us to go," Ito said with some hesitation. Ito knew where the Tape Forest was located. It was a special forest in the south of the Great Merlin Academy. Originally, it was the seclusion place of an alchemy and magic magician, Tape Crawley. However, during one of his special experiments, the intruders accidentally invaded the forest. Due to the unexpected intrusion of the enemy, the experiment had failed. Not only had the caster, Tuple Clary, suffered from the magic backlash and was on the brink of death, even the attacker had been heavily injured by the magical elemental tides produced by the experiment's failure. However, the most dangerous thing was the special summoning circle that Tape Crowley had set up during the experiment. It was connected to an unknown dimension when the magic went out of control. At the same time, a large amount of magical elemental energy was released. It also attracted a group of powerful magical beasts from another dimension. This made the entire Tape Forest extremely dangerous. Anyone who was not a 2-star sorcerer or above could not enter. However, there were gains and losses. Under the influence of the magical elemental energy released from another dimension, many plants had mutated. Most of the plants in Tabor Forest had mutated, turning from ordinary plants to abnormal plants with magical properties. It had become a paradise for magic potion enthusiasts. As for the portal to another dimension that was opened by Tape Crowley's magic, it had long been sealed by the legendary sorcerer who was guarding it. However, Tape Crowley and his enemies, who were involved in the incident, were devoured by the magical beast that rushed out and turned into something unknown. "Don't worry, we will only walk around the periphery. We won't go too deep," Betty replied with a smile, as if she had expected Ito to ask. "Okay then." Ito nodded and agreed, pretending to be hesitant. Seeing Ito agree, Betty laughed happily and beckoned Ito to the shared teleportation circle set up on Merlin Street. However, Betty, who was walking in front, did not notice that Ito, who was following behind her, had a serious expression on his face. His eyes flashed as he stared at her back, observing something. When Betty turned her head to talk to him, Ito's expression returned to its original state. He talked and laughed with Betty as they came to the public teleportation circle. He took out his bank card and paid the teleportation fee in a very gentlemanly manner. After that, he activated the teleportation circle and teleported them to a small circle located not far from the Tape Forest. There is still some distance from here to the Tape Forest. We can rent 2 good horses over there for transportation. Betty, who walked out of the teleportation circle, pointed to a place not far away where more than 10 horses were stored and introduced. Sei Ito, who looked in the direction Betty pointed, nodded and went with Betty to the place where the horses were rented. The way to rent the horses was very simple. One only needed to pay a deposit and leave a magic badge that represented one's identity. Of course, the money was still paid by Sei Ito. Giddy up, Betty and Sei Ito, who had each chosen a good horse from the group of horses, got on their horses, shook the reins, and shouted. Amidst the pain from the whipping of the reins, the 2 fine horses neighed and charged forward at high speed. Nay, just when Betty and Sei Ito were halfway, Sei Ito suddenly tightened the reins and stopped the horses. Why did we stop? Betty, who had stopped the horses after galloping for some distance, turned the horses around and slowly walked back. She was puzzled. Sei Ito, who did not answer Betty's question, looked around and said, "This place is in the middle of nowhere. It's empty around here. There is no one within a radius of 10 meters. It's a good place to solve problems." Hearing Sei Ito's words, Betty's eyes flickered slightly. Sei Ito, who was looking at Betty, asked calmly, "Just tell me, who are you?" "Chun, what are you talking about? How come I don't understand?" Betty asked in confusion. "Although your disguise is almost fake, and if you don't pay special attention to it for a long time, or if you know some secrets, it's almost impossible to tell the difference between you and the real you. But it just so happens that I know some habits that even Betty herself doesn't pay attention to. So, you don't have to pretend anymore," Sei Ito said calmly as he summoned more than 10 transparent air bombs around him. "Chun, you're saying that I'm a disguise. Are you crazy?" Betty looked at Sei Ito in disbelief, as if she was looking at a madman. "TSK, as expected of professional. You have a strong mentality." Sei Ito looked at Betty with disdain. "Unfortunately, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. I don't want to be entangled by your people who will rush over after discovering the accident." With that, Sei Ito ignored Betty and ordered the air bombs to fly toward her. Bang, 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 bang. A series of explosions rang out. Large amounts of dust and blood splattered from Betty's location and spread across the yellow dirt road. Sei Ito did not care if the blood on the ground was human or horse blood. He immediately waved his right arm, and several wind blades flew into the white smoke created by the air bombs. However, the moment the wind blades flew into the smoke, a gray air belt shot out of the smoke like an arrow and flew straight towards Sei Ito. Although Sei Ito did not know what kind of magic the air belt was, he knew that it was not something good. He flashed and appeared behind the smoke, right behind Betty. In the next moment, due to their animal instincts, the horse neighed and kicked forward, only to be struck by the gray mist. The muscles of the horse that was hit shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, it turned into a horse corpse with only fur and bones remaining. With a plop, it fell to the ground, stirring up a large cloud of dust. Necromancy magic? Sei Ito thought to himself. At the same time, he did not know if the other party was an assassin sent by the church. Although he was confused, Sei Ito did not stop his actions. First, he clasped his hands in front of him and quickly pressed them on the yellow dirt road. In an instant, a large amount of blue-white lightning bolts flew out from Sei Ito's hands and covered the ground beneath Betty's feet. It changed the terrain, and huge rectangular stone pillars rose from the ground. The corners of the pillars were connected to each other and formed a rectangular pillar with only an opening at the top, trapping Betty within. But before the square pillar rose to a certain height, a figure stepped on the ground and broke through the top of the pillar at an even faster speed. She chanted an incantation and released several strange, pitch-black arrows that emitted a cold aura towards Sei Ito. Sei Ito did not think and immediately jumped back. He glanced at the holes in the ground that were corroded by the pitch-black arrows and charged towards the woman who still maintained Betty's appearance. At the same time, he clenched his hands in a tiger claws and released several lightning bolts at the woman. To everyone's surprise, Betty's body floated, and she also used magic to fly up in the air. It was just that her flying speed was much slower than that of Ito, say, who used telekinesis to fly. But it was more than twice as fast as the flying speed of ordinary two-star sorcerers using levitation and flying spells. Seito laughed mockingly when he saw this. He once again charged forward and instantly appeared in front of Betty, swinging his fist at her. The next moment, with a slight explosion, Betty, who had been attacked, suddenly turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared in front of Ito Seiji's eyes. Chapter 953. P.S. Thank you to Blazing Feather and Where Souls Return for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX and Nickfany for their tips. Before Ito could react, several invisible forces appeared on his body like ropes and bound his limbs together. Ito, who had no idea where the attack came from, tried his best to break free from the shackles while looking around for the source of the attack. Soon, Ito locked his gaze on the shadow he left on the ground diagonally below him. Around the shadow, there were several tentacle-like dark substances drilling into his shadow. When Ito found the source of the attack and was about to call for help, he suddenly felt his body become heavy and quickly fell to the ground. However, Ito's flying method was not the flying spell used by magicians. Instead, it was the effect of telekinesis. In terms of weight, it was much heavier than the flying spell. Therefore, after falling for a short distance, he once again hovered in the air. What a great battle technique! He actually used the defensive stone body spell to attack in this situation. Looks like he's an experienced fighter. Ito thought as he hovered in the air. Since he knew that the opponent was an expert, Ito did not dare to hesitate. He immediately activated his spiritual domain and began to remove the invisible shackles on his body. Under the dual impact of the spiritual domain and his powerful physical strength, the invisible shackles on Ito's body shattered with a bang, allowing Ito to regain his freedom. First, it's a necromancy spell. Then, it's the curse and illusion spells when I counterattack. Then, it's the shadow spell with the dark element. Is it a wizard or a sorcerer? Quickly landed on the ground. Ito thought to himself. While guarding his shadow so that it would not be used by the enemy, his eyes wandered around to search for the enemy's figure. At the same time, his hands quickly formed a series of hand seals. A second later, the hand sign was completed. Would release. World of flowers and trees. In an instant, a large number of dark green vines emerged from the ground within a radius of more than 20 meters with Ito as the center. They quickly grew and thickened as if they had been mutated by nuclear radiation. They turned into towering trees with deep roots and dense leaves standing on the ground. Then, new green teeth grew out from the trunks of the trees and grew to the size of a fist in the blink of an eye. Like a mature flower bud, it suddenly bloomed and released a large number of pink particles. The particles scattered around the area formed by the wood release, making the whole forest look like a fairyland full of illusionary colors. Ito's body changed after he finished wood release. World of flowers and trees. He turned into a wooden figure slowly merged into the trunk. Let me see where you're hiding. Ito's senses were integrated with the entire forest formed by Mokutan, and he was observing the situation in the forest. There's nothing. A moment later, Ito, who had observed the scene in the forest, frowned and said, "Did they retreat? From the looks of it, the opponent is an assassin." Thinking of this, Ito knew that he would not be able to find the opponent's figure if he continued to stay here. He might even be blocked by the opponent's possible reinforcements. Ito immediately withdrew the yang attribute life energy that supported the survival of the trees, making the forest formed by wood release quickly withered and cracked. With a cracking sound, countless pieces of wood and sawdust scattered on the ground. Ito, who reappeared, waved his hand, and a big fire appeared on the pile of wood and sawdust on the ground out of thin air, igniting them and carrying out the final act of destroying the corpse. Then Ito didn't even look at the burning, and the sky was illuminated by the red fire. He directly used Taoist earth release to hide underground again, and rushed back to the town where he rented the horse. The speed of earth release was much faster than the galloping speed of the horse. Therefore, after a while, Ito once again appeared in the town where the public teleportation circle was located. In order to avoid some unnecessary trouble, Ito took the initiative to find the horse rental company and paid the compensation for the 2 horses at the contract price. Then, he took the confirmation document and quickly walked to the public teleportation circle, paid the fee, and teleported to the street where the real Betty lived. Ito's sight changed rapidly. The next moment, the street was neat and clean, and the architectural style was very similar to the European style of World War II. However, at this time, Ito, who was concerned about Betty's specific situation, was not in the mood to browse at all. He stepped out of the public teleportation circle and walked quickly to Betty's residence. A few minutes later, Ito arrived in front of a European-style compound villa and pressed his hand on the prompt magic circle on the side of the door frame. But after waiting for more than 10 seconds, he didn't see Betty's voice reply or no message from the magic circle. Seeing this, Ito didn't hesitate. He immediately locked his eyes on the door in front of him and carefully observed the defense and counterattack enchantment on the door. Although Ito didn't have a comprehensive understanding of the magic circle system in the demonic realm, with his current level of strength, he basically understood the principle of everything is connected to one. With the knowledge he currently had and the breadth of his basic understanding of the magic circle system in the demonic realm, he quickly found the energy node of the enchantment on the door. He reached out his index finger that was filled with energy and quickly tapped on the node. In an instant, a soft noise sounded, and the magic enchantment on the door of Betty's apartment immediately lost its effect. Other than an ordinary lock, the door was exposed in front of Ito. Ito, who had broken into people's houses countless times, opened the door skillfully, pushed the door open, and walked into the apartment. He quickly searched for Betty's figure. Although Betty's apartment was very big, more than 100 square meters, and it was divided into many rooms such as the kitchen, bedroom, bathroom, living room, guest room, balcony, study, magic lab, and so on, except for the magic lab, which had extremely high magic protection and couldn't be easily entered. There was basically no magic protection in the other places. So in less than a minute, Ito found a pale face in the study. Betty Arnold was lying on the ground with her breathing weak, giving people the feeling that her life force was weak. Ito, who finally found the person, quickly walked to Betty Arnold's side and squatted down. He carefully checked Betty's physical condition. Other than a weak heartbeat, there are no external injuries, but her mind power is chaotic and disorderly. There are signs of mind reading, soul searching, and other mind-related secret spells. No wonder that guy disguised himself so well, Ito thought to himself, frowning slightly. Then, he used his mind to put Betty Arnold into the Rubik's Cube world. He stood up and quickly left Betty Arnold's apartment. After reactivating the defense enchantment on the door, he walked straight into the public teleportation portal and hurried to the street where Ingrid Raphael lived. He quickly walked toward her house. A few minutes later, Ito arrived at the door of Ingrid Raphael's apartment. He reached out and triggered the reminder array on the door frame. "Who is it?" The next moment, Ingrid's slightly lazy voice sounded from the array. Seeing that Ingrid was fine, Ito exhaled softly and replied with a smile. "Phew, it's me, Chun." "Oh, wait a minute," Ingrid replied. Then, the light of the reminder array dimmed. Creak. About half a minute later, with a soft sound, Ingrid, who was dressed very casually, opened the door and walked out. Then, as if Ito was not an outsider, she turned around and said without greeting him, "Come in." Ito, who had been here countless times, did not stand on ceremony and immediately stepped into the room. He casually closed the door again. "I think I heard you exhaling softly just now. What's the matter?" Ingrid, who had personally poured a cup of tea for Sei-Ito, suddenly asked, "You're quite attentive." Sei-Ito took the cup and put on the coffee table in front of him with a bitter smile. Then he looked at Ingrid, who was sitting opposite him, and said, "You've heard about the attack in front of Merlin University's library, right?" "Of course, I read the Magic Daily every day." Ingrid rolled her eyes at Sei-Ito charmingly and chuckled. Then she asked with some doubt, "But what does this have to do with what you want to do?" "It does. It has a lot to do with it." Sei-Ito sighed helplessly. "The main character of the attack was me." "You?" Ingrid looked at Sei-Ito with a face full of astonishment. After all, the Magic Daily clearly stated that the strength of both parties involved in the battle was above the level of a one-star mage, and there might even be a two-star mage involved. This was completely inconsistent with the strength of an official mage that Sei-Ito had shown. If Sei-Ito was not lying to her, it meant that he had reached the level of a one-star mage, or at least a two-star mage on par with her. In terms of speed of improvement, Ingrid was even more shocked than the fact that he was the one who had been attacked. "Then your level?" Ingrid hurriedly asked. "I'm sorry that I lied to you. According to the general level of the outside world, my strength is at rank..." Sei-Ito looked at Ingrid sincerely and explained, "But my magic level is real. When I hired you as my magic consultant, my real magic level was only at the level of an apprentice, and I had only been in contact with magic for less than a week. No wonder your magic level has improved so quickly," Ingrid said with some relief. However, she still had a bit of a grudge against Sei-Ito for hiding his strength. This could be seen from the way she inadvertently restrained a smile on her face and became more serious. "Okay, I understand the situation. So, why are you here today?" Ingrid nodded and looked at Sei-Ito. "Just now I was attacked by a two-star magus or warlock. Moreover, the other party was very cautious and did not reveal his true appearance. The other party had been using Betty Arnold's face to fight with me." Although Sei-Ito saw the subtle change in Ingrid's attitude, he did not immediately repair the relationship between the two. Instead, he continued to explain the business that he wanted to talk about. "Betty Arnold? The woman who became your magic consultant along with me?" Ingrid asked with a frown. "Yes." Sei-Ito nodded and continued to explain. "After the battle with the attacker, I immediately went to Betty's apartment to check on her condition. Fortunately, the attacker did not seem to have any intention of killing unrelated people, so Betty was still alive when I arrived. But now that you're here with me, and you're obviously relieved, does that mean something happened to Betty?" After hearing this, Ingrid realized that Sei-Ito seemed to care about her, so she immediately felt a lot better. The emotions that she was feeling because of Sei-Ito's deception faded a lot. However, since they were talking about an injured person, Ingrid did not show a charming smile on her face. Instead, she continued to frown and said, "Yes, Betty might have been affected by the mind-reading or soul-searching spell. Her mental state is very chaotic, and she needs to rest and mental treatment to recover." Sei-Ito nodded and explained. "So after I sent her to an absolutely safe place, I left and rushed to your place. I was worried that something might have happened to you." After saying this, Sei-Ito got up from the sofa, walked around the coffee table, and sat down beside Ingrid. He reached out and held her hands in his palms and looked at Ingrid with a sincere expression. Perhaps because she was touched by this sentence, or because they were still in a relationship, Ingrid did not pull her hands out and let Sei-Ito hold them. She raised her head and looked at Sei-Ito quietly with her dark brown eyes. "Fortunately, you're okay. Otherwise, I would definitely feel very guilty." Sei-Ito held Ingrid's hands with one hand and stretched out his other hand to hug Ingrid's shoulder. He let Ingrid's head rest on his shoulder and said with relief, "Can you tell me who attacked you and why?" Ingrid asked while leaning in Sei-Ito's arms. "It's the Roman Orthodox Church, and the reason seems to be that I'm blasphemous." Sei-Ito frowned and complained, "But damn it, I don't even know what blasphemous I've done. I was suddenly attacked by the Roman Orthodox Church, and they didn't even give me a chance to explain. Damn it." So just in case, I want to ask you, are you willing to come with me? Say Ito calmed down and looked down at Ingrid in his arms. But I think it's much safer to stay in the magic realm than to go with you. What do you think? Ingrid gently broke free from Sei Ito's arms and said softly with a gentle smile on her face. And if the attacker was only a 2-star sorcerer, I might not have failed. Ingrid said with a smile as she reached out and touched Sei Ito's cheek. That is to say, you don't plan to stay with me and will continue to stay in the devil's realm? Ito Sei pressed his palm against Ingrid's hand on his cheek and looked at her. Chapter 954. Yes. Ingrid nodded without hesitation. Sei Ito frowned and thought for a while before nodding helplessly. Okay, maybe you're right. The demonic realm is indeed a good place to stay. Sei Ito then let go of Ingrid's hand and turned to the coffee table beside him. He summoned some alchemy materials he bought from the Alchemy Association branch to the table. Then, under Ingrid's confused gaze, Abel began to reprocess the alchemy materials on the table. About half an hour later, all the alchemy materials on the table were reprocessed by Sei Ito and turned into a pile of new materials with different shapes and sizes. Sei Ito then used his finger as a sword and began to carve rune words composed of runes of Norse runes on the surface of the materials. Because of the various transformations of the rune language and the large number of runes that needed to be carved, it took Ito Sei a long time to carve a large number of runes on the surface of all the alchemy materials. Phew! After finishing the rune words, Ito Sei let out a long sigh. Then, he picked up the alchemy materials on the tea table and started to piece them together. After a few minutes, a black hairpin appeared in Ito Sei's hand. The hairpin was about 1 knuckle wide and 10 centimeters long, with some rune words engraved on its surface. Lower your head. I'll put it on for you. Sei Ito turned to Ingrid and said. Even though Ingrid didn't know the specific effects of runes of Norse runes and the rune words composed of runes, it didn't stop her from understanding the meaning of the mana fluctuation that erupted from the hair clip. Ingrid's heart skipped a beat as she knew this hair clip was a rare high-quality magic tool. She obediently lowered her head. She let Sei Ito lift up her hair and put in the hair clip. Very good. It suits you very well. Ito Sei looked at Ingrid, who had her hair tied up high and looked like a married woman. Thank you. Ingrid's eyes shined with love. It's nothing. After all, you're in danger because of me. It's my duty to make and give you something that can make you safer. Sei Ito shook his head and said. Then, he changed the topic and looked at Ingrid with a smile. But if you really want to thank me, give me a passionate kiss. As you wish. Ingrid smiled seductively. She then wrapped her arms around Sei Ito's neck and leaned forward to kiss him. Itoari, who was being kissed, didn't stay still either. One of his hands held Ingrid's waist to prevent her from moving, while the other hand slid down the curve of her body to the hem of her clothes. His fingers nimbly lifted the corner of her clothes, allowing his palm to gently insert into her clothes and slide up along Ingrid's skin. His hand pressed against her chest and gently rubbed it through a layer of sponge. You're mischievous again. Ingrid, who was slightly separated from Sei Ito, reached out her hand to stop Sei Ito's mischievous hand and looked at him with a faint smile. Isn't this my original reward? Sei Ito pretended to be dissatisfied and clasped his hands. But you lied to me before, so this reward is canceled. Ingrid raised the corner of her eyes and announced. You don't want to, right? Since I care about you so much, give it back to me. Sei Ito leaned forward. He pressed Ingrid down on the sofa and looked down at her frivolously. That's another matter. No way. If you want to continue to get rewards, you have to get a certification. Ingrid was unmoved. Then she smiled charmingly and said, With your true strength, it's very simple. It's very simple. You just have to fulfill the condition of having me completely. It's already like this. Why are you still so hung up on the certification? Sei Ito said gloomily. Because I don't want people to say that I'm keeping a pretty boy when I take you out one day. So be good and go get a certification. Ingrid patted Seito's head as if she was coaxing a child. Is a reason real or fake? Seito curled his lips and said, Okay, since the attack, my name has probably been put on notice by the higher-ups of the demonic realm. It doesn't matter if I hide it or not. I'll go to the association and get a certification later. Seito sat up from the sofa and said, But to be more prepared, you can teach me some level 2 and level 3 spells now. Of course. Ingrid replied with a smile as she sat up on the sofa and tidied up her clothes. Then, as usual, he began to teach Itosei the magic knowledge in the magic realm, as well as the specific 2nd and 3rd level spells. Thanks to Itsunari's highly developed brain and Class A strength, it didn't take long for Itsunari to learn a dozen level 2 spells such as levitation, agility, magic screen, fog, big fireball, windbind, as well as level 5 and level 6 spells such as fly, fire dragon, multiple fireball, windblade, and the advanced version of magic screen, such as magic screen, and other level 5 and level 6 spells such as flying, fire dragon, multiple fireball, windblade, and magic screen. Although I already know you're only a grade A, I still have to say that you're still very talented in magic. You're even more talented than most of the mages I've seen. Ingrid, who had temporarily stopped teaching, said with admiration. Haha, this is how I am worthy of you, Ingrid, right? Seito laughed without any modesty. That's right. That's the kind of man I can show off. Ingrid winked and chuckled. Okay, I'm going to the association to get a certification. You can wash up and wait for me and Gary. Seito stood up from the sofa and said to Ingrid with a smile. Okay, then I'll sit down and wait for you. Ingrid smiled and agreed. Seito didn't say anything else. He turned around and left Ingrid's apartment. He went to the public teleportation circle and paid to teleport to Merlin Street. Then, he walked slowly toward the Magic Association. A few minutes later, Seito arrived at the Magic Association. He went inside and went to the counter for apprentice mages to submit his certification application. Since Itosei had directly submitted his application for the 2-star sorcerer certification, there was only one 2-star sorcerer in the examination room. It was impossible for him to take the examination alone. He had to invite 2 other 2-star sorcerers to be his witnesses. Therefore, after waiting for more than 10 minutes, Itosei was finally allowed to enter the examination room with the relevant documents and accept the examination of the 3 2-star sorcerers. Due to the fact that it was an examination that was beyond one's rank, other than witnessing the casting of magic, there was also an additional practical examination. The examinee would have to fight against one of the 3 examinees in front of the other 2 examinees, and their performance in the battle would be used to determine whether the examinee was truly qualified to become a 2-star mage, or if the examinee only passed the 1-star examination and was rejected as a 2-star examination. Seito didn't have any problems with the certification of magic casting. He smoothly passed the foundation exam and got an A rating. Now, let's begin the combat simulation test. Prepare to choose one of us to be your opponent. One of the examiners, a middle-aged man with chestnut-colored hair and a beard, said. He looked a little sloppy. Seito heard this and looked at the 3 mages. Finally, his eyes stopped on the fair-skinned man on the left. He looked handsome in the eyes of Westerners, had soft golden hair and blue eyes, and was in his 30s. I'll choose this examiner, Seito said. The named examiner smiled at Seito and walked to the center of the examination room. He stood 2.5 meters away from Seito. Let's begin, France said with a smile as he raised his right hand in front of him and prepared to cast a spell. When Itosei saw this, he didn't hesitate. He immediately recited the spell according to the casting technique taught by Ingrid and cast a fog spell in the room. In an instant, a white fog suddenly appeared in the room, and it became very thick at a very fast speed, covering the figures of Itosei and the 3 examiners. In the fog, the sound of Itosei and the blonde examiner chanting sounded one after another. Then, several wind blades flying at high speed cut through the fog and flew toward the oval object, emitting light blue light in the fog. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, several muffled sounds rang out one after another. The temporary wind wave formed by the exploding wind blades immediately blew away the fog around the light blue oval, revealing the true appearance of the light blue oval. It was the blonde examiner's magic shield. In the next moment, Sei Ito and the blonde mage's voices sounded at the same time. Then, a fire dragon and a whirlwind respectively appeared in the fog. The whirlwind turned into a gust of wind, blowing away the mist completely, allowing everyone's vision to be restored. The fire dragon, on the other hand, twisted its thick and long body and flew straight towards the blonde mage. The blonde mage didn't show the slightest hint of panic. He stepped back lightly and waved his hand to scatter a strange powder in front of him. In an instant, the powder suddenly turned into a wall of fire under the blonde mage's incantation, blocking in front of the fire dragon. Boom! The fire dragon and the wall of fire collided with a loud bang. The hot air from the explosion was like a shockwave that blew in all directions. Damn, it's just an exam. They actually used casting materials. Is this really a mock battle that a 2-star certification exam should have? Sei Ito muttered unhappily as he chanted a spell to cast a magic shield. He then cast another spell and released a fire dragon at the blonde mage. Chapter 955. Yes. Ingrid nodded without hesitation. Sei Ito frowned and thought for a while before nodding helplessly. Okay, maybe you're right. The demonic realm is indeed a good place to stay. Sei Ito then let go of Ingrid's hand and turned to the coffee table beside him. He summoned some alchemy materials he bought from the Alchemy Association branch to the table. Then, under Ingrid's confused gaze, Abel began to reprocess the alchemy materials on the table. About half an hour later, all the alchemy materials on the table were reprocessed by Sei Ito and turned into a pile of new materials with different shapes and sizes. Sei Ito then used his finger as a sword and began to carve rune words composed of runes of Norse runes on the surface of the materials. Because of the various transformations of the rune language and the large number of runes that needed to be carved, it took Ito Sei a long time to carve a large number of runes on the surface of all the alchemy materials. Phew! After finishing the rune words, Ito Sei let out a long sigh. Then, he picked up the alchemy materials on the tea table and started to piece them together. After a few minutes, a black hairpin appeared in Ito Sei's hand. The hairpin was about 1 knuckle wide and 10 centimeters long, with some rune words engraved on its surface. Lower your head. I'll put it on for you. Sei Ito turned to Ingrid and said. Even though Ingrid didn't know the specific effects of runes of Norse runes and the rune words composed of runes, it didn't stop her from understanding the meaning of the mana fluctuation that erupted from the hair clip. Ingrid's heart skipped a beat as she knew this hair clip was a rare high-quality magic tool. She obediently lowered her head. She let Sei Ito lift up her hair and put it in the hair clip. Very good. It suits you very well. Ito Sei looked at Ingrid, who had her hair tied up high and looked like a married woman. Thank you. Ingrid's eyes shined with love. It's nothing. After all, you're in danger because of me. It's my duty to make and give you something that can make you safer. Sei Ito shook his head and said. Then he changed the topic and looked at Ingrid with a smile. But if you really want to thank me, give me a passionate kiss. As you wish. Ingrid smiled seductively. She then wrapped her arms around Sei Ito's neck and leaned forward to kiss him. Itoari, who was being kissed, didn't stay still either. One of his hands held Ingrid's waist to prevent her from moving, while the other hand slid down the curve of her body to the hem of her clothes. His fingers nimbly lifted the corner of her clothes, allowing his hand to gently insert into her clothes and slide up along Ingrid's skin. His hand pressed against her chest and gently rubbed it through a layer of sponge. You're mischievous again. Ingrid, who was slightly separated from Sei Ito, reached out to stop Sei Ito's mischievous hand and looked at him with a faint smile. Isn't this my original reward? Seito pretended to be dissatisfied and clasped his hands. But you lied to me before, so this reward is canceled. Ingrid raised the corner of her eyes and announced, you don't want to, right? Since I care about you so much, give it back to me. Seito leaned forward. He pressed Ingrid down on the sofa and looked down at her frivolously. That's another matter. No way. If you want to continue to get rewards, you have to get a certification. Ingrid was unmoved. Then, she smiled charmingly and said, with your true strength, it's very simple. It's very simple. You just have to fulfill the condition of having me completely. It's already like this. Why are you still so hung up on the certification? Seito said gloomily. Because I don't want people to say that I'm keeping a gigolo when I take you out one day. So be a good boy and go get a certification. Ingrid patted Seito's head like she was coaxing a child. Is the reason real or fake? Seito curled his lips and said, okay, since the attack, my name has probably been put on notice by the higher-ups of the demonic realm. It doesn't matter if I hide it or not. I'll go to the association and get a certification later. Seito sat up from the sofa and said, but to be more prepared, you can teach me some level 2 and level 3 spells now. Of course. Ingrid replied with a smile as she sat up on the sofa and tidied her clothes. Then, she began to teach Seito the knowledge of the demonic realm, as well as level 2 and level 3 spells as usual. Thanks to Itsunari's highly developed brain and Class A strength, it didn't take long for Itsunari to learn a dozen level 2 spells such as levitation, agility, magic screen, fog, big fireball, windbind, as well as level 5 and level 6 spells such as fly, fire dragon, multiple fireball, windblade, and the advanced version of magic screen, such as magic screen, and other level 5 and level 6 spells such as flying, fire dragon, multiple fireball, windblade, and magic screen. Although I already know you're only at grade A, I still have to say that you're still very talented in magic. You're even more talented than most magicians I've seen, Ingrid, who had temporarily stopped teaching, said with admiration. Haha, this is how I am worthy of you, Ingrid, right? Seito laughed without any modesty. That's right. That's the kind of man I can show off. Ingrid winked and chuckled. Okay, I'm going to the association to get a certification. You can wash up and wait for me and Gary. Seito stood up from the sofa and said to Ingrid with a smile. Okay, then I'll sit down and wait for you. Ingrid smiled and agreed. Seito didn't say anything else. He turned around and left Ingrid's apartment. He went to the public teleportation circle and paid to teleport to Merlin Street. Then, he walked slowly toward the Magic Association. A few minutes later, Seito arrived at the Magic Association. He went inside and went to the counter for apprentice mages to submit his certification application. Since Ito-sei had directly submitted his application for the 2-star sorcerer certification, there was only one 2-star sorcerer in the examination room. It was impossible for him to take the examination alone. He had to invite 2 other 2-star sorcerers to be his witnesses. Therefore, after waiting for more than 10 minutes, Ito-sei was finally allowed to take the relevant documents into the examination room and accept the examination of the 3 2-star sorcerers. Due to the fact that it was an examination that was beyond one's rank, other than witnessing the casting of magic, there was also an additional practical examination. The examinee would have to fight against one of the 3 examinees in front of the other 2 examinees. The examinee's performance in the battle would be used to judge whether the examinee had the qualifications to become a 2-star mage, or if the examinee had only passed the 1-star examination and was rejected as a 2-star examination. Seito didn't have any problems with the certification of magic casting. He smoothly passed the foundation exam and got an A rating. Now, let's begin the combat simulation test. Prepare to choose one of the 3 of us to be your opponent. One of the 3 examiners, a middle-aged man with chestnut-colored hair and a beard, said. He looked a little sloppy. Seito heard this and looked at the 3 mages. Finally, his eyes stopped on the fair-skinned man on the left. He looked handsome in the eyes of Westerners, had soft golden hair and blue eyes, and was in his 30s. I'll choose this examiner, Seito said. The named examiner smiled at Sei Ito and walked to the center of the examination room. He stood 2.5 meters away from Sei Ito. "Let's begin," France said with a smile as he raised his right hand in front of him and prepared to cast a spell. Sei Ito didn't hold back and immediately chanted a spell according to the casting technique taught by Ingrid. He cast a fog spell in the room. In an instant, a white fog suddenly appeared in the room, and it became extremely thick at an extremely fast speed, covering the figures of Ito, Sei, and the 3 examiners. In the fog, the sound of Ito, Sei, and the blonde examiner chanting sounded one after another. Then, several wind blades flying at high speed cut through the fog and flew toward the oval object, emitting light blue light in the fog. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, several muffled sounds rang out one after another. The temporary wind wave formed by the exploding wind blades immediately blew away the fog surrounding the light blue oval, revealing the true appearance of the light blue oval. It was the magic shield that the blonde examiner had put up outside his body. In the next moment, Sei Ito and the blonde mage's voices sounded at the same time. Then, a fire dragon and a whirlwind respectively appeared in the fog. The whirlwind turned into a gust of wind, blowing away the mist completely, allowing everyone's vision to be restored. The fire dragon, on the other hand, twisted its thick and long body and flew straight towards the blonde mage. The blonde mage didn't show any signs of panic. He stepped back lightly and waved his hand to scatter a strange powder in front of him. In an instant, the powder turned into a wall of fire under the blonde mage's incantation, blocking the fire dragon. Boom! The collision between the fire dragon and the wall of fire caused a loud bang. The hot air from the explosion was like a shockwave that blew in all directions. Damn, it's just an exam. They actually used casting materials. Is this really a mock battle that a 2-star certification exam should have? Sei Ito muttered unhappily as he chanted a spell to cast a magic shield outside his body. He then cast another spell to release a fire dragon at the blonde mage. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.